Arifureta, From Commonplace to World's Strongest, by Rio Shirokome. This story is narrated by Artel Novel. If you're interested in creating your own audiobook, please visit our website at app.artel.ai. Hatayama Eiko, 25 years old, social studies teacher. As a teacher, she taught specialized knowledge to the students. She also tried to improve their academic performance. She wasn't someone who only gave guidance, but someone exemplary. Surely those were serious matter for her. Even more so were her allies, those who thought of her as the most important person. To put it concretely, she was the adult that the kids could depend on outside of their families. This was influenced by a big event in her student days, but let's leave it at that. Anyway, as the ally of the students outside of their houses, Aiko's pride as a teacher became the pillar of support that helped her call herself a teacher. Therefore, Aiko was extremely dissatisfied by the current situation. Suddenly, while she was stunned after being summoned to another world and arbitrarily forced into a fantastic situation, the student with the greatest charisma in class continued the talks instead of her. And then when she noticed her precious students were preparing for a war, no matter how she tried to persuade them, the decided flow easily swept away her opinion. She was unable to stop her students at all. That's why I will at least protect my students, is what she was determined to do, but with her rare abilities, she was told to settle with being useful with the duties outside of combat, farmland improvement and development. Although she desperately tried to oppose it, she was persuaded by her students. Aiko herself was unable to object to the point of view of the right person in the right place. She spent every day anxiously thinking about the students who were fighting beyond her reach. Guarded by temple knights of the Church of the Saints and imperial guards of the Herlicht Kingdom, she visited every farm village and undeveloped area. But when she finally completed that work and returned to the royal palace, what awaited her was a certain student's death. At that time, Aiko blamed herself over and over for being unable to force herself to stay with them. After all, aren't I just being carried away after thinking myself an ideal teacher? Something like that. Certainly, Aiko was perplexed because she couldn't even be certain if something might have changed with her being there. But this incident, Gasun, struck Hatayama Aiko's head as a teacher. In other words, it awakened her. Toward the students who were unable to stand up because of the overwhelming fear of death, the church and the kingdom still wished for them to resume their war preparations. Aiko thought, as if I would let it happen for a second time, stood to oppose the church and the nobles of the kingdom. Using her position and abilities as her shield, she shouted out, "Don't come near my students," to corner them. As a result, she somehow managed to gain victory. There were no students who refused to fight, but their hearts wavered because of Aiko's persistence. In addition, her already high popularity grew further. Although she wouldn't do anything like war, the ironic result was that, at the very least, some of the encouraged students appeared to escort Aiko in her duties running all over the place. "There's no need for you to fight, and, because the knights are escorting me, I'll be okay," was how she persuaded them to give up. But some of the students stood up and said, "We'll protect Ai-chan," filled to the brim with determination. Following that, she was eventually overwhelmed. Afterward, they followed her around the farmlands, and I was swept around again. I am such a bad teacher, while on all fours was still fresh in her mind. By the way, this time, although the dedicated knights escorting Aiko assisted in persuading the students, somehow it became a situation where the students stubbornly refused to back down. If they asked why they opposed the bodyguards, as a consensus of all the students, they blocked everything with the words,
"As if we can leave Ai-chan to someone we don't know."
The students' sense of crisis was directed at not thieves and demonic beasts on the road ahead, but rather it was turned towards Aiko's dedicated knights. Their reason was that all of the members were good-looking guys. This was the upper echelon strategy to tie Aiko's talent to the kingdom and church. In short, it was a honey trap thing. One of the students who noticed it informed the other students, and Protect Aishan from the good-looking military men corps was formed. However, there was a miscalculation made by the students, the so-called hunter becoming the hunted scenario. To prove it, these were the persuasive words that the knights gave the students.
There is no need to worry. I'll protect Aiko. I won't let her get even a scratch. Aiko is my everything. Everything! Now what Terry's going to turn. For her sake, I will even throw away my beliefs. I am determined to dedicate everything for Aiko. Don't you feel relieved even by this much?
It's my destiny to meet Aiko-chan. Did you think I'll let my destined person die? I swore to risk my life, not as an imperial knight, but as a man.
This time, the students thought just what on earth happened. They all had a change of heart, something like that. In other words, at first they thought it was Aiko who would fall into the honey trap, but after hearing those words, they shout, "We won't hand Ai-chan to unknown people." As if they were her parents, they didn't want to part from Aiko's side. It should be noted what happened between Aiko and them, because it's a long story, it'll be omitted, but Aiko's idleness and inborn diligence made a gap. Coupled with her sincerity which permeated her surroundings, they had already become Aiko's believer when they noticed, well, something along those lines. When told, it could become an entirely new story. So a lot happened, a lot of things. With that said, currently, the students were divided into Kuki's hero group, which continued to train inside the Orcus Great Dungeon, the Stay Behind group, and Aiko's bodyguard group. After that, 2 months after the messengers of the Empire visited Hairlicht Kingdom, Aiko and her party that improved and developed farmland were currently using the carriage to go develop a new farmland. Their destination was the lakeside town, Ul.
Aiko, aren't you tired? There's no need to hold back if you're tired, you know? We'll immediately take a break, okay?
No, I am okay, Davidson. Rather, didn't we just take a break a while ago? I am not weak after all.
Inside the spacious and large carriage, the commander of Aiko's bodyguards, David, worriedly talked to Aiko. Aiko's reply was mixed with a wry smile.
Foo-foo. Commander just can't stop worrying about Aiko-san, because a while ago you were exhausted after just a day of travel. That's why I am also worried. Make sure to not hold yourself back, okay?
I apologize for the inconvenience that time. That was the first time I had traveled by carriage, but I am really okay because I've become accustomed to it. Thank you very much for your concern, Chase-san.
At first, Aiko displayed disgraceful behavior because she had yet to experience how a carriage moved. She blushed because she was reminded of her past and thanked the vice commander of the bodyguards, Chase. Towards the blushing Aiko, Chase covered his mouth with his hand in agony and tried to casually take Aiko's hand. Go Hong! His hand was stopped by a cough and a sharp gaze. The one who stopped him was a schoolgirl, Sonobe Yuka, who sat diagonally in front of Aiko. She was a member of Protect Ai-chan from Good-Looking Military Men Corps. Because they wouldn't know what might happen if there were only Aiko and good-looking military men inside the carriage, several members also came to board it. By the way, there were 8 people inside the carriage. Outside were knights. On the scale of a platoon, they tried to hold back, because it was already too late to tsukomai about how only the commander and vice commander were allowed to ride the carriage. These good-looking guys had also tried to give some reason or another to ride the carriage. They seemed to not want to be separated from Aiko.
Oya, I've been stared at. To have gathered so many wrinkles on your forehead, wouldn't it spoil your cute face?
Chase said that accompanied with an Eichmann smile. It was an attractive smile that could make an ordinary woman inadvertently blush. But Yuka's reaction was, "Hey!" An expression of someone who wanted to spit on him even now.
Not only Ai-chan sensei, do you also call other women cute? Ai-chan sensei, this person is surely a bad philanderer. Please be careful, okay?
Yuka believed a guy that's capable of saying another woman is cute in front of his beloved wasn't a good guy. These guys also had realized they were used by their employers to honey trap Aiko. They knew that their appearances were capable to making women's hearts flutter. Because she knew that Yuka was irritated by Chase, who was able to smile daringly, and she made a small counter.
Sonobe-san. Don't be that belligerent. Even though you finally called me sensei, you still called me Ai-chan. Isn't it okay to just use Aiko-sensei?
That won't do. A-chan sensei is A-chan. That's why nothing else will do except A-chan sensei. That's the consensus of the students.
Well, what's with that? I don't understand it. Moreover, is it the students' common view? Is that the way this generation thinks? Work hard, me. This is a trial for my dignity and reliability as a teacher. I must understand how my students think at any cost.
Toward Ai-chan sensei, who said to herself, "Fight!" Yuka and Chase's awkward interactions and similar atmosphere became warm and fuzzy. That's the reason why Aiko's called Ai-chan, but she didn't notice. Her road to become a dignified teacher was a long one. Even so, for the reliability part, the students were truly depending on Aiko. Even when seen from an outsider's point of view, she was the most familiar adult the students had, after all. Her recognition became stronger when she stood up to oppose the leaders of the kingdom and church, especially toward the students that were broken-hearted because of Hajime's death. Aiko became their mental support. As a matter of fact, even for the students who requested to be Aiko's guards, the desire to simply be near Aiko was half of their reason for doing so. It should be noted that the members of the Ai-chan's bodyguards, other than Sonobe Yuko, were Sugawara Teiko, Miyazaki Nana, Aikawa Noboru, Kawahara Akira, Tamai Atsushi, and Shimizu Yukitoshi, a total of 7 students. From there, they traveled on carriage for 4 days. Good-looking military men tried to approach Aiko, but Aiko, who thought everything they said was for the sake of their employers, just let it pass through her ears. Aiko didn't notice that they had truly fallen for her, added with the effect of students glaring at them when they tried to seduce her more than necessary. A heavy mood often came about, but it soon changed into a warm and fuzzy one because of Aiko's speech and behavior, and that repeated until the group finally arrived at the lakeside town Ul. After recovering from their travel fatigue, they began to survey Ul's outskirts farmlands and made their plan of improvement. Although there were a lot of love comedies with Aiko at the center during those times, that was also a story for another time. Finally, they began to reform the farmlands, and recently she got Goddess of Good Harvest as her second name that started to spread from Ultown. Then once again, a new incident occurred and squeezed Aiko's mind. One of her students disappeared. Aiko worked the best she could, all for the sake of her precious students. In the end, what awaited her was an impactful reunion that would end in an undesirable outcome.
Fa, your silliness thoroughly show me how sticky you get today.
The crescent moon, sometimes hidden by clouds, illuminated the dark night. Even now, the face that possessed radiance peeped from above the clouds that was moved by the wind. That light began to illuminate a certain building on the ground. More accurately, a rope hanging from the roof of that building. And what was illuminated was a girl that displayed excellent repelling skills, just like a special forces from somewhere. Suru, as she descended to the corner of a window in a certain room on the 3rd floor, she turned around while being upside down. Her face peered in from the upper part of the window.
For today's sake, I had Christabel-san teach me her climbing technique. I never thought of using it at this place, Kukuku. Now, what kind of abnormal plays will you do? I will absolutely confirm it.
Ha ha! Rough breathing came from the excited girl as she focused on peeping into the room before her. Concealing herself, this girl was none other than Sauna-chan, the inn-girl of Brooktown's Masaka Inn. Bright and energetic, able to talk without hesitation, and working hard all over the place. Even though she couldn't be called beautiful, the inn-girl was simply lovely, just like a blooming flower on a plain. There was a considerable amount of single men targeting her in this town. That girl was currently using all the techniques she knew to peep on certain guests with all her might. If her expression was seen by the men who tell for her would make them instantly feel as if they'd been disillusioned. It was as if she was a perverted old man.
It is dark after all. I can't see anything. If only the angle shifted a little more.
Like this?
That's right. If it's from this angle, even so, isn't it too quiet? Even I thought I'd hear more moaning.
Isn't it possible to use magic to intercept the sound?
Ha! There is also that move. Coo! How crafty. But I won't give up. Even if it's only their silliness, I'll burn it into my eyes.
Just saying this once more. Here was outside the window on the 3rd floor. Even if Sona was an idiot to the limits, she couldn't believe she'd hear a voice from nearby. Sona instantly sweated like a waterfall. and Gigi turned around with an awkward movement, just like a machine that was forgotten to be oiled. There was Hajime standing in the sky like a Niu statue, with a cold smile plastered across his face.
It's not what you think, you know? Dear customer, that's right, a regular in maintenance.
Who? In the middle of the night?
That's right. Look, if I don't do it sometime in the middle of the night, such as during the day, the repair work will end up being seen. Because it's an inn, there will be some backlash. Right?
I see. Isn't reputation an important thing?
That's right. Reputation is important.
By the way, apparently there is a peeping Tom in this inn. Do you know something about it?
That's a serious situation. To peep, that's unforgivable, right?
Just as you said. Isn't peeping unforgivable?
It is unforgivable, I think.
Hajime and Suna looked at each other's faces and, ha-ha, fu laughed together. However, Hajime's eyes weren't laughing, and even though Suna was laughing, she was trembling a little, while sweat continued to drop. Die!
Hi, I am sorry.
Hajime suddenly reverted to his serious look and iron-clawed Suna's face. Merry sounds came from Hajime's fingers. Sounda, who could only flail around in the air, let out a scream and desperately asked for forgiveness. Sounda is an ordinary girl. That's why Hajime adjusted his power to a level that wouldn't overdo the punishment. If this was her first offense, then he would have been more lenient. But the day after he returned from the Risen Great Dungeon, and every night since they checked into the inn, she kept trying to peep using various methods. That's why his leniency was fading. By the way, the reason they were still staying at this inn was because the food was delicious. Hajime could only let out a sigh and carry Sauna, who was now only capable of twitching in his arm. Sauna was finally able to let out a relieved sigh when her face was released. But when she looked down, there were devils. Even though there were smiles on their faces, they were her parents that looked like devils whose eyes didn't smile, just like Hajime's.
Hi.
They noticed that Suna had seen them. She was slowly descending while her parents raised their hands to receive her. It was just like an invitation to hell. This time it'll probably be forgiven only after 100 spankings. Towards Hajime's words, Suna remembered her punishments up to now and was screaming. Surely, at breakfast the next day, he'll see Suna rubbing her swelling butt with teary eyes. Every night and every morning, Hajime could only sigh at such spectacles. Having handed Sona over to her parents, Hajime returned to his room and collapsed onto his bed.
Thanks for your hard work.
Welcome home.
The ones who greeted Hajime were, of course, Yu and Shaya. The room was illuminated by moonlight shining in through the windows, and the pair fleeting figures could be seen. The girls sitting on the opposite bed were Yu and also Shia, who sat shamelessly, only wearing negligees. Their appearances were somewhat lascivious. Coupled with their beautiful faces, if they were drawn on a painting, it'd be described as a masterpiece even by a second-class writer. Oh, even so, what on earth drives that child to even climb down from the roof? That's not normal, right? As expected, no matter how delicious the food, we should search for another inn. Hajime spoke with an amazed tone. Standing up, Shia laughed and sat on Hajime's bed. Yue also steadily stood up and moved to Hajime's bed. Then she put her knees below Hajime's head. As the result, they became lap pillows.
Surely, our relationship has ignited the flames inside that Sona-chan's girly mind. It can't be helped for her to be curious about us. Isn't that cute? But for her to become more and more skillful, it worries me.
Yesterday, she used a handmade snorkel tube to hide at the bottom of the bathtub. When I saw her glaring and sparkling eyes, it made me shiver.
Certainly, that's bad manners for an inn's daughter. For now, it's only towards us, but...
While they chatted about Sauna's eccentric behaviors, Shia quietly drew her body near Hajime. She naturally extended her hand, then guided Hajime's hand towards her breast. Shia's face turned crimson, and she was nervous at what might happen from this situation. Hajime gently grasped Shia's hand back. He put in more power that made Shia's body respond with a twitch. Because she was happy, she also put her power into her grasp. Hajime continued to put more strength into his grasp.
Hajime-san! It will be crushed! My hand will be crushed! I am sorry. I am really sorry. I just got a little carried away. That's why release it. It'll break. I'm going to break if you do any more than this.
What are you trying to do by casually making a good mood? To begin with, your room is next door, so why are you here? Towards her hand that was gripped by Hajime, Shia tried to somehow release it while trembling, but she couldn't release it because of the vice-like grasp.
I was just wondering if I can get into the same bed as. Something like that. Rather, our relationship is already at the stage where we kiss. It's okay if it's only that much.
As if, even though I have said it was a life-saving action.
Well, from my intuition, Hajime-san has started to become dare. Compared to the beginning, you've become very gentle. Because that is a fact. Then... It's going to break!
Unable to endure hearing Shia's rude plans, Hajime inadvertently put more power into his grip. Shia, whose hand was released, trembled at the edge of the bed, while crouching and holding her hand to endure the pain. Ignoring Shia, Hajime turned his glance toward Yue. Yue immediately looked straight at Hajime. Rather, recently, aren't you too lenient? Did you have a change of heart? Yue tilted her head and thought about Hajime's questions. Just as Hajime said, having returned from Raisen's great dungeon, Yue's attitude toward Shia became more lenient. Before, when Shia tried to stick to Hajime, she'd immediately blow her away without arguing, but recently she didn't say anything about Shia's skinship. Even so, if it was something excessive, for example when Shia tried to kiss him, she'd immediately become displeased.
Shia did her best. She'll continue doing that from now on, because she likes Hajime and me.
And? Well, that's so...
I'll also... don't hate her?
No matter what, you're actually getting along well. I can understand that just by watching. The main point that Hajime guessed from Yue's few words, Yue was pleased by Shia, but not at the level of thinking of her as someone important. That was the truth. Inside Raisen's great dungeon was magic power disintegration that was even stronger than in the ravine, so Yue was unable to display her full power. It was the same with Hajime. They could guess how much hardship they'd have experienced if it were just the two of them. Surely, Hajime alone would be able to clear it. In exchange, the probability of him using 1 or 2 holy waters was high. To be able to conquer it without consuming them could be considered as thanks to Shia. Just a little while ago, Shia was an existence that had no connection to fighting. Rather than being unrelated, it was more like she disliked it. This girl was surely frightened and uneasy, but she kept following Hajime and Yue without complaining. They went into the hell-like great dungeon, and while grinding her teeth, she was finally able to beat it with a splendid result. She was single-mindedly doing that for the sake of her love towards Hajime and her friendship toward Yue. Because she wanted to be together with them, Shia had changed herself and advanced ahead with all her might. Yue, of course, held jealousy and a desire to monopolize him. Therefore, Shia's feelings towards Hajime were not easily acknowledged. That's why at first, although it was hard to support it, towards Shia, who's able to jump straight even after being treated cruelly, friendship was spread after so many times, following that it was further proven by how they conquered the great dungeon. That became the tangible proof. If she thought about it, Yue had no memory of anyone she could call her friend. Before she was sealed, she was busy with studying politics. There was no one who could be her friend on equal footing. In other words, she was alone. That's why, toward Shia, who said, "We are comrades straight," without being two-faced, excluding the parts about Hajime, from the beginning she was unable to hate her. Because of that, regarding Hajime recently, well, if it is Shia, then just a little, she showed her generosity.
None. Even so.
N? Yu looked up at Hajime while continuing her words. Her eyes were bewitching and filled with sincerity, confidence, and resolution. Added to Yue's gleaming smile that also reflected all of the above, she was so lovely, so charming, and made Hajime instinctively hold his breath. As if she was possessing gravity, Hajime was unable to move his glance and could only look at her in admiration. Hajime once again returned the look at Yue.
Nanan Gijime's heart is already mine.
No matter who else loves Hajime, no matter who else came to be attached to him, the number one, the most important, is me. There was such a declaration, Yue's declaration of war, a declaration of war toward those they had, and would meet from now on. Hajime was speechless. He was sucked in by the radiance of her eyes. Yue, once again as if entwined by him, caught Hajime's glance. Following that, Hajime's hand touched Yue's cheek, while Yue put her hand over his. The moonlight reflected their shadows on the wall. Their shadows slowly became closer. Then, at the moment they almost met,
Gusu, can you at least please stop forgetting my existence? It feels so empty and lonely, Gusu.
Shia was sitting while holding her knees on the corner of the bed. While crying and wiping her tears, she watched Hajime and Yue create a world for two people. It was a truly pitiful appearance. Hajime felt somewhat bad, and Yue was telling her to come closer. Yue-zan. While shouting that, Shia dived into Yue's bosom and sniffled. Shia's head was gently stroked, and because it felt pleasant, she closed her eyes, then started to sleep, just like that. Hajime, who saw their appearance, could only wryly smile and say, "Rather than a friend, aren't you more like a mother?"
Nan, I prefer Hajime's child.
And won't you be gentler to Shia?
Nan, about that, I'll do my best. Nan, I love you.
In the end, with Shia on his left side and Yue on his right side, the three of them fell asleep. After this day, Shia, who was allowed to be in the same room, would dance in ecstasy and get carried away by repeatedly trying to attack Hajime every night, only to be severely punished by him. By the way, at the time Shia screamed when her hand was grasped, Suna, who heard that further, intensified her misunderstanding, curiosity, and her delusions. Then she became an in-girl that possessed high infiltration skills. But this was another story. Accompanied by the sound of bells, the door of the Adventurers Guild, Brooks Branch, opened. 3 silhouettes entered. They were Hajime, Yue, and Shia, who had completely become celebrities after several days. Inside the guild's cafe, several adventurers spend their time freely just like usual, but there were some who greeted Hajime and his party by raising a hand when they noticed them. As for the men, they looked at Yue and Shia as usual, then turned their glances filled with envy toward Hajime, but there were no malicious ones here. They had stayed at Brooktown for a week. There were several people who didn't learn, and caused a commotion by challenging him to a duel to obtain Yue or Shia during that time. In the past, they were unable to persuade Yue, who was known as Crotch Smasher, because they were frightened by her. As such, they tried to capture Hajime and bury him outside the moat. Of course, Hajime wouldn't do something as troublesome as that. Finally, duel me. When the line was only on duel, he already fired the gun. What shot out was a non-lethal rubber bullet that exploded as it hit the pitiful challenger's head and made him spin 3 times, then kiss the ground. Because of that, in the town, Yao, the crotch smasher, and her loved person, the one who was capable of killing his enemy in a blink before the duel even started, Hajime, the duel smasher combination, became famous people to be reckoned. Even though they didn't apply a party name to the guild, the name Smasher Lovers already spread, and Hajime, who discovered their nickname, could only look off into the distance for a while because of this new memory. By the way, as a side note, Shia, who felt her existence become thinner, could only shed tears.
Oh yeah, the 3 of you are together today.
Hajime and his party approached the counter, just as usual. Aunt Catherine was there, and she was the one that greeted them just now. Catherine's voice was filled with surprise, because in this 1 week the ones who came to guild were usually either Hajime alone or Shia and Yue as a pair. "Ah, We'll leave the town tomorrow, and because we are indebted to you, we came to greet you. Furthermore, we thought of accepting it if you have any commissions related to our destination. What he meant by indebted was how Hajime had borrowed a guild's room for free. Because he finally gained gravity magic, he wanted to experiment, combining it with creation magic. That's why he needed a spacious room. Catherine, who happened to hear about it, offered the use of a guild room for free. It should be noted that Yue and Shia trained to use gravity magic on the town's outskirts.
I see. So you're going to leave. That'll make me lonely. It's been lively since you came back here after all.
Please give me a break. There is a pervert in the inn. There is also a pervert in the dress store. There are also those perverts who start to prostrate when Yua and Shia walk in town, and stalker perverts who call them Wani-sama. There were also idiots who challenged me to duels. There were no decent fellows at all. Of all the guys I met, 70% are perverts and 20% are idiots. Just what's wrong with this town? All of the complaints that Hajime said while scowling were the truth, let alone Suna. Every time Hajime met Christabel, she always licked her lips while looking at him. Like a carnivore, he already forgot how many times he felt chills. Moreover, there were 3 major factions created inside Brooktown. They tried to compete with each other every day. One was the "We Want to be Stepped On by Yuchan Corps." The other was the "We Want to be Shia-chan Slaves Corps." And the last one was the "We Want to be Wani-sama's Siblings Corps," respectively. They literally hold those as their wishes, and it seems they competed on which side would be the majority. Hajime and his party could only spurt out their drinks because those names were the opinion of the masses. Suddenly there were people inside the town prostrating to Yue, saying, "Please step on us." It made her shiver. It was not known how extreme their thought processes were to be like that for Shia. The demi-human race should have been under discrimination, so the way they wanted to become her slaves was a full chance for Tsukomi. But she immediately refused them, because it was unpleasant to think deeply about it. The last was a group of only women, maybe because they saw him as an obstruction to Yue and Shia. They mainly tried to eliminate Hajime. Once, a girl screamed that while thrusting a knife toward him in one hand.
The harmful and parasitic pest to Woni-sama. I'll remove his balls, say?
Because it'd be troublesome to kill a girl inside town after all, Hajime only left that girl naked in a tortoiseshell-like bondage because he had no knowledge about it, situation after hanging her on the highest building and leaving after sticking on a piece of paper that read, "I'll kill you next time." Because of the indifferent content in the paper he left behind, the girl's extreme actions became more hidden, and that's a good thing. Hajime, who recalled those events, could only frown, while Catherine let out a bitter smile.
Now, the lively part is the truth.
Right? It sure is.
Then, where are you going?
Freein. Even though they talked in that manner, Catherine was working diligently. Immediately, she started searching whether there was a request related to Furin. Furain was a neutral commercial city. Hajime and his party's next destination was Guryuan Great Desert, where one of the 7 great dungeons, Guryuan Volcanic Mountain, resided. Therefore, they must go toward the west of the continent, and on the way was the neutral commercial city Furen, so they wanted to drop by the continent's #1 commercial city. It should be noted that after Guryuan Volcanic Mountain, their next destination was further west of the Great Desert, the great dungeon that had sunk into the seabed, Meljin Seabed Ruin.
UN. Oh my. I found something good. A request to escort a merchant company. There's a vacancy for 1 person. How is it? Are you going to accept?
Hajime confirmed the contents of the commission he received from Catherine. Certainly the content was a request to escort a merchant company. It was a medium-scale merchant company, and it seemed to request 15 people as the escorts. Because Yue and Shia were not adventurers, it was perfect for Hajime. Is it okay to take my companions along?
No problem. Although there would be complaints if there are too many people, but there are people hired to carry the luggage, and there are also adventurers who brought their slaves along. Furthermore, Yu-chan and Xia-chan are also influential people. To have another 2 excellent adventurers in addition when hiring a person, there's no reason to refuse.
I see. What should we do? Hajime, who was a little hesitant, looked back at Yue and Shia to ask for their opinions. Truthfully, he thought of accepting the request if it had something to do with delivering packages. If it had been only Hajime and his party, they could have used the magic-driven vehicle and arrived at Furin much sooner than if they had to use a carriage. It would be too troublesome to match the pace of the others in an escort mission.
No need to travel in a rush. That's right. Sometimes it may be good to go with other adventurers. We might be able to learn the know-how from the veteran adventurers, right?
That's true. Since we aren't in a hurry, sometimes it might be good. Having heard their opinions, Hajime was fumu and told Catherine that he accepted the request. It was just as Yue had said. It would take a lot of time to conquer the 7 great dungeons. There's no telling what kind of mistake they might make if they tried to rush it. That's why the know-how peculiar to adventurers would likely be useful in their future travels, as Shia had said.
Here you go. I'll notify the client, so please go to the front gate tomorrow, first thing in the morning.
Roger. After she confirmed that Hajime received the application form, Catherine turned her eyes toward Yue and Shia, who were behind him.
You must keep yourself healthy, okay? Whenever this child makes you cry, please come back here. I'll beat him for you.
Nin, we are indebted to you. Thanks. Yes, Catherine-san. Thank you very much for taking care of us.
Catherine's kind-filled words made Yue and Shia smile. Shia was especially happy. She seemed to have forgotten that she was of the demi-human race ever since she arrived at this town. Of course, there were different strokes for different blokes. Not all of them were friendly in regards to Shia, but with Catherine at the top, there were Sona, Christabel, and some people like her fans, who didn't discriminate against her, even though she was a demi-human. It was not known whether that was because of the locality or the people's nature or the flow of this town, but for Shia, this was a warm place, almost like her hometown in the Sea of Trees.
You too, don't you let these good girls cry, okay? I'll punish you if you don't value them as the most important, all right?
Geez, what a meddlesome person. I'll do that even without you telling me. Hajime replied to Catherine's words with a wry smile. Catherine held out a letter towards Hajime. With a doubtful expression, Hajime received the letter. This is...
You're carrying various problems in your arms after all. It is an apology for all the trouble caused by the people of this town. When you arrive at another town's guild and get into trouble, show this letter to the person in charge. It might prove to be useful.
Catherine perfectly added a wink and Hajime's cheeks inadvertently cramped. For a letter to be able to influence the person in charge, just who on earth are you? His doubt could be seen in his expression.
Oh my, is there a need to investigate me? A good woman is someone that holds secrets after all.
Ha, unstood. I will gladly take it.
It's good to be obedient. Although a lot of things might happen, please don't die.
Catherine was a staff of the guild in a remote countryside town and held a lot of mysteries. She sent Hajime and his party off with a charming smile that contained attractiveness. Afterwards, Hajime and his party drew near Christabel's place. Although Hajime refused to come along, he could only reluctantly come because of Yue and Shia. But the moment it heard that they wanted to leave town, Christabel became a huge monster and tried to attack Hajime, since this was her, Christabel's, last chance. Hajime, who was so scared, used the oscillation fracture to bury it, although Yue and Shia were able to desperately stop the traumatic event. The details will be omitted. When she heard it was their last night, Suna finally managed to trespass into the bathroom with a dignified demeanor. That action was followed by her charging into their room. Then her parents, who were completely angered by her, tied her with genuine tortoiseshell bondage all night long. The event where she was hung in front of the inn would be omitted. The reason why her parents knew how to tie the tortoiseshell bondage will also be omitted. The next morning, with pleasant memories of Brooks' townspeople, Hajime and his party arrived at the front of the gate, moved towards the merchant company's facilitator and other adventurers who accepted the escort request. Apparently, they were the last ones to arrive. When the facilitator-like person and the 14 adventurers looked at the incoming Hajime and his party, they caused a commotion at once.
Oh, oi, don't tell me the remaining 3 are the small love. It's true. Although it makes me happy and frightened at the same time. Look at my hands. They haven't stopped trembling since a while ago, you know? Wait, isn't it because you're drunk?
There were those who were happy with Yue and Shia's appearance. Some hid their groin with both hands while teary-eyed, and one with trembling hands who got tsukamied by his companion various reactions. Hajime approached them with a very displeased expression. Then the facilitator-like person called out to him.
Are you the last escorts?
This is the application. Hajime showed the application that he took out of his chest pocket. After confirming it, the male facilitator nodded in consent and began to introduce himself.
My name is Motu Junker. I am the leader of this merchant company. Although your rank is still blue, I heard you're excellent adventurers from Catherine-san. I expect you to escort us along the way.
Motto, more? Junker? It must be difficult to be the leader of a merchant company. It was a name that reminded him of a certain health tonic from Japan, and Hajime's eyes were filled with sympathy. Moto, who was unable to understand why Hajime looked at him with such eyes, only inclined his neck and replied with, "Well, it was difficult, but I've become accustomed to it," as if he was wryly smiling. "Well, I won't betray your expectations. I am Hajime. Here are Yue and Shia."
That's reassuring. By the way, this person from the Rabbit Man tribe, won't you sell her? I can only pay a moderate price, though.
Moto glanced at Shia while appraising her. She was a beautiful girl of the Rabbit Man tribe who wasn't blue-haired like the normal Rabbit Man tribe member, but possessed gray hair instead. As a merchant's nature, he couldn't help but lay his hands on such a rare commodity. He judged her as a slave from her collar, then immediately proposed negotiation to Hajime, the owner. Surely he must be an excellent merchant. Having received the glance, Shia, groaned unpleasantly and hid behind Hajime. Yu looked at Mato with a severe look. The popular perception of a Rabbit Man tribe outside the Sea of Trees was a slave. That's why it was natural to offer trade negotiations for such an unusual slave. There was no reason to blame Mato.
She seems fairly attached. Somehow, she also seems to be cherished. Then, I will give you some discounts. How about it?
Well, since you seem to be an excellent merchant, shouldn't you already know the answer? Although Moto, who had seen Shia's appearance, was interested and offered a more appealing proposal, Hajime's reply was simple. Nevertheless, Moto felt he should not let go of this chance to negotiate with Hajime, since it will surely bring forth large profit that will only increase thanks to Shia's charm. That's why he tried to give out more bargaining chips to lengthen their conversation. However, Hajime had read his intentions. Though they were simple words, he voiced them to Moto with an unwavering will. "Even if it was God who wanted her, I still wouldn't let her go. Won't you understand with this much?"
I understand. It can't be helped. I'll withdraw here. However, if you ever change your mind, by all means please visit my Junker company. Well then, it's almost time to depart. For the details on escorting, please ask the leader over there.
Hajime's words were actually dangerous ones. If it was done unskillfully, his words would have branded him as a heretic by the Church of the Saints. As a side note, the demon race believes in a different god. They worship different gods than the strongest god in history, Ihito, but they didn't directly try to fight the Church of the Saints. Since Hajime didn't drastically alter his words, therefore Moto understood that Hajime, from the bottom of his heart, refused to let Shia go. Hajime watched as Moto dejectedly returned to his merchant company. Then he noticed the surroundings become noisy again.
Wow, for the sake of a woman to even say that much. It numbed me. As expected of Duel Smasher, he won't forgive anyone who puts their hands on his woman. Fuh, what a man. That's nice. I also wanted someone to say something like that to me at least once. Wait, aren't you a man? Who would? Say something. Sorry. I am sorry.
Having heard the happy conversations of his amused escort companions, Hajime could only hold his head in his hands due to the headache. All of the fellows from Brooktown were idiots as expected. While he thought that, Moon knew he could feel something soft on his back. Furthermore, Hajime was embraced closely by the arms that came from behind him. Hajime turned his head over his shoulder and saw a close-up of Shia's face as she rested her chin on his shoulder. Her face completely dyed red, and because she was truly happy, her expression loosened. Listen, there was no special meaning to it, so don't misunderstand. Okay?
Foo. I know. Foo.
Although Hajime explained that in the end it was akin to not abandoning a relative, and not because she is his woman, like the surrounding people noisily described, his explanation was not transmitted to Shia. It was because the man she fell for had declared that even if it's God, I won't let her go. No matter what his real intentions were by declaring that, a pleasant thing is pleasant. Even though those words were to quickly break off the negotiation, in a lot of ways it was overkill, and Hajime could only feel regret. Yua Toko went to Hajime's side. Then, Kui, she pulled Hajime's sleeve. What is it, Yue?
Don't worry about it, because that was cool.
Thanks for the consolation. Having sympathized with Hajime's feelings, Yue tried to comfort him, and Hajime gently stroked her cheeks while letting out words of gratitude. Yue closed her eyes, as if she was pleased by it. In front of the front gate early in the morning, inside a crowd of people, with a beautiful rabbit-eared girl that looked so happy attached to his back, and another beautiful blonde girl with crimson eyes in his right hand, was Nagumo Hajime. The ladies of the merchant company looked at them with lukewarm expressions, while the men looked at the spectacle with dead fish eyes. Toward these annoying gazes and words that pierced Hajime, surely he just reaped what he had sown. Using carriages, the distance between Brooktown and the neutral commercial city, Furin, was 6 days of travel. They moved before sunrise and prepared to camp before sunset. This is already repeated for 3 days. Hajime and his party were 3 days away from Furin. Only half the travel distance remained. So far, no incidents had occurred during their journey. Even though Hajime and his party were in charge of the rear, it was truly peaceful. Even today, nothing special happened as they prepared to camp. Regarding meals, the adventurers were eating by themselves. They had to eat while minding their surroundings, that's why. As escorts, they couldn't settle down when eating together. It also seemed to be the rule to eat on their own. Additionally, when on a mission, the adventurers only eat cruel, simple meals. In a way, preparing tasty meals would only increase their luggage and would disturb them in emergency situations. Because of that, it became a theory that after they've arrived at a town, they would eat tasty meals until their stomachs were full as their reward. That story was something Hajime and his party heard from the adventurers when they ate meals on the second day. Hajime and his party had prepared warm bread soaked in luxurious mock stew to eat.
Good. It is truly delicious, just as expected of Shia-chan. Mu, I don't care if you're a demi-human anymore, so will you be my wife. Gluck, gluck, gulp, poo-ha, bastard, don't just run your mouth. Shia-chan is my wife. Huh. Just what is a small, dirty pig-like man like you trying to say? Know your place. By the way, Shia-chan, how about a meal with me after we arrive at the town? Of course it'll be my treat. Then, I'll take Yue-chan. Yue-chan, have a meal with me. Yue-chan's spoon. Ha ha.
The adventurers kept eating the mock stew made by Shia, saying it was delicious. On the first day, these guys were eating dried meat with things similar to camping goods when Hajime and his party started to cook next to them, using ingredients and tableware taken out from treasure box, just as usual. The adventurers were attracted by the delicious drifting aromas. Looking around, they saw Hajime and his party eating the hot meal while blowing on it nearby. It became a situation where all of the other adventurers stared at them with bloodshot eyes and drooling mouths. Shia, who felt that they were truly pitiful, proposed to share their meals, resulting in the current situation. In the beginning, even in front of these starving dogs, Hajime continued to calmly eat his meal. Naturally, he didn't intend to share at all. However, because Shia took over the job of preparing the meals when they camp, He had to rely on her to make delicious meals. It was not like Hajime and Yue were incapable of cooking anything, but the taste would be flat. Hajime was only capable of making manly dishes while Yue was inexperienced, being a former noble. That's why it was not an easy thing for Hajime to refuse Shia's, who was able to cook delicious meals, proposal to share. From then on, although at first the adventurers that crowded like hyena during meals were grateful, they started to get carried away and jokingly tried to persuade Shia and Yue. Toward the adventurers who made such a ruckus, Hajime silently used pressure. Although their bodies should have been warmed up by the hot mock stew, the adventurers immediately felt the chill and could only stand still with pale expressions. Hajime swallowed the meat inside his mouth and glanced at the mock stew while slowly letting out a whisper. Even so, his voice could be clearly heard by everyone. So, having filled your belly, who's the guy that wants to be thrown?
I am sorry for getting carried away.
The adventurers apologized while prostrating in splendid harmony and synchronization. Although these guys were senior and veteran adventurers compared to Hajime, they had no dignity at all. Even though there was also the pressure that Hajime used, it wasn't like they would go against Hajime, because they knew what happened in Brooktown.
Mao, Hajime-san, since it's finally time for a meal, a little ruckus is fine. Also, no matter what they say, I am Hajime-san's, you know?
I never cared about that. Although Shia tried to casually appeal to Hajime while feeling shy, Hajime cut off her words with a single phrase. Because of Yue's criticizing glance, Hajime flinched a little. Yue pointed her forefinger and said, "Bad." In short, it was about his promise from before to be nicer to Shia. Hajime, who didn't harbor love for Shia even now, thought it was enough to treat her as a relative. However, it seemed that was an out for Yue.
Hajime-san, if you keep that attitude, I won't give you the well-done skewered meat.
Following that, recently Shia was not as easily discouraged. She didn't even twitch at Hajime's sunsad remark. Even if she received the shock, she immediately revived and repeated her strong and positive approach. Like I said, how did you know that, mate? No, it's nothing. I understand. So quickly, hand over the meat.
Fufu, do you want to eat it? Then Ayan.
While blushing, Shia presented the well-done skewered meat in front of Hajime's mouth. He seemed to really want to eat it. That's why Hajime took a peek at Yue. Yue readily stood by his side with skewered meat at hand. Probably, she would follow after Shia's A.N. While feeling the adventurer's gazes, Hajime let out a sigh, then opened his mouth toward Shia. Shia's expression was dyed in happiness. Hajime bit, then chewed the presented meat in silence. Shia's expression was in pure bliss while she looked at Hajime. Then, this time another skewered meat was presented from his other side. He once again took a bite, silently chewed it. Again he took a bite when Shia from his other side. A.N. He bit again when Yue said A.N. Their subjectivity aside, the voices of the men's hearts who had objectively seen this spectacle were splendidly unified. In their minds, "We beseech you, please, just explode already." They could only use formal words in their minds because they were clearly shown that they couldn't do anything in face of Hajime's power. 2 days had passed since then. The distance was only one more day of travel. Finally, someone appeared to inelegantly obstruct their travel and to assault them. Shia was the first to notice it. Her rabbit ears, pico pico, moved while pointing toward the forest beside the highway. Her unconcerned expression suddenly tightened, and she warned the others.
Incoming enemies! They number more than 100! They'll come from the forest!
When they heard her warning, the tension between the adventurers immediately increased. The highway that they were currently advanced on was not known for the danger from the adjacent forest. After all, it was the only route to the one neutral commercial city in the continent. The highway was safe, was what was guaranteed. That's why, although there were stories of encountering demonic beasts, they were only 20 at most. Even if there were a lot of them, 40 was the limit.
Shit, more than 100, you say? Recently, I haven't heard stories of assault. Are they saving up their power for this time's sake? Damn, even
The leader of the escorts, Galidima, was cursing with a bitter expression. The escorts of the merchant company numbered 15. If Yue and Xia were included, they became 17 people. Considering the number of people, it'd be difficult to flawlessly defend the merchant company. It was simply because they were overwhelmed in number. By the way, for them to calculate Xia as a combat potential, despite knowing the Rabbit Man tribe's gentle nature was, because there was a time when Xia lost her temper by the extreme actions of the "We Want to Be Xia-Chan's Slaves" corps. She blew off those perverts at once. That became well known to adventurers and made them awe. The moment Galidima started thinking of letting the majority of the escorts stay and at least making the merchant company escape, a proposal's voice rang out and interrupted his thinking. "If you're perplexed, should we kill them?"
Eh?
It was said with a light-hearted tone, as if he was just going to go for a little shopping. The unbelievable proposal came from none other than Hajime. Galidima was able to grasp the significance of Hajime's proposal, then spontaneously asked back with a stupid voice, "Like I said, shall we annihilate them?"
Well, that's certainly because it'll be difficult to flawlessly defend the merchant company if this keeps up. Can you do it? Although there are no strong demonic beasts around here, their numbers are...
There is no problem with the numbers. It'll end soon, with Yue, that is. Hajime said that and immediately put his hand on Yue's shoulder, who moved beside him. Yue looked particularly eager, and as if it would be very easy work for her, she replied with, Galidima hesitated a little. At least he had heard the rumors that Yu was a user of rare magic. For argument's sake, even if she couldn't completely annihilate them, from the attitude of Hajime and his party, they should be able to cut down a reasonable number. That's why, rather than letting the merchant company escape ahead using their various combat potential, he steadily thought of another strategy.
I understand. I'll entrust the first strike to Yue. Even if you can't completely annihilate them, it'll be no problem as long as their numbers considerably decrease. Then, we only need to decrease them further with our magic and beat the last of them directly. Everyone, you understand?
Affirmative.
The other adventurers replied to Galatima's decision with voices filled with spirit. Apparently, it seemed they couldn't believe Yue was able to annihilate them alone. Hajime thought in his mind, there is no need to worry that much, but because it was not common sense for magic users to be capable of annihilating more than 100 of demonic beasts, he felt their judgment couldn't be helped as he shrugged his shoulders. The adventurers took a united line in front of the merchant company. Although tension hung in the air, their faces were resolute. There was no remaining joking atmosphere, like the one during mealtime. On the way, even though they had heard various stories from the veteran adventurers, only by seeing their current appearance, indeed, they were able to nod and acknowledge them as veterans. The people of the merchant company were frightened when they heard the large number of demonic beasts. Now their faces peeped in from the shadows of the carriages. Hajime and his party were on the roof of the merchant company's carriage. You, for now, start chanting. If not, it'll become troublesome.
Nen, chant, chant.
Did you not know any?
Now look, don't worry, there's no problem.
Well, that material. It's nothing.
Contact in 10 seconds.
Because it'd be troublesome if others inquired about it. Hajime told Yue to use chants, but Yue, who originally had no need to chant, was only able to float question_mark above her head. Even so, it would be good as long as she made them assume she was chanting by whispering, although there shouldn't be any big problems. Her reply somehow made Hajime anxious. While he thought of that, Shia's report rang out. Yue Su turned and hung her right hand toward the forest. Then her chanting voice began to permeate.
You are the one who brought bright red light into this perpetual darkness, crushed the prison of old, the one who met Faison as an equal, using the power of the strongest fragment, together with him, become the light capable of swallowing heaven, Thunder Dragon.
With the end of Yue's chant, she pulled the magic's trigger. At that moment, a dragon made of thunder appeared from the dark cloud, just like in her chant. Its appearance was reminiscent of a snake, just like an oriental dragon.
What's that?
It wasn't known who muttered that. Even with the crowd of demonic beasts in front of their eyes, everyone's gazes were fixated at the sky towards the bizarre thunder dragon that let out blue electrical discharge. Even those who were well versed in magic in the rear could only open and close their mouths towards the magic they've never seen nor heard before. Then, as if it was no one's ally, the demonic beast that had come with killing intent for their prey from the forest came to a halt between the merchant company and the forest, having been glared at by the huge thunder dragon. It was as if they were frogs that were stiffened by a snake's glare. Following that, as if it was heaven's judgment, Yue flicked her slender and beautiful fingers, causing the thunder dragon opened its jaws that were even able to swallow heaven and attack the demonic beasts.
What? That was...
The thunder dragon let out a tremendous roar from its huge opened mouth, and some demonic beasts were voluntarily jumping into the opened jaws. Then they were eliminated by the jaws of thunder and disappeared without any resistance. Furthermore, as Yue commanded, the thunder dragon coiled around the demonic beasts to encircle them. The demonic beasts that were in the middle of escaping penetrated that wall of thunder and turned into dust before their eyes. Once again, above the demonic beasts that had lost their escape route, the thunder dragon opened its jaws with a thundering roar, and the demonic beasts jumped into it as if they chose to die. Without any time to suffer the pain, their flesh turning into dust, coupled with the majestic appearance of the dragon, gave off a solemn atmosphere. Having swallowed all of the demonic beasts, the thunder dragon let out a thundering roar for the last time, then disappeared. Every one of the adventurers that were in formation and the merchant company, because of the flashes along with thundering sounds and followed by a severe earthquake, were inadvertently screaming and crouching. Finally, the fear of a life-threatening attack and the impact left them, and when they opened their eyes slightly to see what happened ahead, there was nothing at all. There was only the ground, scorched in a coil shape. It was proof that the unreal spectacle just now had truly occurred.
I overdid it.
Oi, that magic. Even I know nothing about it.
It is a Yue-san original, right? It seems to be a combination of magic that's used in the stories of dragons from Hajime-san as a reference.
To have made something like this when I shut myself inside the guild. Rather, Yue, the chant just now.
N, a song of meeting and the future.
You looked at Hajime with expressionlessness that gave off an "how about that" atmosphere. She was probably proud of it because it was something she made herself. Hajime quietly used his hand to stroke Yue's hair gently while letting out a wry smile. Having allowed her to finish the chant to avoid trouble, although it was completely meaningless, his caution disappeared once he saw Yue boasting about herself. That was Yue's original magic, Thunder Dragon. It's a compound magic using the high-ranked magic Thunder Hammer that creates a dark cloud then drops a huge amount of lightning, and gravity magic. The lightning that originally just falls down was arbitrarily controlled using gravity magic. To purposely make it form like a dragon from Hajime's story was something made by magic using Yue's sense. This Thunder Dragon was filled with gravity magic in the mouth's parts. That's why objects would be pulled toward it when its jaws were opened. This is why the demonic beasts looked like they voluntarily jumped toward it. Comparing its magic power, it was at the highest level even among high-ranked magic. That's why just by looking at Yue's expression, one could see that was the gem of her pride. And the adventurers who looked dumbfoundedly at the scorched ground began to regain their senses. Following that, they vigorously turned around to look at Hajime and his party, then started to make a commotion.
A strange beast was from the sky? From the sky? Ah, it's a dream. Hee. Once we arrive at the town, I am going to marry. I know how shaken you're, but calm down. Remember that you don't have a lover, not even a girlfriend. It can be made by magic. It's not even strange to make a strange beast like that. That's why I am not wrong. Well, there is no magic related with the life and death cycle, you know? That's why this situation is abnormal, okay? What? Bastard, are you saying Yu-chan is abnormal? Aunt? Everyone, calm down. Listen, Yo-chan is a goddess. That'll explain everything. Indeed?
Maybe because Yoe's magic left too much of an impact, the adventurers became a little broken. That couldn't be helped. After all, there was no existing magic that could take the shape of living things. Furthermore, that was even impossible to be used by the magic users that were employed by the country. It could be said the thunder-dropping magic, Thunder Hammer, was only usable by ultra-first-class magic users. Inside the broken adventurers that shouted, "All hail Yue-sama," something along that line was the sole sane person, the leader Galatima, who could only sigh after looking at his comrades and approached Hajime and his party.
First of all, thanks. Thanks to you, Chan, we were able to get through with 0 damage.
We are co-workers now. There's no need to thank us, right?
I am only doing my job.
I see. So that is. What was that just now?
Galidima asked, without being able to hide his bewilderment.
Original.
Oh, original. Do you mean a magic you created yourself? High-ranked magic? No, is that a highest-ranked magic?
I didn't create it. It is a compound magic.
Compound magic? But what on earth combines to make that?
That's a secret.
I see. Well, it should be. No adventurers will simply reveal their trump card after all.
Accompanied with a profound sigh, Galidima gave up the pursuit. He seemed to be sensitive to the tacit rule of veteran adventurers. While he shrugged his shoulders, he turned his attention to the broken comrades. They would give birth to a new religion called the Yu Faith if this keeps up. That's why Galidima must work hard. That's what Hajime thought as a man. While receiving gazes from everyone in the merchant company that were mixed with awe and respect, their group resumed their travels. Since the time Yue removed the guts of every merchant company's people and adventurers, she didn't have anything to do at all, and their group finally arrived at the neutral commercial city, Furen. There were 6 reception desks in Furen's eastern gate. The goods that were brought would be checked there. Hajime and his party were queuing in one of the rows. It would take a while until their turn. On the carriage's roof, Mutu approached as Hajime laid down and rested his head on Yue's lap pillow while being attended by Shia. It seemed there was something he wanted to say. Mutu looked toward Hajime with a somewhat amazed look. Then Hajime lightly nodded and jumped down from the roof.
Geez, you're so bold. Don't you notice the surroundings' eyes?
Just as Motu said, the surrounding eyes were the usual and familiar eyes that contained jealousy and envy toward Hajime, followed by eyes that are filled with wonder and hate toward Yue and Shia. In addition, currently the gazes that appraised Shia were increasing, as expected of a big city's entrance gate. In the place where various men gathered, there were not only those who simply looked at Yue and Shia with dirty minds, but also those who looked at them as prophet. Well, although they're annoying, I can't do anything about it, so it's useless to worry about it. Hajime said that while shrugging his shoulders, and Moto could only put on a wry smile.
There'll be more trouble once you enter Furen. As expected, to sell her.
Although Moto tried to casually offer a trade for Shia, didn't that conversation already end, was what was expressed by Hajime's silence, and he could only raise a hand as a pose for giving up. You aren't calling me for such talk, right? What business do you want?
Well, it is something like that. I'm offering a trade negotiation. It is about the artifacts that you carry. Will you sell those? When we arrive at my company, under the notary witness, I'll pay the amount that can make someone live his whole life without working. Your artifacts, especially treasure box, are something that merchants will desperately try to obtain after all.
Along with the word desperately, Mato's unsmiling eyes were perfectly expressing, even if I have to kill. It was because Treasure Box would be able to solve the problem of cheaply and securely mass transportation goods that always became a concern in merchants' heads. That's why it was understandable. When he saw various things taken out from the treasure box while camping, Mato's expression was as if someone who had wandered around for tens of days in the desert finally found an oasis while on the verge of dying. Because he persistently tried to negotiate, Hajime gave out slight bloodthirst, and maybe because of his intuition as a merchant, told him a warning. He withdrew dejectedly. However, He was unable to give up after all. In front of Donner Schlag, he was somehow able to approach Hajime and proposed another negotiation. I'll say it again and again. I won't sell any of it. Just give up.
But those artifacts are too useful for an individual to carry. Isn't it more reasonable for them to be used by someone who knows their value? If not, it'll be much more troublesome. For example, those girls will...
Motu, for a little, took a peek toward Shaya and Yu on the roof with a mad and threatening look, and at that moment Gochi, something cold and hard was pressed on his forehead. That was accompanied with a sublime bloodthirst. No one in their surroundings noticed it. One of the reasons was because they were in the shadow of the carriage, and also because Hajime had pinpointed his bloodthirst toward him. That? Can I think of that as a declaration of war? That was said in a quiet voice. However, that voice that was as cold as ice made Moto stiffen, and the eyes of Hajime that peered into his eyes were just like thick darkness. Moto's whole body was drenched in cold sweat, and he desperately let out his voice.
That's wrong. Somehow, because, I wouldn't be able to hide about you. That's why I said those words. That was all,
Just as Motu said, Hajime didn't intend to seriously hide his artifacts and their ability. Because he had considered it a little to avoid troublesome things, there was the case of Yue's chant. But if it was reversed, if it was more than a little, he didn't intend to hide it. Hajime had decided to not hold back against this world. He would mow all of his enemies down. He had the resolution to do that. I see, let's just leave it at that. Having said that, Hajime put away Donner and dispersed his bloodthirst. Moto crumbled on the spot. While drenched in sweat, he panted. Well, it's up to you on what you want to do. For example, even if you spread that to others and those people took action, then I wouldn't care about it. However, if you became an enemy that tried to obstruct me, do you think you can survive? I don't care if it involves the country or even the world. I'll just sink everything into a sea of blood.
Haha, indeed. It will be an unprofitable business.
Although he was still pale-faced, Moto, who was capable of firmly replying, was an excellent merchant. Even from the interactions with the other merchant company members, he seemed to be quite adored. Normally, it would be impossible for him to take such a firm posture even now. The things that charmed and drove him mad were Hajime's artifacts. Well, this time I'll overlook it. But there won't be a next time, okay?
For the love of God. It is me who has become senile, for me to kick the butt of a dragon in front of my eyes.
Kick the butt of a dragon is a proverb of this world. It referred to the Ryujin race and dragons. They boasted their defensive power as an impregnable defense because of their whole body covered by scales, excluding their eyes and mouth. The butthole that wasn't covered by scales was their only weak point. Because of their high defense, as they were deep sleepers, they wouldn't awaken once they fell asleep, but they would wake up at once their butt that was their weak point received stimulus, and became enraged like raging fires. A long time ago, it was not known why that was done, but the fool was completely crushed. From that, it became the meaning of someone who is foolish enough to purposely disturb someone that was harmless as long as they weren't disturbed. By the way, the Ryujin race was assumed to have perished more than 500 years ago. Although the reason was uncertain, these guys own a characteristic magic called dragon form that made them between the boundary of a person and demonic beast. There are various opinions, such as they were turned into exclusion because of discrimination, and they were weeded out by the gods as an incomplete race.
Now that you mention it, Yu's magic from back then was imitating the dragon. Although I will apologize if that was truly a dragon, but it's good that no one knows anything about it. After all, I also never heard anything about the Ryujin race. Well, I think it'll be okay because it looks more like a snake than a dragon.
Moto, who somehow recovered, managed to stand up, and he advised Hajime while tidying his clothes. He was a somewhat bold person. Although he was going to be killed just now, to be able to casually talk to Hajime meant his nerve wasn't average. Is that so?
They are incomplete beings between people and demonic beasts. Nevertheless, they are frighteningly strong. In addition, they are infidels who don't believe in any gods. That's why I can only nod that they are an odd existence for the church's authoritarian.
I see. Rather, you're completely okay with it. Are you also one of those infidels?
I have a God I believe in, the one where the power is not held by people. People are customers after all.
Somehow I can relate with what you just said. Must be a born merchant, you that is. Having seen it, I can only nod at your recklessness. Having said that, towards Hajime that fiddled with the ring on his hand, Moto showed a mixed expression of apology and pride, truly a complex expression. His merchant-like attitude from just now could no longer be seen. Hajime's bloodthirst was like having bathed in cold water for him.
Although I have committed a blunder, if you have a demand, please come to my company. You are different from the usual adventurers after all. Because I want connections with such a peculiar person like you, I'll give you...
Really? What a firm business spirit. While being looked at by Hajime with an amazed glance after saying, "Well then, please excuse me," Moto turned his heels and returned to the front. Yue and Shia even now gathered even stronger gazes. If you chased Moto's back, immediately there were merchant-like people who were talking while pointing at Yue and Shia. Although it was supposed to be a relaxing trip toward Furin, Hajime could only think that more troubles were waiting ahead. 20 meters in height, the wall enclosed one of the continent's neutral commercial cities with a length of 200 kilometers. All kinds of businesses and keen competitions happened in this city every day. There were people who successfully realized their dreams, and there were also a lot of people who became penniless and left dejectedly. It could be said it was the #1 city in the continent with the amount of people that came to sightsee, and those who came for business. Because it was so huge, Furin was divided into 4 areas. The Central Ward, where the facilities related to various procedures in the city gathered. Sightseeing Ward, where amusement facilities were concentrated. Craftsman Ward, where weapons and armor, also various furnitures were sold directly, and Commercial Ward, where all kinds of stores and businesses lined up. There was a main street that stretched to the east, west, south, and north from the Central Ward. It seemed to be common sense to have numerous stores, the closer ones to the middle part. The places that were far from the main street and Central Ward were places for black dealings. In other words, there were a lot of black market-like shops. In those areas, sometimes there were unexpected things appearing, and those who were accustomed to rough stuff, like adventurers and mercenaries, visit this place. That story was something Hajime and his party heard while they were eating light meals in the cafe inside the Adventurers Guild, Feren's branch. The one who told them was a woman whose job was a guide. Because this city was huge, there was a lot of demand for guides, so it became a special occupation with a social standing. Although there were a lot of guide stores, they all got high ratings because they improved their services to gain more customers every day. Hajime and his party came to the Adventurers Guild with the application form that had received the seal of proof after separating from Motu's merchant company. Following that, because they didn't know the location of the inns and shops, they tried to get the guidebook from the Adventurers Guild. That's how they came to know about the guide's existence. Currently, after they paid the woman guide who introduced herself as Rishi, they were hearing the basic information of this city while having light meals.
That's why it is recommended to search for an inn in Sightseeing Ward. Although there are inns in Central Ward, it has become a tendency for the workers to nap there. That's why there are less services compared to Sightseeing Ward.
I see. Then we will obediently look for an inn in Sightseeing Ward. Where's the recommendation?
It depends on what Mr. Customer demands. There are various kinds of inns, after all.
That's true. Okay, I won't complain as long as the meals are delicious and they have a bath. There is no need to consider the location. Also, a place with a clear accountability should be good. Rishi heard Hajime's requests with a smile. Toward the first 2 requests, she nodded with un. She seemed to have immediately listed all of the recommended inns inside of her mind. However, towards Hajime's next words, she could only let out while inclining her neck.
An accountable place?
For example, assume I was pulled into a fight where I was the obvious victim, so I don't want to take responsibility of the damage inside the inn. I want to stay at a good inn, and I have a lot of equipment, so it'll be a hassle to compensate that.
Think he won't be involved that often, but
Hajime could only smile wryly toward the perplexed Rishi. Well, if it were ordinary people, it'll be like that. But we stand out, after all. It seems a lot of loose guys will be at sightseeing ward, and merchants with firm spirits that will force their ways will likely appear. Well, in the end, it's only if possible. If that's too hard, then there's no need to consider it. Because of Hajime's words, Rishi looked at Yue and Shia, who sat at Hajime's sides while focusing on eating their light meals. Then she nodded in consent. Certainly, these two beautiful girls stood out. Even now they gathered considerable gazes from the surroundings, especially Shia, who came from the Rabbit Man tribe. Although it's a crime to put a hand on other slaves, it couldn't be said there would be no merchants that tried to persistently negotiate nor loosen reckless guys.
then how about an inn with strict guards? There are lots of inns like that, and I can introduce you to a good one.
Ah, that's okay. However, the guys that are blinded by desires will sometimes appear. So, it should be considered first that I am going to physically persuade them because guards are not absolute.
Physical persuasion. I see, that's why you asked for accountability.
Rishi completely understood Hajime's intent, so the words, if possible, Hajime said, seemed to hurt her soul as a guide. Then she accepted his requests and said, please leave it to me, with a motivated expression. Following that, she turned her gaze toward Yu and Shia, then asked for their demands. It was a point where she tried to answer every customer's needs as much as possible. Surely this came from the guide store she belongs to.
A big bath is good. However, for a mixed bath, reservations are essential. I want one with a huge bed.
After thinking for a sec, Yue and Shia said each of their reguests. Even though they were called reguests, if Yue's term was combined with Shia's, she could see clearly their intentions. Having guessed that, Rishi said, I accept it, so please leave it to me, with him acknowledging and clarifying face, but her cheeks slightly reddened. Immediately, she alternated her glances between Hajime, Yue, and Shia, and that resulted in her cheeks blushing further. By the way, the men who hung around in the nearby tables were staring at Hajime as if saying, if only a person can be killed by a stare. But because he was already accustomed to it, Hajime just let it go through his head as usual. From there, they heard the stories of the other wards. Then Hajime and his party felt an unexpected strong gaze. It was especially aimed at Shia and Yue. It was the rudest of all, a sticky gaze that stuck to them. Because it was too late for Yue and Shia to mind that gaze, they could only knit their eyebrows because of the unpleasant stare. Hajime tried to take a peek toward the source of the gaze, and there was a pig, with a fat body that easily surpassed 100 kilograms, an oily face, along with a pig snout and sticky blonde hair attached on its head. If it were only its appearance, it could be seen wearing good clothing even from a distance. That pigman was the one who stared at Yue and Shia with eyes completely muddied with desire. It'll be a hassle. The pigman moved his body heavily, and while shaking, he quickly approached Hajime and his party. Apparently, there was no time for them to escape. Hajime never thought of running away, though. Maybe because Rishi also noticed his unrest, or maybe because that pigman stood out. When the pigman arrived with an arrogant attitude, she forgot to smile and raised an indescribable voice in bad taste. The pigman soon arrived at the side of the table. Hajime and his party then looked at Yue and Shia with a smile in his eyes, and when he saw Shia's collar, he narrowed his eyes unpleasantly. Following that, he finally looked at Hajime, who he never looked at until now, and as if he finally noticed him, he showed a gesture and let out a one-sided demand with an arrogant attitude.
Oh, brat. I'll give you 1,000,000 ruda. Hand over that rabbit. That blonde, too. I'll make her my concubine. Come with me.
Having said those words while slightly stuttering and coupled with key sounds, the pigman tried to touch Yu. It seemed Yu was already inside his mind. At that moment, a violent killing intent poured down. the faces of people in the surrounding tables turned pale as they fell from their chairs and they began to desperately back away from Hajime. Well, the pigman who received the killing intent directly was, "Hi!" let out a pathetic scream and fell on his butt. Then he retreated while the place between his groins began to wet. If I let out my true killing intent, he might instantly lose consciousness, and because that'd be meaningless, I put enough consideration into it. Yua, Shia, let's go. Let's change the location. Because a dirty liquid leaked, Hajime stood from his seat, then called Yue and Shia. Honestly, he actually wanted to immediately shoot him dead, but it'd raise a commotion if he killed him after all, and that'd make Hajime the assailant. The town's guards were not that naive to let go of a murder. Basically, as long as it's at the limit of a legitimate self-defense, Hajime thought of just half killing him inside this city. Rishi could only say, while blinking her eyes in confusion because Hajime and his party stood up from their seats. Rishi was fine, even though she was inside the range of Hajime's killing intent, because he had simply excluded her from Pressure's targets. It was the reverse version of the pinpointed pressure that he had used on Moto to not let anyone notice him. It was the result of his training. It was natural for Rishi to be confused. That's because when she thought the pigman was being selfish, he suddenly fell on his bottom and began to leak from in between his groins. By the way, the pressure that affected the surroundings was done on purpose. His reason was to make the surrounding guys who gave him depressing looks comprehend him. Don't try to touch them, okay? Something like that? Judging from the surrounding guys' pale expressions, it seemed there was no need to give out more warnings. But immediately after he dispersed the pressure and tried to leave the guild, a big man came to block Hajime and his party's route and stood like a neo-statue. He had a huge body with around 100 kilograms of weight, in different ways than the pigman. His whole body was full of muscle, with a long sword hanging on his waist. His appearance was like an experienced soldier's.
Maybe because he saw that huge figure, the pigman once again let out a shout coupled with kiki sounds.
That's right, Laganid. Kill that shitty brat. He tried to kill me. Kill him slowly.
Young master, to kill him will be troublesome. Let's just half kill him.
Do it. I don't care, just do it. But don't hurt the girls. They're mine.
Roger, so please splurge on my reward.
I'll give you any number you want. Just do it already.
Apparently, the giant called Laganid was hired by the pigman as his bodyguard. He was talking to the pigman without looking away from Hajime. Then he floated a satisfied smile when he heard about the promised reward. He thought nothing of Yue and Shia, which was unusual. He didn't look at them and only grinned at the word reward.
Oh boy. Sorry, I'll half kill you for the sake of my money. What, it's not like I'll kill you. Well, about those little misses, just give up on them.
Having said that, Laganid prepared his fists. He didn't use the longsword because this was indeed a place where it shouldn't be used. A commotion appeared in the surroundings when they heard Laganid's name.
Oh, oi, by Laganid. You mean that black Laganid? Black Wind? Laganid? Just why did he become such a fellow's bodyguard? Isn't it for money? He is money lover Laganid, you know?
Hajime was able to guess the identity of the huge man in front of him from the surrounding whispers. Although his class was not known, he was a black-ranked adventurer, the third rank from above, so he was Gait the Big Wheel. Fighting spirit emitted from Laganid, Hajime thought it wouldn't be a problem to half-kill him because it was legitimate self-defense, and the moment he began to swing his fist, a voice came to restrain him from an unusual spot.
Hajime, wait.
What? What is it, Yue? Before she answered Hajime's Gestian, Yue, while dragging the nearby Shia, came between Hajime and Laganid. While Hajime and Laganid were dumbfounded by it, Yue replied as she looked ahead.
None. Let us take care of him. Huh? Yu-san, am I included?
Yue ignored Shia's Gestian. Having heard Yue's words before Hajime could reply, Laganid bursted into laughter.
Are you little Mrs. My Opponent? That's quite laughable. What? I'll forgive you if you become my opponent.
Shut up, Thrash.
Before Laganid could finish his indecent words, Yue cut his words and quickly used Windblade to attack and cut his cheek. A small sound was made. His blood came and dripped as is. It seemed to be a fairly deep cut. Laganid fell silent just as Yue commanded. Because Yue's magic was too fast, he completely couldn't react to it. In his mind, just when did she chant, "Where is the magic circle?" as he desperately tried to analyze her while letting out cold sweat. Hajime, who didn't know what Yue meant, was currently looking at Shia, who also didn't understand Yue's intention, and the talk continued.
We'll show them that we're not princesses that can only be protected.
Hey, I see. We are showing them we can make a painful retaliation.
Then, that's right. Because we finally came here, I'll use that.
Having said that, Yue looked at Laganid with a more severe gaze and pointed at him. Well, I understand what you are trying to say. Certainly, if the princesses that they got are in truth fierce beasts, that should wake them up. Fortunately, there are a lot of witnesses on. Isn't that good?
Fierce beasts is too cruel.
Hajime agreed with Yue's words and backed away with a wry smile. After Yue confirmed that Hajime had backed away, she sent an eye signal to Shia at her side. Having read the signal, Shia reached for Doryaken that was hung on her back. Then, as if not feeling the weight, she rotated it once in her hand.
Oye, just what can the miss from the Rabbit Man tribe do? Because there is my employer's regist. Will you just keep guiding?
Without looking away from Yue, Laganid said that to Shia. However, Shia ignored Laganid's words and advised him back.
The long sword on your waist. Shouldn't you dry it? Although I'm going to take it easy, won't it be dangerous to be bare-handed?
Ah, big words from Usagi-chan. Young master, sorry, but forgive me for 1 or 2 scratches.
Laganid didn't pay much attention to Shia and focused on Yu, while the pigman who was still nearby didn't give out any objections. Surely he must have judged it'd be difficult to subdue Yu without hurting her. However, Laganid should have noticed it. If he thought using common sense, he should feel the incompatibility of the cherished slave and the strength of the Rabbit Man tribe that held the Warhammer. He should have recognized the significance of them leaving him to her after he caught a glimpse of Hajime and Yue's ability himself. Without any more talk, Shia held Doryuken near her waist and immediately dashed out. Then she appeared in front of Laganid.
Yeah!
While letting out an adorable voice, she changed into an overpowering manner and swung the super-heavy sledgehammer, and it approached Laganid's chest, whose expression was dyed with astonishment. Immediately before getting a direct hit, Laganid was barely able to cross his arms to defend, but
Isn't it too heavy?
he couldn't do anything even though he had braced himself, so he jumped back to soften the impact, but her swing was too fast and made his action meaningless. As a result, along with that sound, Laganid was blown away and his back crashed into the guild's wall. Along with a roaring sound, Laganid vomited all the air in his lungs, and inside his shaking point of view, he could see Shia's appearance as she lost her interest. Apparently, she thought he would be able to resist some more. For a black-ranked adventurer like himself, to be easily beaten by a girl of the Rabbit Man tribe, and the fact that she even lost her interest, Laganid could do nothing but laugh at himself. He revealed a smile that looked like a frown because of pain and tried to use his hands to stand up, but because of a sharp pain he collapsed as is. When he looked at the source of the sharp pain, he could see his crushed arm. Fortunately, the one that was crushed was only his right hand, so he managed to stand up using the other arm while enduring the pain. Although his vision was still swaying, he somehow managed to firmly step on the floor. Even if it was meaningless, if he hadn't immediately jumped back, he probably wouldn't be able to stand up. However, it wasn't a good thing for him to stand up. Although Laganid managed to stand up partly because of his willpower, when he saw Yue's appearance, which looked at him with cold, ice-like eyes, while her right hand was thrust out, he could only grumble inside his mind.
Young master, I am sorry. It'll be too unprofitable.
Immediately, for the first time in Laganid's life, he gained a valuable and worst experience of dancing in the air.
having been embraced by the wind, dance and scatter like a flower and be smashed. Windflower.
It was Yue's original number 2, a compound magic using gravity magic and the bullet of windburst, a magic that shot a cannonball of wind. By freely manipulating several cannonballs of wind, the cannonballs would always surround and continue to fall to crucify their target using the gravitational field. Following that, it was an unsophisticated magic, where the target became a sandbag in the air, as is when they were launched at the same time. By the way, what happened was just like the chant described. When the dance with a one-sided lead was over, Leganib Gusha fell on the floor with an unpleasant sound and didn't even twitch. Actually, he already lost consciousness after several attacks, but although she knew that, Yue kept attacking him without mercy. She especially concentrated her aim at his crotch, and that made the surrounding men cover their crotches. Toward the brutal and severe attacks, Hajime in the back could only say "ow" with a shivering voice filled with pathos. The 2 consecutive spectacles were over. They were followed by a silence that wrapped the guild's interior. Not even one person tried to move. They could only stare at Hajime and his party. If one looked carefully, the people who seemed to be guild staff had tried to stop the fight, but after they arrived at the cafe, they were stunned when they tried to stretch their hands towards Hajime and his party. It seemed that spectacle even shocked them who had seen various kinds of adventurers. While everyone was stunned, slowly the silence was broken. Hajime Tsukatsuka began to walk. All gazes inside the guild focused on Hajime. Hajime's destination was the pigman.
Hi, stay away. Just who do you think I am? I am Pum Ming, your defying Baron Ming.
Apologize to all of that character's fans on Earth, you pig. A character from Earth floated in Hajime's mind when he heard the pigman's name. That's why he deeply frowned, and he grandly trampled the pigman's face that had fallen on his butt. He let out a pig-like scream as his face was sandwiched between the shoe sole and the floor. Then, Miss Himishi, his skull let out that sound that made him scream again out of fear. After that, because his voice was annoying, the more he screamed, the more the pressure increased. His face became uglier, his eyes and nose were hidden by his cheeks as flesh. Before long, maybe because he noticed that the pain increased as he screamed, he began to keep quiet. Well, there was also the possibility that he merely lost the strength to scream. Oi, piggy, don't you come into my sight again, regardless if you are involved directly or indirectly. There won't be a next time. Even though Pum was still being trampled by Hajime's shoe sole, he tried to nod desperately while trembling. Finally, he had lost the power to bluff. His heart was completely broken. However, Hajime was not that naive to let him go if it was only to this extent. To not let it become, you forget the heat once it passes your throat. Temporary fear was not enough, because killing him was not a choice. Instead, he was going to carve a fear that would be remembered forever. Because of that, he raised his foot a little, then Hajime transmuted the soul into spikes and mightily trampled again. The spikes pierced Pum's face and made numerous holes. In addition, one of his eyes were pierced and began to sprout a large amount of blood. Pum himself immediately fainted because of the pain. When Hajime moved his foot, what he saw was his original face was tragic in the first place, so there wasn't much change. For now, Pum's blood-stained face was released. Hajime, with a somehow refreshed expression, went toward Yue and Shia. Yue and Shia greeted Hajime with beautiful smiles. Following that, Hajime came to the side the guide, Rishi, who was dumbfounded while smiling. Well then, guide-san, please take us to the place.
Hi. Well, what can I say?
Maybe because she felt the fear from Hajime's smile, Rishi was flustered. Her expression was obviously saying she didn't want to be involved with them. At least that was because Hajime and his party were abnormals. Hajime, who had somehow guessed that, thought finding a new guide after such a commotion would be a hassle, so he wouldn't let Rishi go. Having realized Hajime's intent, Yue and Shia stood at Rishi's sides.
Heen! Was the miserable scream that Rishi let out?
And her saviors came, although it was too late. The guild staff came.
I am sorry, but please cooperate to be gestioned over there.
A male staff member informed Hajime, and 3 members of the staff were approaching to surround Hajime and his party. However, they seemed rather stiff. several others were going to see the condition of Poom and Leganid. Even if you ask me, that piggy was trying to snatch my companions. Then losing his temper, he tried to attack us when I refused him, so I only returned that back to him. That's all. There's nothing more to explain. That guide and the surrounding guys and merchants are the witnesses, especially those guys on the nearby tables that seem to have attentively listened to us, right? While Hajime said that, he glared at the surrounding men. His eyes were saying, "You know what will happen to your neck if you lie to them, right?" And that made the men nod intensely many times.
Although we know that, it is a problem that happened inside the guild, so we'll judge it fairly by hearing the complaints from both concerned parties. It is the rule that needs to be followed by adventurers.
Both concerned parties? Huh. Hajime took a glance towards Poom and Leganid. It seemed they wouldn't wake up anytime soon. Although the staff members had called healers, they would only likely awaken after 2-3 days. Until they wake up. Are you saying we'll wait for that? Aren't we the victims here? Should I just carry him outside of this city and kill him? Hajime gave a blaming look toward the guild staff. Toward the typical claimer-like words, the male staff said, "Please don't glare at us like that. It is our job, so we can't help it," with an expression that gave off a desperate feeling. Following that, when they heard the last line that Hajime whispered, they tried to stop him in a panic. Hajime, although reluctant, approached Poom and Leganid to wake them up with a sharp pain, only to be stopped by the staff and they argued. Then suddenly, a dignified voice came out.
What is it? Just what on earth happened here?
When you looked at the source, there was a slender, glasses-wearing man who let out an intellectual atmosphere looking at Hajime and his party with strict eyes.
Head of Secretary Dat, you arrived at the right time. What happened was…
The staff thought it was a fortunate event and called out toward the man called the head of Secretary Dat. When Dat finished hearing the story from the staff, he turned a sharp gaze toward Hajime and his party. Apparently, they still couldn't be freed. The head of Secretary Dat pushed his glasses up with his middle finger and talked to Hajime with a composed tone.
I've roughly heard the story. It looks like it isn't a lie that there are many witnesses. Although I think you're overdoing it, well, let's just say it's within a permissible range because they didn't die. For now, before they wake up and give their side of the story, I assume you'll be staying in Furin. So I want to verify your identities and your contact address. You won't object if it's just that, right?
What's implied was, I won't concede more than this, you know, so Hajime replied to the head of Secretary Dat while shrugging his shoulders. I don't care. If that pig still tries to complain, then it's me who wants to be called. I'll try a more polite method of persuasion at that time. Hajime didn't refuse him. Then he presented his status plate to the still amazed Dat. Our contact address. Well, we still haven't decided where to stay. You can just ask that guide. We are going to stay at the inn she recommends after all. Because Hajime turned his gaze towards her, Rishi twitched, then dropped her shoulders with a resigned look, because she'd still be their guide.
Fumu, that's okay. Blue, huh? Even though the guy that lies there is black? How about the status plates of the ones over there?
Even a little. Dot was surprised when he saw Hajime's status plate displaying the lowest rank of an adventurer, blue. However, because he heard it was the 2 women that defeated Leganid, he thought the girls were the stronger ones and asked Yue and Shia to submit their status plates. Well, Yue and Shia, these girls lost their status plates and we still didn't ask for a reissue. Look, isn't that expensive? Hajime casually said that lie, although there'd be no problem to let them see the pair's abnormal strength, if possible. He wanted to avoid the details being known.
But even if I can't clarify their identities, it'll be preserved in the record, so if you frequently cause trouble inside the guild, you'll be blacklisted regardless of who's the culprit and victim. If possible, can you pay the guild for a replacement?
From Dat's tone, it seemed it was necessary to verify their identities by all means. But if they got the status plates, then the 2's peculiar magic would surely be displayed in the skill column before they could conceal it. That, along with the magic from the Age of the Gods, that'd surely be displayed. It would definitely cause a ruckus. Although it's possible for Hajime and his party to just mow down everyone who tries to harm them during the ruckus, they wouldn't be able to stay here any longer. Hajime thought about a lot of troubles that would somehow come. Having read his thoughts, Yue talked to Hajime.
Nin. Hajime. Letter.
Ah, that letter, huh? Because of Yue's words, Hajime remembered that he had received a letter from Catherine of the Brook branch when they were about to leave Brooktown. She said to show it to the one who managed the guild when they got into trouble in the guild, because it could help them. A mysterious letter. If the letter was useless, according to the circumstances, Hajime considered to immediately leaving the city. Then he fished out the letter from his chest pocket and handed it to Dat. Because he only heard half of what Catherine had said, he didn't know the contents. That's why Hajime immediately regretted not checking the contents first. Although I don't know if it'll act as a substitute for our identification, I was told to hand this over to the one who manages the guild by an acquaintanced member of the guild staff when we got into trouble.
An acquaintance in guild staff? Let me see.
From the galley of Hajime and his party's clothes, they didn't seem to have any problems with money. That's why Dat felt doubtful about his attitude that refused to replace the status plate, but they passed him a letter instead. When he opened it, he garnestly read it and floated a fish-like expression. Following that, he turned to look at the face of Hajime and his party, and the letter many times while he repeatedly reading the letter's contents. From his figure that read the letter with wide-opened eyes, he was trying to determine if the letter was genuine. Before long, Dat folded the letter again and carefully put it again inside the letter's envelope. Then he turned his gaze towards Hajime and his party.
If the letter is real, it'll certainly serve as your identification. I cannot decide by myself if the sender is real. I'll confirm it with the branch head. So will you wait in another room? It won't take much time. I'll be back in 15 minutes.
Because Dat's response exceeded his expectations. Seriously, who on earth is Catherine? Hajime and his party were slightly taken aback. Well, I don't mind if it's that much. I understand. We'll wait.
Let the staff guide you. Well then, later.
Dat called the staff at the side and left a message to guide them to another room. Then he immediately disappeared into the guild, taking the letter with him. The designated staff asked Hajime and his party to relocate. Hajime and his party began to walk accordingly while being perplexed, but with a voice filled with anticipation rang out.
What should I do?
It was Rishi's. If you still have to talk with the guild, can you excuse me? Was what her eyes said. She obviously wanted to quickly separate from a seed of troubles like Hajime and his party. Hajime, with an expression as if it was natural, nodded and frankly replied, "Wait for us. Don't run away, Kay. Aren't you a pro?" Rishi dropped her shoulders and moved towards a seat inside the cafe. Her back said that although it was unpleasant work, she already accepted it, and the atmosphere of an upstanding member of society's pathos drifted in the air. After Hajime and his party were guided into the reception room, exactly after 10 minutes, a knock came from the door. Hajime only answered with a word, then the door was opened. What appeared were a sharp-eyed male in the latter half of his 30s, with blonde hair that was made into a swept-back hairstyle, and Dat from before.
Nice to meet you. I am Ilwa Chang, the head of the Adventurers Guild, F. Furin Branch, Hajime-kun, Yu-kun, and Shia-kun. Is it okay to call you that?
After a simple introduction, the branch head Ilwa confirmed the names of Hajime and his party and requested a handshake. Hajime returned the handshake while replying to him. "Hey, we don't mind our names. Is it from the letter?"
Just as you said. It was written in Sensei's letter she seems to favor, paid you a lot of attention. Your future is promising, but because you have a predisposition for trouble, if possible, she wants us to take care of you, is the letter's content.
Predisposition for trouble? Huh, trouble certainly continued to happen in Brook. Well, that's okay. So, essentially, will that serve as our identification, or are there other Guestians?
Sensei already wrote everything here, so there's no need to Guestian you further. She certainly has the eyes to discern people's characters. She even purposely wrote this letter, so I'll let this letter be your identification.
Apparently, Catherine's letter was really useful and let them meet the one who managed the guild. He seems to have close ties with Catherine, to have even called her sensei. Shia, who sat next to Hajime, had been especially helped by Catherine, so she was interested in the story and timidly talked to Ilwa.
Who is Catherine-san actually?
Didn't you hear from the person herself? She was the Guildmaster's head of secretary in the Guild's headquarters located in the Imperial capital. Afterwards, she became the one in charge of training everyone related to Guild management. Currently, of the 5 branch heads sent to each town, 60% are her pupils. I am also one of them, so I can't go against her. Because of her beauty and pleasant character, at the time she was a Madonna-like existence to us. In certain ways, she was also an adored big sister-like existence. Afterwards, she married and transferred to the Guild branch of Brooktown. She said she wanted to raise her children in the country. Her marriage announcement was like a bolt from the blue. It became stormy after that. If you ask where, the Guild in the Imperial capital, that is.
Huh, she really is an amazing person.
Catherine's amazing.
Although I had thought she wasn't an ordinary person, I never thought she was such a central figure. Rather, even though she was so popular, currently, no, it's better if I stop here. Hajime and his party came to admire her when they learned of Catherine's true colors. It seemed they had always imagined her as an important person. Moreover, Hajime was somewhat looking at the distance, remembering the cruelty of time. Well, that's that. If there are no more questions, is it okay for us to go? Originally, they came here only to verify their identity, so Hajime tried to confirm with Ilwa if it was over because staying any longer would be meaningless. However, Ilwa's eyes shone and said, "Can you wait for a little longer?" as he tried to stop Hajime and his party. It somehow gave them a bad premonition. Ilwa urged Dat that stood next to him, and an application form was presented in front of Hajime and his party.
Actually, I've expectations for your help. I want you to accept one re-guest.
I refuse. The moment Ilwa reguested something of them, Hajime tried to decline as he stood up from his seat. Although Yue and Shia also followed after him, they stopped their feet when Ilwa spoke his next lines.
Fumu, isn't it fine to at least hear the story for now? If you listen, I think I'll turn a blind eye to this affair.
What was implied was, if you won't hear me out, I'll make you go through the troublesome procedures for this affair, you know? Something like that. Using the testimonies from the surrounding people, even though Hajime and his party weren't guilty of what was done to Pumin Laganid, what they have done was excessive self-defense. So according to the regular procedures, the guild would judge them fairly by hearing both concerned parties, and this procedure would take some time. As a result, even if Hajime and his party weren't in the wrong, on the other hand, they would spend time like fools until the necessary procedures were finished and the decision came. Also, if they escaped from these procedures, they'd likely be blacklisted. In the future, that'd be troublesome because they wouldn't be able to use the town's guild facilities. Hajime stared at Ilwa for a while. Then he didn't say, "I'll accept the re-ghost, but I'll hear the story," because he thought it'd be okay to at least hear him out to avoid the trouble. Then he sat on the seat.
It looks like you'll listen to it. Thank you.
As expected of a big city's guild branch head, you've a good character.
Not as good as you, though. Well then, the contents of the re-guest is written here. To search for a missing person. A party of adventurers that accepted a re-guest to investigate the Northern Mountain Range area have not returned. So the family of one of the adventurers put up a missing person search re-guest. Something along those lines.
Ilwe's story, if summarized, went something like this. Recently, there were sightings of groups of demonic beasts in the Northern Mountain Range area, which is why the guild made the investigation re-guest. The Northern Mountain Range area is a mountain that, once crossed, would lead you to an uncivilized area. Although not as strong as the demonic beasts inside the Great Dungeons, there are strong demonic beasts that only high-ranked adventurers could handle. It's just that, besides the original members of the party that accepted the regist, there was another member that tried to forcefully accompany them. By some happenstance, he eventually became a temporary member of the party. This person was the third son of Count Kudeta, Will Kudeta. Count Kudeta always secretly made someone follow his son that had a tendency to rush out as an adventurer, just like a runaway. But because of this investigation we guessed, the contact with his employer was lost, as it was unusual he was perplexed and put up a search re-guest. Although the Count had already tried to use his family's power to form a search party, too many problems kept popping up, which is why he put up the search re-guest to the guild. Well, it was just put up yesterday. Because the missing party was considerably skilled, if they couldn't handle this, it'd just result in another disaster if accepted by regular adventurers. That's why the big guns should be the one to accept it. But unfortunately, such adventurers are all out on missions. Therefore, for you to come here with such timing, I want you to accept this request. From your statement, we don't have the required strength, so wouldn't that be useless? Unfortunately, I am a blue rank, you know. What Hajime implied was they wouldn't accept it because they didn't have the required strength.
Didn't you instant kill a black called Leganet? Also, for someone who easily searched around inside the Raisin Grand Canyon, do I need to say more?
How did? The letter. But I didn't say anything. No one had heard the story of Hajime and his party searching around the Raisin Grand Canyon. Therefore, unless it was from the letter, there was no way for Ilwa to know about that. But he was doubtful about how Catherine learned of this. While Hajime puzzled it over in his head, Shia timidly raised her hand. Hajime turned toward Shia with a suspicious look. What is it, Shia?
I inadvertently told her when we talked. Teehee.
I'll punish you later.
Yu-Yu-san said it too.
Shia, you traitor.
I'll punish both of you later. Apparently, the culprits were Yue and Shia. Hajime declared to punish them, and the two were passively drenched in cold sweat. Looking at their appearances with a wry smile, Ilwa continued his talk.
Although the probability of them being alive is low, it's not zero. Because the Count is my friend, I want you to begin as soon as possible. What do you think? There's no one but you here. Will you accept it?
Ilwa's attitude was as if he was begging him. The guild was simply responsible for the commission, but he included more emotion in this. For him to be a friend of the Count, it's possible he's acquainted with the missing will, so he personally felt anxious for his safety. Even if you say that, we already have a destination for our journey. We are only here because it's along the way. We won't go to the northern mountain range area. So, allow me to refuse. Hajime, even though it's a matter of the life and death for a noble's third son, unhesitantly refused him. However, maybe he foresaw that Ilwa immediately proposed a reward faster than Hajime could stand up from his seat.
I can increase the reward, you know. Although the reward listed in the application is in the form of cash, let me add more appeal to you. I'll promote your guild rank. If it's your abilities, then becoming black is okay.
Well, I don't care about money and rank. That's why...
Then in the future, when you have some trouble related to the guild, I can be your support. How is that? To have the guild head of Furin Branch's support, you'll have influence inside the guild you can brag about, you know? You and Trouble are pretty close after all. So, isn't it good as a reward?
That's a big treat for me. Aren't you putting in too much effort for a friend's son? Toward Hajime's words, Ilwa's expression crumbled. It became an expression full of regret.
Will accepted the re-guest after I recommended it. I was also the one who passed the talk about the investigation re-guest to the party. Even if you said there'd be an accident in the investigation, I thought there'd be no problem if he was with a party that had the required strength. I meant no harm. Will was not suited to be a noble, and he had yearned to be an adventurer for the longest time. But he didn't have the disposition. Therefore, if he were with strong adventurers, then he could go to dangerous places. I only wanted him to realize that it was impossible for him to be an adventurer. He was already attached to me at a young age. That's why, even though I wanted him to give up after this request...
While he heard Ilwa's monologue, Hajime thought about it slightly. It seemed there was a thicker relationship between Ilwa and Will than Hajime thought. Although he had said that with a clarifying face, internally, Ilwa must be clinging to the last straw of hope. Will's odds of survival would become closer to zero as time passed. Having proposed such unreasonable rewards showed that Ilwa was in a hurry. Hajime was also fed up with making excuses for Yua and Shia's identification every time they came near a town. That's why it'd be convenient to use this person's name in order to access a town's facilities from now on. Moreover, he had zero intention of catering to the Church of Saints or the Kingdom, and someday he might be labeled as a heretic. If that happens, it'd become extremely difficult for them to stay inside a town. That's why it was a nice thing to have a personal connection that could clear that hurdle. So, Hajime thought that if he wanted the support of a big city guild's branch head, in this case, they must tell him their circumstances and forbid him to speak of it, so they could use him in times of inconvenience. because he seemed extremely intimate with that Will person. If they brought him back alive, Ilwa couldn't be ungrateful to them. Although there's no need to think about it because you already said that much. I have conditions.
Conditions?
They are not something difficult. I want you to give status plates to Yue and Shia. After that, promise me you won't tell anyone about what's written there. Furthermore, even if it isn't related to the guild, I will use all of your connections for our convenience. These two.
That's too...
If you can't, then pretend we never talked about this. We are going. Because of Hajime, who tried to stand up from his seat, Ilwa and Dat displayed expressions filled with impatience and agony. Although the first condition was not a problem, his second condition essentially meant that he wanted the Furin Guild branch's head to be the limbs of a single adventurer. Because he had his own responsibilities, he couldn't immediately accept it.
Can I ask why you demand that?
There's no need to be that negative. They aren't unreasonable demands, you know? It's just that our existences are peculiar. That's why when marked by the church... No, from now on, I am sure we'll be marked. So at that time, I only want to use you to make it easier for us. It's also good if you just become our allies in times of trouble. For example, not refusing us to use the facilities when we become wanted.
Is it certain you'll become wanted people, Efumu? Personally, your secrets make me anxious. Although Catherine Sensei said you're not bad people, now that you mention it, Shia-kun over there has marvelous physical strength, and although I didn't see it from the report, Yu-kun has conjured a never-before-seen magic spell. Your secrets must be along those lines. Following that, you said that you'll sooner or later be marked by the church. You also didn't try to hide it, and it looks like you are already prepared for that. It'll surely be hard to move into towns when that happens. That's why, to make it easier for you...
As expected of a big city's guild branch head, he grickly thought inside his head. Ilba thought about it for a while. Then he matched his gaze to Hajime's, having decided what to do.
I absolutely can't support you when you ask for help for doing a crime because of ethics. So, I'll hear the details of your re-guest first. Only then I'll judge what to do. But I promise I'll at least be your ally. I can't concede more than this. What do you think?
Well, if it's like that, I'll accept it. Also, it's okay for the reward to be given after the re-guest is finished. I'll bring back the young master dead or alive. Is that okay? For Hajime, it was his first priority to obtain the status plates for Yua and Shia. It's unnatural for them to not have status plates because it's somehow always being re-guested to be shown. This was his first reason, and ultimately to make an excuse every time they came to a town was troublesome. The only problem was that the person who prepared the status plates at the beginning would make a commotion, so he wanted to avoid it, but Ilwa's existence solved this problem. However, even if he made a verbal promise as the condition, there are still doubts. Sooner or later, the peculiarity of Hajime and his party might come to light, so it was not preferable because he might change sides immediately. That's why Hajime said to give the status plates as a reward after the re-guest was completed. Whatever Will's shape was, Hajime would gain the answer from his afflicted heart, and he could calculate if Ilwa was good or not. Ilwa was also able to guess Hajime's intentions. With a bitter smile, he felt relieved, finding someone who could accept the search re-guest.
Truthfully, although your secrets make me anxious, I'll wait for you to finish the re-guest. Just as Hajime-kun said, no matter what shape he is in, I want you to find traces of Will and the other, Hajime-kun, Yue-kun, and Shia-kun. Please take care of it.
Lastly, Ilwa looked at Hajime and his party with earnest eyes, then bowed his head. A big city guild branch's head bowing his head to adventurers. It wasn't something usual. It was because he was Catherine's pupil that his goodness as a person oozed out. Having seen Ilwa's appearance, Hajime and his party stood up, and without any eagerness, they lightly answered him. Yes. Afterwards, they were given the down payment and a letter of introduction for the lakeside town at the foot of the mountain range area. They also received information about the investigation re-guest that was given to the adventurers, and finally Hajime and his party left the room. Batan! The door was closed with a slam. Ilwa stared at the door for a while, then Fu let out a big sigh. Inside the room, no one spoke a word, then Dat anxiously spoke to Ilwa.
Branch head, is that okay? Such rewards are...
Will's life hangs in their hands. I can't ask anyone besides them. So, it can't be helped. Furthermore, they already agreed that I can judge first whether to lend them my power or not. There'll be no problem. Also, their secrets.
What's displayed in the status plates will be an inconvenience, is it?
Boo-Moo.Coon. Did you know? Herelic Kingdom's hero party, it seems all of them have unexpected statuses, you know?
Dat opened his narrowed eyes wide because of Ilwa's sudden story.
Branch Head, the summoned ones, you mean one of them is God's apostle? But from their tone, it seems they are opposing the church. Isn't the heroes' party managed by the Church of Saints?
It's just as you said. But, around 4 months ago, it seems, one of them died inside the Orcus dungeon. He fell into the abyss along with the demonic beast.
Don't tell me that person's still alive? If you said 4 months ago, isn't the heroes' party still full of novices? Although I don't know what it's like at the bottom of Orcus. To survive that?
Dat couldn't believe it as he shook his head and denied Ilwa's guess. However, Ilwa, who somehow gave out an interested expression and once again glanced at the door from which Hajime and his party had left.
That is true, but if that's so, there must be a reason why he didn't rejoin with his companions and even went on a journey, right? Just what did he see in the bottom of the darkness? Just what did he obtain?
Just what that is, huh?
No matter what it is, surely it's something worth making him decide to oppose the church. To put it frankly, he's determined to even oppose the world.
The world?
For me, I want to make connections with such a peculiar man by all means. For example, even if they are chased by the church and the kingdom, right? Rather, Sensei might have guessed that. That's why she purposely gave them this letter.
Branch Head, please be sure to know when to get, okay?
Of course I will.
Towards the story on such a large scale, Dat became dizzy. Even so, as Ilwa's head of secretary, he didn't forget to advise him. However, Ilwa was deeply in thought when he heard Dat's advice, only replied in half absent-mindedness. In the middle of the vast plain was a highway stretching far to the north. Although it was called a highway, it was actually just ground without weeds since it had been treaded on so many times. Thus, it naturally became a road. Since there's no such thing as a suspension in carriages of this world, the carriage crew would surely have sore butts by the time they reached their destination. Suddenly, a shadow ran through the uneven road at an unbelievable speed. On its black body were 2 wheels advancing forward on the uneven road, carrying silhouettes of 3 people. They are Hajime, Yue, and Shaya. They moved on the highway at a speed incomparable to the time when they were at the bottom of the rising Grand Canyon. It might be more than 80 kilometers per h. Because there was nothing to obstruct his magic, the magic-driven 2-wheeler's original specs could be displayed. Their seating order was just as usual, Yue between Hajime's arms and Shia at his back. Shia's rabbit ears were pata-pata, fluttering in the wind. Warm sunlight poured down because of the good weather, and with Yue using her magic to adjust the wind pressure, it could be said it was good weather for touring. In fact, Yue and Shia were feeling the warm sunlight and comfortable wind with their entire bodies, closing their eyes because it felt pleasant.
How? It's nice! You saw. We should exchange places when we return?
That won't do. This is my spot.
Don't say that. Let us change our places. It's nice in the back.
Shia demanded to Yue that they exchange their seats with a slackened and stretched tone. With an unpleasant face, Hajime looked at Shia's relaxed face over his shoulder and answered in Yue's stead. You know, you can't sit in front, right? Also, you'll only obstruct me. Especially those rabbit ears. They'll hit my eyes when the wind blows.
That's Raiko.
It's not good. She's almost asleep.
Apparently, Shia was half asleep because of how comfortable it was. She laid her head on Hajime's shoulder with all of her weight. She was also half asleep when she was talking to Yue before. Well, with this pace, we only need 1 day. I'll go non-stop, so let's rest when it's time to rest. Just as Hajime had said, Hajime and his party were going to a town only 1 day away, the town closest to the northern mountain range area where Will's party undertook the investigation re-guessed. They had advanced as is without taking a break, so they would probably arrive at sunset and start searching after a night's stay in town. The reason they were in a hurry was, of course, the fact that as more time passed, Will's party's odds of survival decreased. But because Hajime was being proactive for another person's sake, Yue was glancing upward with doubt on her face. Hajime let out a wry smile when he saw Yue admirably incline her neck in between his arms.
Nin. Proactive?
Ah, it's better if he's alive. If it's like that, he will truly be grateful. After all, problems from the kingdom and church are waiting ahead of us. So, isn't it better to have more support? I don't want to take care of them one by one, after all. In fact, he didn't know what could possibly be done with Ilwa's support. If anything, the possibility of him being a type of useless support was bigger. But if it could be acquired with little work, then the work might not be regrettable. I have also heard that our destination, the lakeside town, has plenty of rivers. That's why the town's outskirts are the continent's #1 rice-producing area.
Nin? Rice farm?
Oh, in other words, it's the rice. Rice. It's the staple food of my hometown, Japan. I haven't eaten it even once since I came here. So, although I don't know if it is the same thing or not, I want to hurry to eat it.
I also want to eat it. The town's name?
Hajime looked far into the distance while remembering rice dishes. Looking at the Hajime with a content expression plastered across his face, Yue hadn't yet actually heard of the town's name and asked him. Ha! Hajime was startled. He even was a little embarrassed when he noticed Yue's gaze. He then replied with a somewhat loud voice to hide his embarrassment. It's the lakeside town called O.
Ha! There's no clue today, too, Shimizu-kun. Where on earth did you go?
With her shoulders dropping dejectedly, the person who was walking through Ul's main street was one of the summoned ones, the teacher, Hatayama Aiko. Her usual cheerfulness was gone. Currently, she was tortured with anxiety and worry, while a gloomy atmosphere hung around her. Somehow the main street's color and even the streetlights were dimmer than usual.
Aiko, don't be so disappointed. We still don't know anything. It's enough to just think he is safe. What can you do if you don't even believe?
That's right, Chan-sensei. Shimizu-kun's room didn't seem to be attacked. So isn't the probability of him going out on his own be higher? Please stop thinking of just bad things.
Because Aiko was low-spirited, the commander of Aiko's exclusive bodyguards, David, and her student, Yuka, called out to her. In her surroundings were the familiar knights and students. They were also severely worried about Aiko and tried to talk to her. One of the classmates, Shimizu Yukitoshi, had disappeared for a little over 2 weeks. Aiko and the others had tried to search for him, leaving no stone unturned. However, his whereabouts were still unknown. There had been no sightings in this town, so they had sent messengers to the other towns and villages in the vicinity. But in the end, their efforts were still in vain. Although at first they thought he was involved in an accident, Shimizu's room was clean. Shimizu himself was a dark magician, a class that possessed high aptitude toward dark magic. He also had high aptitude in other magic systems. That was why he couldn't be done in by the neighborhood thugs. A lot of them thought he left voluntarily. Moreover, Shimizu was an obedient indoor type who had low sociability. Even among the classmates, he didn't have an especially close friend. It was also surprising that he wanted to be Ai-chan's bodyguard. Because of that, other than Aiko, the students were sure of his safety. They were more concerned about Aiko, who became more low-spirited as the days passed. There was no need to say how worried her bodyguard knights were. Incidentally, they had reported it to the kingdom and church, and it seemed like a search party they had organized was coming. Shimizu was a summoned one with talent in magic, unlike the episode with Hajime in which the top management didn't even take an optimistic view. The search party would arrive in another 2 to 3 days. Because words of concern came one after another, Aiko mentally hid herself. Whether he was involved in an incident or voluntarily disappeared didn't matter. It didn't change the fact that it worried her. However, she must put it aside for now. Now her duty was to cheer up the other students at her side. That's why I am these children's teacher. Aiko took a deep breath and slapped her cheeks with her hands to recover her spirit.
Everyone, I am sorry for worrying you. It's just as you said. Nothing would be solved by brooding over it. Shimizu is an excellent magic user. He'll surely be okay. Now, Let us believe he is safe. Now, for today's dinner. Let's eat our fill and prepare for tomorrow.
Although they knew she was overdoing it, the students obediently replied to her with a shout, yes, as they cheered up. The knights were also pleased with her appearance. When that sound rang out, the door of the inn Aiko and the others were staying at opened. It was the #1 inn in Ulm. Its name was Water Fairy Inn. A long time ago, a pair of husband and wife fairies stayed in Aldea Lake, and that was the origin of its name. Aldea Lake was the lake boasted as the largest in the continent and located on the outskirts of Alltown. Its size was about 4 times that of Lake Biwa in Japan. The first floor of Water Fairy Inn was a restaurant. It served dishes that were also Ul's specialty products. The interior was calming. There were tables and bar counter that gave out a dignified atmosphere. Their ornaments were made with detail in mind, but did not stand out. Moreover, there was a modest chandelier on the ceiling, and flowers were arranged to add on to the calm atmosphere. It made one remember the words well-established, an inn where one could feel its history. In the beginning, Aiko and her students weren't able to calm down because the inn was too high class. It was impossible for Aiko and her student to stay at an ordinary inn because of their reputation, since people began to call them God's Apostles and Goddess of Good Harvest. After some persuasion from the knights, they agreed to stay at this place while they were in Ulm. In fact, they had spent time in one of the luxurious rooms of the royal palace, so Aiko and her students had gradually become accustomed to it. Now the inn had become a place where they could truly relax. For Aiko and the others who came back exhausted from farmland improvement and in search of Shimizu, this inn's dishes were their only daily enjoyment. All of them were seated in VIP seats in the innermost section of the inn, as they enjoyed today's dinner.
It's always delicious. I never thought I'd be able to eat curry in this other world. Well, it looks like stew, though. No, is it white curry? No, there's also the bowl of rice topped with tempura. Remember, even the sauce is superb, right? Won't Japan lose? Isn't it because Tamaikun only eats the pre-made ones? It's not good to compare it with Hokabeans. Well, I'll choose the fried rice-like things, so let's stop this.
The students' tension was raised every night because of the dishes closely resembled those from Earth. Although there were slight differences in appearance and taste, the concept itself closely resembled their counterparts on Earth. The abundance of ingredient was one of the reasons that increased the galatée of all town's dishes. Other than the rice, there were fishes from Aldea Lake, in addition to herbs and spices from the mountain range area. While Aiko and the others ate the delicious dishes happily, a splendidly mustachioed male of around 60 years of age approached them with a smile.
Everyone, what do you think of today's meal? If there is something you want to say, please tell us without any reserve.
Ah, owner-san.
The one who talked to Aiko and the others was the owner of the Water Fairy Inn, Foscello. He straightened his back, his eyes were gently narrowed, and gray hairs were mixed on his swept-back hair. He was a man who suited the calm atmosphere of the inn.
No, today is also delicious. It heals us every day.
When Aiko replied with smile, Foss gladly said, "Thanks for the compliment," and smiled. But in the next moment, his expression was clouded, as though he wanted to apologize. It was an expression unbecoming of Foss, who always smiled gently. Wondering what had happened, everyone stopped eating and focused on Foss.
Actually, although it's regrettable, I can only serve this much for the dishes that uses spices today.
Eh? You mean we can't eat Nilshasir, the version of curry in this other world?
Sonobe Yuka, who favored the curry, was shocked and tried to ask again.
Yes, I am sorry. Anyway, no matter how many ingredients were used, it would be enough if it were the usual. However, there's an unrest in the northern mountain range this month, so the number of people going to harvest the ingredients have sharply declined. Even a few days ago, a party of adventurers who came to investigate the situation had gone missing. Thus, even more people don't want to go there. It became a situation where this store doesn't know when the goods will arrive.
What do you mean by unrest?
Something like the sightings of groups of demonic beasts. It's a comparatively safe place as long as you don't go into the mountains of the northern mountain range. Although there seems to be strong demonic beasts inside the mountain, they never come near on purpose. However, there were sightings of groups of demonic beasts in the mountain where there shouldn't have been any.
That's truly worrisome.
Aiko frowned. The others were somewhat depressed and mutually looked at each other. Foss said with an apologetic expression, "It isn't the right topic to talk while eating, huh?" Then he continued to speak, with a bright tone to recover the atmosphere.
However, that disaster should be solved soon.
What do you mean?
Actually, today there were new customers who just arrived before the sunset. It seems they are going to the northern mountain range in order to search for the adventurers who had gone missing. They were appointed by the branch head of Furin Guild, so it looks like they are some serious big guns. They might be able to determine the cause of this disaster.
Although Aiko and her students were still seated, the bodyguard knights, commanded by David and currently eating with them, let out "who" with a half-admiration-filled and half-interested tone. Even among the guild's staff members, the head of Furin branch was considered first class. For someone to be appointed to accept a re-guest from that branch head meant that they were capable of clearing something only powerful people could accomplish. Their curiosity was aroused because they wanted to fight in the same battle as such people. Inside the knights' heads, they were listed the famous Gold Class adventurers. Aiko and her students were looking at the unusual chatter of David and the knights. Then they began to hear voices from the stair connected to second floor. They were the voices of a boy and two girls. It seemed like one of the girls was complaining to the boy.
It was Foss who reacted to those voices.
Oh yes, speak of the devils. It is them, Mr. Knights. If you want to talk to them, please do it now because they are going to leave tomorrow morning.
I see, I understand, but those are fairly young voices. Are there any gold class that young?
David and the knights had already memorized the famous Gold Class in their minds, but because there was no one with such young voices, some of them looked at each other with perplexed expressions. While they were in a state of confusion, the trio were approaching while talking. The seats where Aiko and the others sat were the innermost seats enclosed by walls on three sides. It was a place where they could look anywhere inside the restaurant. For now it was made into a private room with the use of the curtain. Needless to say, inside was the conspicuous Aiko's party, was Aiko, the one hailed as the goddess of good harvest, which made them even more conspicuous. It was why they often used the curtain whenever they ate their meals. Even today they closed the curtain so they wouldn't be seen. From the other side of the curtain, they could hear the conversation of a boy and two girls.
Mal, how many times I must say it until you understand? Please, stop leaving me alone and create a world with just the two of you in it. It makes me feel really, really lonely. Did you hear me, Hajime-san?
I heard you. Just stay in another room if you don't want to see it.
Nama, did you hear what he just said, Yue-san? Hajime-san just said something cold-hearted.
Hajime, bad.
Yes. Within their conversation, the name the girls said instantly rattled Aiko's heart. What did the girls just say? What was the boy called? This boy's voice, isn't it similar to that boy? Were the Gestian that immediately floated into Aiko's mind. She stiffened as though something had tied her down, so she could only stare at the curtain. The same thing happened to Sonobe Yuka and other students by her side. In their minds, thoughts of a certain boy who had disappeared into the abyss 4 months ago resurfaced. He was a boy who the classmates strongly believed to have died in this other world. A boy they wanted to forget. A boy who stood out for better or for worse. Because of the abnormal expression on Aiko's and her students' faces, Foss and the knights tried calling out to them with dumbfounded gazes, but no one reacted. The knights were wondering what on earth had happened as they looked at their faces. Then, Aiko blurted out a name.
Nagumo-kun?
Because of the word she unconsciously let out, her body, which had stiffened because of the unbelievable situation, had regained its freedom. Aiko immediately stood up, and her chair fell to the ground. She then pulled the curtain open, so hard it might tear. Because of the unexpected loud sound that came from when the curtain was pulled, boy and two girls trio were only able to look with stupefied expressions. Aiko shouted without confirming who the other person was. It was the name of her important student.
Nagumo-kun.
Sensei? In front of her, with his eye wide open in surprise, was an eye-patched, white-haired boy. He looked completely different from the Nagumo Hajime in her memory. Not only his appearance, his atmosphere was also completely different. Nagumo Hajime Aiko knew was a boy who always daydreaming, gentle, and gaiet. Actually, Aiko admitted that a wry smile fit him, but it was her secret. However, the boy in front of her eyes had sharp eyes clad with an unapproachable atmosphere. He was too different from her memory. If she passed by him inside the town, she was sure she wouldn't recognize the boy in front of her as Nagumo Hajime. But if she looked carefully, his voice and face were the same as the one inside her memory. Above all, it was how the boy in front of her called her. That's right, it was Sensei. Aiko was convinced. Although his look and atmosphere had greatly changed, the boy in front of her was certainly her own student, Nagumo Hajime.
Nagumo-kun. You're Nagumo-kun, right? You're alive. You really are alive.
No, you got the wrong person. Bye.
Heh?
To meet the student who was thought to be dead was a miracle. Being deeply moved, her tear glands loosened, and Aiko's eyes became teary. Where was he until now? What on earth happened? I am truly glad that you were safe. Were only some of the many things she wanted to say, but couldn't. Even so, the reply to her desperate words was a completely unexpected answer. She unconsciously let out a stupid voice, and Aiko's tears were also withdrawn. She could only blankly stare at Hajime, who had begun to suta walk towards the exit. Ha! She returned to her senses, and panicky ran after him while gripping onto his wrist.
Please wait a second. Aren't you Nagumo-kun? Didn't you just call Sensei? Just how is that the wrong person?
No, you heard it wrong. That was... Right, it was a dialect meaning small,
Even so, that's extremely rude. Rather, there is no way such dialect exists. Why are you trying to deceive me? That appearance too. Did something happen? What are you doing in this place? Why didn't you immediately come back to everyone? Nagumo-kun, please answer. Sensei won't let you deceive her.
Aiko's angry voice resounded inside the restaurant. Several people and guests looked at the rumored goddess of good harvest as she caught and shouted at a man. Suwa! Is he goddess's man? As they misunderstood, their eyes sparkled with curiosity. The students and the bodyguard knights also came out from the interior. The students who had seen Hajime's appearance had shocked expressions as they couldn't believe what was in front of them. Half of it was because he was alive, while the other half was because of the drastic change to his appearance and atmosphere. However, they didn't know what should they do, so they could only blankly look at Aiko and Hajime. In the town I came to, after accepting the re-guest from the guild's branch head, I got acquaintance by chance. I never thought there was a chance I would meet Aiko and my classmates again. Because it was such a sudden event, I inadvertently muttered, Sensei. I even thought, that can't be, as I tried to deceive myself. My life cards, after Aiko's angry barrage of questions, were to run away, continue with the mistaken person act, became a suspicious foreigner, and let's just kidnap Ai-chan were all the cards that came to my mind. I especially didn't know how the last one came up. Then, Hajime was saved by his reliable partner. Of course, it was not the regrettable Rabbit Ears character, but the vampire princess. Yue came in between Hajime and Aiko, then she forcibly shook off Aiko's hand, which was gripping Hajime's arm. On their side, the bodyguard knights were letting out slight bloodthirst.
Let go. Hajime is troubled.
What are you? Currently, Sensei have an important talk with Nagumo-kun?
Then, calm down a little.
Because the beautiful girl stared at her with cool eyes, Aiko slightly flinched. There wasn't much of a height difference between the two. Normally, it would be labeled as a fight between kids. However, Aiko was actually younger by age, and Yue wore a bewitching atmosphere despite her appearance. No matter who saw it, they looked like an adult, Yue, and an angry child, Aiko. Aiko was wary of Yue, so she quietly back away from Hajime with blushing cheeks because of her own words and the way she got mad at him. As she straightened her back to show her dignity as an adult, although it was too late, Aiko was just like a child doing a stretch.
I am sorry, I was distracted. Let's return from the beginning. You are Nagumo-kun, right?
This time, Aiko said it gaietly, but her voice was filled with conviction as she tried to ask Hajime and matched her glance with him. Having seen such Aiko, Hajime was convinced no matter how he tried to deceive her, she wouldn't change her conviction, and she would chase after him no matter where he go. Thus scratched his head and replied with a profound sigh, "Ah, long time no see, sensei."
As expected, you're Nagumo-kun after all. You're alive.
Aiko's eyes became teary again, but Hajime didn't think anything about it as he shrugged his shoulders. Something like that. After a lot happened, I'm somehow still alive.
I am glad. I truly am glad.
After he took a glance at Aiko, who was unable to say more than those words, Hajime went to the nearest table and sat down. Having seen him, Yue and Shia also sat. Shia was somewhat perplexed. Aiko and the others were astonished by Hajime's sudden action. Hajime had regained his composure and he ignored the surroundings, only to beckon towards Foss, who had watched how the situation progressed while he stood behind the students.
Hajime-san, is that okay? Aren't you acquaintances? Although it was just my guess, the other worlds...
That thing doesn't matter at all. I was just surprised when they suddenly appeared. Well, that's all. We are originally came for dinner, so let's order now. I have been truly expecting this. Don't you know? This curry. Ah, you didn't know it. The spicy dish was called nilshasir. I am happy just by imagining the taste.
Then I'll order that too. I want to know what taste Heijim like.
To casually appeal to him. Just as expected of Yue-san. Then, me too. Clerk-san, we want to order...
In the beginning, Shia was timidly sneaking glances at Aiko and the others, but changed her mind after Hajime said those words. Then Foss came by to take their order with a troubled smile. However, naturally, there was no time for them to wait. Aiko, who was dumbfounded again by how Hajime seated himself at a nearby table and began to order, returned her to her senses, and she approached Hajime's table. She said, "Sensei is angry," with a truly angered expression as she Pishi hit the table.
Nagumo-kun, our talk isn't over. Just how can you start to order as if it were the most natural thing in the world? In the first place, just who are these girls?
What Aiko had said represented the feelings of everyone around them. The knights who guessed Hajime was Aiko's student, who they heard had died 4 months ago, the students who waited behind Aiko, and everyone else were nodding, and they waited for Hajime's answer. Hajime frowned because of it would be an annoyance, because he thought he couldn't have a calm meal thanks to Aiko, who would keep waiting until he answers her questions even as they ate. He reluctantly turned his glance toward Aiko. I have come here in just a single day without stopping because of a re-guest. That's why I am hungry, so just let me eat my meal. Also, these are... Hajime turned his glance towards Yu and Shia, and these two, before Hajime could say it, began an impactful introduction towards Aiko and the others.
I am Shia.
I am Hajime's woman.
I am Hajime-san's woman.
Woman?
Aiko somewhat stammered, said, as she alternately looked between Hajime and the two beautiful girls. It seemed she couldn't process the information. The students behind her were also perplexed. Well, the male student's expression said, "That can't be," as they restlessly looked between Yu and Shia. Gradually their face reddened as they were charmed by their beauty. "Oi," setting Yue aside. "Shia, aren't you different?"
That! Hajime-san's so cruel. Even though you stole my first kiss.
No, just how long you want to drag that thing. That was lifts.
Nagumo-kun, what is it, sensei?
Because of the remark that he stole Shia's first kiss, it seemed her thought process had finally caught up. Then, Aiko's voice dropped an octave. Inside Aiko's head, it seemed she imagined the scene where Hajime was laughing loudly while being attended by the two beauties in each arm. Her expression said everything. Blushing, Eiko interrupted Hajime's words. Her face was filled with determination to return her misconducting student into the right path. Following that, a large thunder called Sensei's Anger fell into Oldtown's #1 and first class inn.
To steal a woman's first kiss, and even two timing. So, you didn't immediately return because you wanted to play around. If so, that's unforgivable. E-sensei will absolutely not forgive it. It's time for scolding. Just wait there, Nagumo-kun.
Hajime looked at Aiko with a skeptical gaze who yelled, "Kian, Kian," as he let out a deep, deep sigh, thinking it was going to be troublesome. Because of Aiko's roar, Hajime and his party were guided to a VIP seat, away from the eyes of the other guests. Then, Aiko, Sonobe Yuka, and other students bombarded him with questions. However, Hajime was focused on the nilshasir, Otherworld's version of curry, in front of his eyes. He answered them in a daze.
You fell from that bridge. What happened afterwards?
I did my best.
Why did your hair turn white?
The result of me doing my best.
What happened to your eye?
The result of me doing my ultra best.
Why didn't you immediately return?
No reason to do so. After hearing that much, Aiko yelled angrily with her cheeks puffed. Please answer us seriously. Indeed, her being unable to show any intensity in that action was a sad thing. As usual, Hajime looked like a willow when the wind blew. Without matching her gaze, he deliciously enjoyed the nilshasir, while sometimes listening to Yue and Shei's guarel. His face was full of satisfaction. Angered by his appearance was the commander of Aiko's bodyguards, David. He couldn't endure the woman he fell for being ignored. That's why he threw his fist onto the table and a loud sound rang out.
Oi, you! You're being asked by Aiko. Answer her seriously.
Hajime took a glance at David, then let out a sigh. Aren't we eating now? Behave yourself. His protest was completely ignored. However, David has great pride because, as a temple knight, he was entrusted as the commander of an important person's bodyguard, so he couldn't endure it and his face turned red. Following that, because Hajime wouldn't give him a clear answer, he changed his target as he turned to look at Shia.
Did you say behave? That word? I return it back at you. To have a dirty animal share the same table as humans, you're the one who has no manners. Won't you at least chop off those ugly ears? She will look more human like that.
Shia's body trembled as she was stared at with eyes full of disdain. In Brooktown, from her impression of the inn, having been close to Catherine, added to Hajime's existence, it was full of amiable people. Although there were lots of discriminating eyes in Furin, and even though they recognized her as a slave, no one made fun of her by directly saying that. In other words, since the beginning of her journey with Hajime, this was the first time she had directly received discriminating words as a demi-human. Although she wanted to think nothing of it, she was slightly surprised by the attack. Even after she had got accustomed to the outside world, she could still feel the damage. Shia looked down depressedly. If she looked carefully, she could see that it wasn't limited to just David. Chase and the other knights also looked at Shia with the same eyes. No matter how intimate they were with Aiko and her students, they were temple and imperial knights. They were men from the Church of Saints and the Kingdom, so their discrimination towards the demi-human race was strong. After all, the source of discrimination were the Church of Saints and the Kingdom. Even though David and the knights were influenced by Aiko and could think for themselves, they wouldn't have changed after only a few months because this sense of value was not so shallow-rooted. Because it was something unreasonable, Aiko instinctively tried to protest. But before that, Yue, who grasped the downcast Chia's hand, directed a glare as cold as absolute zero at David. A cold gaze that seemed to be able to freeze one's body came from the highest-class bisque, doll-like beautiful girl. David flinched for a moment, but became enraged when he saw that the pressure was coming from a girl with the appearance of a child. Usually, he wouldn't easily lose his temper, but the words he just spoke, and looking at his dear Aiko, he had lost it.
What's with those eyes? That's rude. Even though you aren't a god's apostle, you are trying to oppose a temple knight.
David spontaneously stood up, although the Vice Commander Chase tried to stop him. Faster than that, Yue's words clearly rang out in that uproar.
a small man.
Those were words of ridicule, words that ridiculed how small his vessel was, to shout just because of a difference in race, and lose his temper when glared at by a girl. David was already lost in anger, as a man being called small in front of Aiko drove him over the edge.
You pagan. I'll send you to hell along with that animal.
As he quietly muttered that without any expression, David reached for the sword by his side. Because the carnage appeared all too sudden, the students were flustered, while Aiko, Chase, and the knights were all trying to stop him. However, as though he didn't hear the surrounding voices, David finally slightly pulled the sword from its sheath. At the same time, a dry explosive sound echoed inside Water Fairy Inn. At the same time, David, who was about to pounce at any time, was hit in the head and got blown away. As it were, the back of David's head hit the wall behind him, hard, and a terrific sound resounded. His eyes turned white as he collapsed. The sword was released from David's hand and Gashan. It fell to the floor. Diakon. No one was able to comprehend what had happened just now, and were all stunned. Their gazes turned to David, who collapsed with the whites of his eyes showing. Then someone was curious as to what had happened to emit such a large and explosive sound. It was Foss, who pulled the curtain. Following that, he became wide-eyed as he was stunned by the disastrous scene in front of him. On the other side, Aiko and the others were finally able to regain their senses when Foss entered. Their gazes, which were then directed toward David, were naturally drawn to the source of the explosive sound. In that place was something Aiko and her students had knowledge of, but had never actually seen. It was something from the other world, something completely unknown to the knights. There was the figure of Hajime holding a gun while seated. White smoke came out of Donner. At least the bullet he shot was a non-lethal rubber bullet. Although they didn't know the details, the knights had guessed it was Hajime's attack. So they simultaneously put their hands on their swords while letting out killing intent. However, what immediately followed was by a violent killing intent incomparable to the knights. It was as though they were attacked by a hammer that fell from heaven, as the knights who began to stand were forced to sit back down into their seats. Although they weren't submerged in the killing intent, having felt the pressure Hajime emitted, Aiko and the others turned pale as they trembled. Hajime put Donner on the table and Goto. It made an unnatural noise. Its purpose was to threaten them. Following that, he clearly declared his standing and asked where Aiko and the others would choose to stand. I have no interest in you lot. I have never thought of wanting a relationship with you guys. Moreover, I won't say anything about what had happened to me or what I want to do. I am only here for work, so I'll resume my journey once it's over. That's where we say goodbye. Also, let's not intervene with each other. No matter what kind of selfish things you want to do, just don't obstruct me. Just like now, if you become hostile, I'll likely kill you. Understand? Was what Hajime's eyes asked, but no one said anything. Immediately, he turned his gaze towards Chase and the knights, who desperately endured the pressure, and all they could do was slightly nod. Next, Hajime turned his gaze towards Aiko and her students. Aiko didn't say anything. No, more like she couldn't. It was not only because of the pressuring feelings that gushed out, but also because of Hajime's words and how her student changed without her knowing. Those were not something Aiko's pride could allow. Hajime sighed as he shrugged his shoulders and canceled the pressure. Although there was no answer from Aiko, Hajime could somehow sympathize with her feelings, so he didn't force her for an answer. The other students were obviously frightened, so he guessed they wouldn't dare challenge him. With the tremendous feeling of oppression vanished, the knights collapsed and let out deep sighs. Aiko and her students were also exhausted and sat deeply on the chairs. As though nothing had happened, Hajime resumed his meal and talked to the depressed Shia. Oi, Shia, that's something normal outside. There is no need to take it seriously, okay?
Yes, that's right. Although I understand that. As expected, for humans these ears are disgusting.
With self-derision, Shia patted her ears with her hands and let out a bitter smile. To such a Shia, you whispered words to comfort her with honest eyes.
Shia's ears are lovely.
Yes, is that so?
Even so, Shia was still unconvinced about it, So this time Hajime followed up with a somewhat amazed expression because Yue often said bad to him. Hajime's attitude toward Shia had softened little by little, and he tried to comfort her with the utmost of his ability. You know, their education was practically brainwashing from the church and nobles of the kingdom, so it's just their feelings of aversion. Don't you know that the Rabbit Man tribe are the #1 most popular pet slaves? In other words, no one thinks of you as disgusting in general.
That's so. By the way, Hajime-san, what do you think about my ears?
Having guessed that those words were Hajime's own way of comforting her, Shia felt slightly happy. Then she asked him with an upward gaze with blushing cheeks, as if saying, I want to know, but at the same time don't want to. Her rabbit ears completely drooped, and sometimes they twitched towards Hajime. I don't think anything about them. Stealing a glance at the rabbit ears, Hajime returned his gaze towards his meal as he tried to deceive her, and replied snappishly. The rabbit ears drooped even more, as though they regretted asking. However, with the next line from Yue, they immediately regained their energy as they stood up. Hayupa!
They are Hajime's favorite. He cuddles them when Shia is sleeping.
You? Didn't you promise not to tell her that?
You like my rabbit ears?
With her cheeks dyed red, Shia tried to suppress her grin with both hands, and as if saying, why? Her rabbit ears above were moving, expressing her delight. The awkward and strained atmosphere of massacre that floated in the air until now had dissipated as if it were an illusion. The atmosphere had mysteriously turned pink-colored, so Aiko and her students, even the knights, were blinking in amazement. For a while they watched Hajime's love comedy interaction. Then one of the male students, Aiko and Noboru, muttered,
Huh? How strange. Although until just now Nagumo was truly scary, now it isn't killing intent that's gushing out.
You too, huh? Rather, those two, although they are dangerously cute, although they're totally in my strike zone. But to flirt in front of my eyes is torture for me. It's just as Nagumo said, those things don't matter at all. But having the skill to get along with girls from another world, I want to ask him how, Noboru. Akira, we are going to hell together, Atsushi.
With their eyes boiling with envy, they stared at the Hajime, who made them shudder until just now. It was the unison of 3 males from Ai-chan's bodyguards. The serious atmosphere was completely blown away. The female students began to regain their original demeanor, and they looked at the male students with terribly cold eyes. Chase, having realized the atmosphere had calmed down, started to heal David. At the same time, with his caution and hostility were subdued, he asked Hajime with a smile, apart from Hajime's circumstances, there was something he had to hear, by all means.
Is it okay to call you Nagumo-kun? About before my commander had been rude, no matter what. We are Aiko-san's bodyguards, after all, so we become oversensitive if it concerns Aiko-san. Somehow, I would like for you to forgive us.
Although Hajime wanted to interrupt him and say, how can oversensitivity turn into murder? But the word murder itself made him unable to say anything. That's why he just silently waved his hand to tell him to stop that. Because of this perfunctory attitude, Chase's eyebrows slightly twitched, but his poker face-like smile didn't crumble. Following that, with quick thinking because he couldn't just leave it at that, he cut to the case about Hajime's artifact-like thing in front of him.
I assume that's an artifact. Although I can't be sure with my limited knowledge, I can see that it's quite a powerful one. It's much faster than a bow. It also didn't need chanting or a magic circle. Just where on earth did you get it?
Although he was smiling, Chase's eyes weren't. Judging from his words, since there wasn't the presence of magic being used, he thought it had a bow-like, pure physical mechanism and could be mass-produced. If so, it'd be a great help for the sake of dominating against enemies before war breaks out. However, the knights weren't a match for Hajime, so he at least wanted to get information out of him. Hajime stole a glance at Chase. Following that, before he could say anything, he was interrupted by an excited voice. It was a male classmate, Tamai Atsushi.
That's right, Nagumo. Isn't that a gun? Just how did you get a hold of that?
Chase reacted to Tamai's shout.
Gun, Tamai? Do you know anything about that?
Eh? Ah, that's right, I know of it. It's a weapon from our world.
Chase's eyes shone because of Tamai's words, but afterwards, he stared at Hajime.
Boo. In other words, it isn't an artifact from this world. If that's so, it must be made by someone from a different world. And of course, the maker is...
It is me. Hajime easily answered that he made it. Chase, because he held the impression of Hajime as a secretive person, was surprised by how easily he admitted it.
You admit it so easily, Nagumo-kun. Do you know what it means to hold that weapon? That...
It could completely change the situation of the war in this world, right? That's if you can mass produce it. Mostly, you want me to return with you and teach you how to make it, or something like that? Naturally, I reject it all. Just give up. Hajime's words had left him completely helpless. Those words seemed to be prepared beforehand. But Chase didn't give up. That's how attractive the gun was.
But the soldiers with low levels can have high offense if it could be mass-produced. When that happens, we can make use of a lot of people in the upcoming war, and our chances of victory will also greatly increase. If you cooperate, doesn't it mean you also help your teacher and friends? If so...
No matter what you want to say, I won't cooperate. If you try to take it, then it means you're my enemy. At that time, be prepared to be annihilated, even before the war breaks out. Hajime's guided words sent a chill toward Chase's whole body, and he shut his mouth. Then, Aiko managed to intervene there.
Chase-san. Nagumo-kun has his own intentions. Please don't force my student. Nagumo-kun too, please stop saying such extreme things. Be more peaceful, Nagumo-kun. Are you seriously not coming back?
I don't want to return with you. Tomorrow morning, after I complete the reguest, I'll leave as is.
Why?
Aiko looked at Hajime with a pained expression. She wanted to know his reason, but Hajime rose from his seat before she could ask. Unbeknownst to them, Yue and Shia had also finished their meals. Although Aiko tried to stop him, Hajime ignored her and climbed the stairs to the second floor, accompanied by Yue and Shia. At the time, Aiko and the others were left behind. A subtle and indescribable atmosphere was in the air. They were glad the classmate they thought was dead was actually alive. But for the person himself, they seemed to have not even registered in his eyes. Moreover, he had become strong to the point that it was impossible to compare him to his past self. He was not the same as the one who was once called incompetent in contempt, as they looked at him from above. Moreover, about the contempt, they had pretended not to notice Hiyama and his friends bullying him. Followed by that friendly fire incident, they could only feel more indebted because of Hajime's ambiguous attitude. As a result, no one could proactively reach out to Hajime. Aiko herself was greatly shaken by her student's change and angered by the current development in her mind, so she was unable to stop Hajime. Chase, while he looked at the currently recovering David at the side, seemed to think of something. With their meals completely cooled, their appetites also disappeared. Without looking at the food in front of them, all of them began to deeply think about how Hajime survived after he left them. Just what on earth could completely change a person like that? What did Hajime think at that time when the friendly fire incident happened? What the current Hajime thought of them? Most likely he held a grudge against them. With those thoughts making revolutions in their minds, all of them became depressed, and the day was over. In the middle of the night, surrounded by the night, they were completely exhausted, both physically and mentally, thanks to the unexpected development. All of them fell asleep, but Aiko wasn't able to sleep even now. Aiko's room was a single room, so it was not a large one. A table set and bed with carved wooden feet, a small fireplace, and a leather sofa in front of it. In the winter, the flame would surely brighten the room, and the inn guests would be warmed just by seeing it.
Aiko was thinking about what happened earlier today. She watched the unlit fireplace while deeply entrusting her body to the sofa. The insides of Aiko's head was like an unarranged bookshelf, with all of that information in disorder. Even if she couldn't think about it, she wanted to think. And from then on, her head that ran round and around in circles didn't give out any constructive opinions at all. She recalled smiling when she found out her student was alive. Then she could only knit her eyebrows because of his unamicable attitude. She had seen a glimpse of Hajime's power through David's speech and conduct. She thought he wouldn't have been able to survive if he didn't change, and how much hardship Hajime must have experienced. At that point she could only let out a sigh because she couldn't help him at all. However, she recalled his interactions with the two girls. She thought he must have found companions he could trust, and she smiled again.
And suddenly, a voice rang out inside the room where there should be no one but her inside. Why do you keep changing your expression, Sensei?
Kuh.
Aiko turned around to the source of the voice while wide-eyed. There was Hajime, who stood at the entrance door with his arms folded. Aiko was so surprised that she became tongue-tied, but somehow managed to speak.
Nanagumo-kun? Why are you here? How?
Even if you ask how, I just came through the door. No more, no less.
But the lock.
My class is Transmutation Master, you know. Unlike the locks on Earth, I can open this kind of lock mechanism. Hajime lightly answered, which stunned Aiko for a while. Her heart loudly throbbed in surprise, and that somehow managed to calm her down. She frowned, then criticized him.
At such a time, moreover, it's rude to suddenly barge into a woman's room without even a knock. To purposely open the lock? Just what do you want?
For a moment, the word yobai came into Aiko's mind, but she immediately erased the thought. She slightly shook her head as she recalled the fact that the other person was her student. Hajime only warded off Aiko's scolding like a willow blown by the wind, and he told her the reason for this thoughtless visit. Well, I am sorry about that. I just didn't want anyone to know about this visit. I wanted to talk to Sensei, but before, there were the fellows from the church and the kingdom, so I couldn't do it. After all, the contents of this talk might have angered those guys.
A talk? Nagumo-kun, it was okay to talk to Sensei and the others.
By chance, she thought he wanted to return with them, and Aiko's eyes shined in expectation. If it was a consultation from her student, then it was as though the room was a teacher's office, but her expectations were immediately denied by Hajime. No, I don't want to return, you know? So stop looking at me with those eyes filled with expectation. What I want to talk about now is something I thought Sensei would be the most calm to listen to it. After this talk, I'll leave what you want to do to your own. Having said that, Hajime began to talk about the story of liberators and the mad gods he heard from Oscar. Hajime obviously had his own reasons for telling Aiko this story. According to the gods' intentions, the heroes, Koki and the others, were made to dance in their game, and the gods never intended to return them to their own world. To save the human race from the demon race, in other words, to win the upcoming war, is the result of the gods pulling the strings behind the stage in the first place. The heroes themselves were only interesting pieces they had gathered without any real reason. Rather, they only thought it was more appropriate to start a new game using the heroes. However, for Hajime, there was no reason to pointedly explain this to Kuki and the other students. He wasn't interested with what his classmates wanted to do, and it would also only be a hassle for him. Even if he told him that man who believed that justice always laid with the majority wouldn't believe him, because he was alone, between the words of a boy who had changed drastically and words that reguessed to save the majority. He didn't even need to think about who they would trust. Rather, because many people believe and worship Ehito-sama, he'd only be mocked and criticized. Because of that, Hajime didn't want to become related to Kauki in the least. However, by coincidence upon coincidence, it resulted in him meeting Aiko. Hajime himself knew Aiko's main principles always centered around her students. In other words, regardless of the circumstances of this other world, she would calmly make a decision for the sake of her students. Following that, judging from the attitudes of his classmates today and how they yearned for Japan, if it was Aiko, surely her words would be able to influence them. Those were Hajime's thoughts, although he didn't know how her influence would change their actions. With this information, if the movement of Kuki and the others became different from what the gods intended, they'd surely put much more attention towards Kuki and the others. Hajime already knew that his existence would stand out like a sore thumb when he journeyed to conquer the great dungeons. And there was the possibility of receiving interference from the gods. That's why, by indirectly passing the information using someone they trust, he could rearrange the actions of Kopi and the others. Thus, he could delay being noticed by the gods. His only objective was to draw attention away from himself. In addition, without relying on the gods, Hajime's aim was to search for different ways for them to return. Furthermore, just like the liberators, he wanted to show Kuki and the others how their original allies became manipulated enemies. It's his intention to plant the wedge of distrust towards those gods. In the first place, he was only able to think of this idea because of the coincidental meeting with Aiko, so Hajime never expected anything out of it. For Hajime, there was no grudge nor hatred towards his classmates. He was just indifferent towards them. If they could be used, then he'd use them, and he'd leave them alone if they didn't seem useful. That's why he didn't disclose this information only by chance. Having heard the truth of this world from Hajime, Aiko was dumbfounded. It was not known if she truly understood it. Processing this information, no matter what kind of ideas she got, it still took her more time. Well, that's all. That's what I came to know from the depths of the abyss. I'll leave what to do after knowing this to Sensei. It's okay to think of it as just nonsense, and it's also okay to move into action if you think it's the truth. Just do as you want to.
Nagumo-kun, don't tell me, to deal with those mad gods, you began your journey?
Ha! That can't be. I feel from the bottom of my heart that it doesn't matter what happens to this world. I am only searching for a method to return. That's why I went on a journey. The reason I'm telling you this is because it seems like it'd be convenient to do so. That's all. Aiko wore an indescribably subtle expression because he snorted at her Gestian. Although she was relieved he didn't rashly poke his head into danger, she couldn't help but frown as a teacher because of how easily he said he could cast the others away. But she herself also made her students her first priority in this world, so she couldn't say anything back. As a result, she tried to change the topic with a subtle expression.
Do you believe in that?
That's so. The great dungeons are the keys. It's okay if you search for it if they interest you. Once you exceed the 100th level of Orcus, you'll happily find the real great dungeon. First of all, by looking at your appearances today, you'll immediately die when you go there. It's out of the Gestion if you can't ignore pressure of that level. Aiko was reminded of the pressure that gushed out from Hajime at dinner time. Following that, she opened her eyes, filled with complex feelings of sympathy, admiration, and other various feelings when she thought again about the harsh conditions he must have lived through. For a while, their silence continued. The room was filled with silence. Hajime was certain the information was received after looking at Aiko's appearance, and because he had no more business, he immediately turned his heels and walked towards the door. Behind him, Aiko told him about a certain student she remembered when they talked about the Orcus dungeon.
Shirasaki-san still hasn't given up on you.
Hajime stopped walking because of the unexpected words from Aiko. Then, Aiko spoke softly, with Hajime's back in front of her.
Although everyone believed you were dead, she's the only one who didn't give up on you. Before she confirms it with her own eyes, she believes you are still alive. Even now, she's still fighting in the Orcus Great Dungeon. Even though Amanakawa-kun and the others are only going to the dungeon for training, her only purpose is to search for you.
Is Shirasaki okay? After a long silence, Hajime asked Aiko. Hajime, who took an indifferent attitude towards them, began to ask about another with words of concern. Aiko, who discovered that the original Hajime still existed, displayed a joyful expression.
Why? Yes. Although the Orcus Great Dungeon is a dangerous place, her ability has developed well, and she continues to conquer the dungeon. Sometimes letters come from her. Are you curious about her? Nagumo-kun and Shirasaki-san got along after all.
Aiko talked with a bright smile, but Hajime only expressionlessly looked back over his shoulder without denying or affirming anything. Although I didn't mean it like that, it's good if you tell her this when you exchange letters. What she should be cautious of is not the demonic beasts in the dungeon. It's her companions.
Eh? What do you know?
Sensei, I can already guess the situation from the attitude of Tamai and the others today. The cause of me falling in battle against the behemoth. You think it was just an accident, right?
Yes. Some magic went out of control and resulted in accidental friendly fire. Nagumo-kun still holds a grudge against everyone after all.
I don't think of anything like that. The thing I want to say is this. Friendly fire? That's wrong. That was a magic bullet clearly specifically cast with me as target.
Eh? Specifically cast? Targeted, you say?
Aiko's expression said she couldn't understand what he meant. But Hajime left words that mercilessly pushed Aiko's worry further. It means a classmate was trying to kill me.
K.
Aiko was stunned, and her face paled. I only know that the culprit is someone related to Shirasaki. It's someone who's able to kill another person out of envy. Because she is still okay, it's good to advise Shirasaki to be careful of an attack from behind. After leaving this message, Hajime went out of the room.
Shin, there was an illusion of cold wind blowing inside the room, and Aiko embraced her own body with both arms. There was a possibility that one of her precious students tried to kill a companion. Furthermore, they used a cowardly method by aiming at his back when he was at the brink of death. For Aiko, who treasured her students, it was something she couldn't accept easily. But she couldn't deny Hajime's words without any evidence. Her mind that wanted to believe her students clashed with each other. With her worries deepening, Aiko's sleepless night increased.
Daybreak. With the waning moonlight, the eastern sky began to lit up. Hajime, Yue, and Shia, these three people completed their travel preparations, and soon they would leave the water ferry inn. In their hands were packaged rice balls that could be eaten as they move. Even though it was still early in the morning, no one wore unpleasant faces as Foss prepared their breakfast. It was just as expected of a high-class inn. Its management was admired even by Hajime and his party, as they thanked him without reserve once they received the breakfast. Within the morning mist, Hajime and his party faced towards UT's northern gate. There was a highway that stretched from this place to the northern mountain range area. It would take at least a full day by horse, but they would arrive in 3 to 4 hours, using the magic-driven two-wheeler. It was the 5th day since they had lost contact with Will Kudeta and his party, who had gone to investigate northern mountain range area. Survival was hopeless. Hajime also thought Will and his party's odds of survival were low, but there was still a chance. Ilwa's image of Hajime would climb to a pinnacle if he brought him back alive, which was why he began searching as soon as possible. Fortunately, the weather was good. An ideal day to search for someone. With sounds of activity beginning to resound inside the buildings, they advanced towards the northern gate and could finally see the gate. He narrowed his eyes because he could sense signs of people near the northern gate. They didn't move or anything, but only hung around the gate. What he saw through the morning mist were Aiko and the 6 students. Although I can guess what you want, let me hear it anyway. What are you doing? Hajime and his party looked at Aiko and the students with half-opened eyes. For a moment, Aiko twitched from the pressure in the atmosphere, but she still faced Hajime with a firm attitude. After having a discussion, the students, Sonobe Yuka, Sugawara Taiko, Miyazaki Nana, Tamaya Atsushi, Aikawa Noboru, and Kawahara Akira drew near Aiko.
We are also going. You're searching for missing people, right? It's better to have more people.
No, I am okay with you going, but I refuse to go together.
Why?
Simply because our pace is different. I don't want to match your slow speed. If one were to look closely, they would notice that there were several horses ready behind Aiko and the others. For a moment they thought, was it because he cannot ride horses? As they doubted Hajime. Since it was trivial, he just let it go through their heads. No matter whether he could ride it or not, its speed couldn't compare to the magic-driven two-wheeler after all. However, the virtual leader of Ai-chan's royal guard who loved her, Sonobe Yuka, snapped at Hajime's objection. Apparently, she had forgotten her debt and intimidation from Hajime yesterday because of the strength of her love towards Ai-chan.
Wait, how could you say that? Even if Nagumo doesn't think well of us, there's no need to involve Ai-chan sensei.
Because of the incredibly irrelevant objection, Hajime let out, "Ha?" with an amazed expression. Hajime thought it'd be a hassle to explain, so he silently took out the magic-driven two-wheeler from treasure box. Suddenly, a big bike appeared from the void. Aiko and the students could only let out stupefied looks. Do you understand now? Yesterday, I said that I absolutely don't care about whatever you guys want to do. That's why there's no need to snarl at me. It's just like I said before, our speed is different. The magic-driven two-wheeler's profound form, and maybe because it was an existence that didn't belong in this different world, made Eiko and the onlooking students speechless. There, the bike lover in the class, Eikawa asked Hajime while somewhat excited.
D, did Nagumo make this just like the gun from yesterday?
Something like that. We are going now, so move aside. Hajime answered him perfunctorily as he was about to embark, but Aiko kept standing still. Aiko wanted to tag along with Hajime and his party no matter what it took. She had two reasons. One was to search for the truth about what Hajime said last night. Aiko couldn't just overlook the words, "A classmate was trying to kill him," so she wanted to find out if it was the truth or just Hajime's misunderstanding. If it was the truth, she wanted to know what Hajime was going to do. She wanted to hear more details from Hajime, for the sake of avoiding any accidents that might happen in the future. Once the search ended, she didn't know when she'd be able to meet Hajime and his party again, so she mustn't miss this chance. The other reason was because Shimizu Yukitoshi was currently still missing. Although they had tried to find any scrap of information without leaving even a stone unturned, there were no sightings of him in any of the nearby towns and villages. However, because there was no one living in the northern mountain range area in the first place, she remembered there was no information gathered there. Even if it was on his own accord or by accident, she naturally never thought he'd enter the northern mountain range area. But with the thought he'd left on his own, she thought of searching for Shimizu's trail while Hajime and his party looked for the missing people. By the way, it was partly a coincidence that Sonobe and the other students were here. Aiko had wanted to go to the gate earlier than Hajime in order to ambush him, so she tried to leave the inn before dawn, only to be seen by Sonobe Yuka, who was going to the toilet. Authority was kaied. Because Aiko equipped herself with traveling gear and tried to leave at such an unreasonable time, Sonobe Yuka of Ai-chan's bodyguards guestined her without letting her tell a lie. As the result, because they couldn't just leave Ai-chan to the changed Hajime, Sonobe woke up all of the students and tried to join the search mission. It should be noted that they had left a letter to the knights, telling them to watch the house, since it seemed like they would only strike up more trouble if they went with Hajime and his party. Though it wasn't known how they'd react, Aiko drew near Hajime and whispered her decision to him. Hajime moved his face close to Aiko's because he didn't want the contents and only the contents to be heard by others. But when he looked carefully, he noticed she used thick makeup to conceal dark shadows. Surely she was hardly able to sleep having heard Hajime's story.
Nagumo-kun, because sensei is a teacher, it's necessary to hear the details from Nagumo-kun. That's why I won't let you go until you tell me everything. I'll chase you if you try to run away. For Nagumo-kun, won't that be troublesome? I don't care if you tell me while we are traveling or when we are searching, so will you spare some time? If you do that, then it'll be as Nagumo-kun said, it'll be goodbye after this town.
Hajime could see the light of determination in Aiko's eyes, and he slightly regretted his last words from last night resulted in this failure. He understood Aiko's ability to take action, although she's often idle. If he tried to deceive her or run away, she'd likely use the guard knights to search for him. He averted his gaze from Aiko and looked up at the sky, which was becoming more and more bright. Without throwing away the possibility of Will's survival, he regretted time had passed while they argued. Hajime let out a deep sigh. He admitted that he'd just reaped what he'd sown and faced Aiko again. Okay. I'll let you go with us. Even though I say that, I don't have time to speak with you.
I don't care. I only want to hear it from Nagumo-kun's mouth.
Ha! Geez, Sensei won't give up at all. Whatever and wherever, always a teacher, huh?
Of course.
Aiko, Mund, stuck out her chest with a joyful look when Hajime gave up. Because it seemed the negotiations had gone well, the students showed relieved looks.
Hajime, are you gonna bring them?
This person is a teacher, even here. She will not compromise anything regarding her students. If I just leave her, it'll absolutely become troublesome in the future.
Oh, She is a good teacher who thinks of her students.
Because Hajime had given up, Yue and Shio were surprised and asked him. Following that, having heard Hajime's words accompanied with a bitter smile, the eyes with which they looked at Aiko had changed slightly. They were filled with some respect. Even Hajime thought Aiko's attitude as their teacher, which couldn't be shaken at all, was not a bad thing. For example, she didn't find any value in categorizing the classmates and students, so he thought of her as an adult who should be respected.
But this bike can only hold 3 people, right? What should we do?
What Sonobe pointed out was the truth. It was out of the Gestian in regards to time to match the horse's speed, and it was impossible to leave Yue or Shia behind to bring Aiko instead. Reluctantly, Hajime put the magic-driven two-wheeler into treasure box and pulled out the magic-driven four-wheeler in its stead. Pimpon Hajime made it vanish, and at the same time a big object appeared, probably because they knew he'd used an artifact. Aiko and the students were not surprised at all. Having seen the current Hajime, who on Earth could imagine he was once called incompetent, Sonobe and the students received the message, "Those who are unable to get on will be in the carrier," looked at Hajime, who quickly got on the driver's seat with complicated expressions. They moved forward on the road, expanding straight into the northern mountain range area, using the Hummer-like magic-driven four-wheeler. Even though the highway was a bad road, thanks to the suspension and ground transmutation feature it shared with the two-wheeler, most of the impact was nulled. Naturally, the male students aboard the hard metal luggage carrier attached to the back didn't seem to be in discomfort. By the way, although there was the treasure box, the reason he specifically installed the carrier was because it was a set with the Gatling that'd be used while driving. It was his aspiration, a small commitment from Hajime. For the seating inside the vehicle, Hajime naturally sat in the driver's seat, while Aiko sat at his side and Yue was next to her. Aiko sat beside Hajime for the sake of hearing his story. Although Aiko seemed to not have told it to the other students, she wanted to hear about it sooner. Originally, the seat next to Hajime belonged to Yue, but Yue already knew the contents of the story Hajime would tell, so reluctantly, she gave her seat to Aiko. But Aiko and Ye were small, so there was still a considerable amount of space in the seat. In contrast, Shia, who was seated in the back seat, looked slightly cramped. Shia aside, Sonobe and Sugawara had voluptuous bodies, so they took up a lot of space. The slender Miyazaki looked so uncomfortable. But the one who felt the most uncomfortable was Shia. She had been placed between Sonobe and Sugawara for a while now, and they interrogated her about her relationship with Hajime. Love between different races in another world was something female high schoolers wouldn't miss hearing. They were so curious that they repeatedly asked Shia, and the flustered Shia tried her best to answer their Gestians. On the other side, Hajime and Aiko's conversation also reached its climax. Having heard the situation in detail about that time from Hajime, while she knew the possibility of magic being fired intentionally was high, Aiko was still unable to believe it and was troubled by it. When he heard her, Hajime only snorted as his reply. For now, he already guessed it was someone like Kyama, and although Hajime's guess was closest to the right answer, he only said this was one of the possibilities. After all, Aiko wouldn't be able to arrive at such a conclusion, and even if the culprit could be specified, how could she restore the mind of someone who attempted murder? How could one compensate for that? She was troubled with those thoughts on her mind. She groaned because she was troubled by this, but due to the soft seat and vibrating vehicle inviting her to sleep, Aiko started off on her journey to the world of dreams before she was aware of it. Zuru. Her body slipped until she fell onto Hajime's lap. Normally, he'd send her flying because it's a hindrance, but because he felt it awkward to act rude toward Aiko, he hesitated over what to do. Then he decided to leave her as is. After all, Hajime's information was the main cause of Aiko's sleep deprivation, so if it's just this, he felt that it couldn't be helped, as he displayed unusual generosity.
Hajime is gentle to Aiko.
Well, it is someone I'm indebted to, so something like this is okay. Even though Aiko was still lap-pillowed, Hajime and Yue were able to enter a world of their own. In the back seat, the female high schoolers watched them while going kyakya, followed by a sulking rabbit-eared girl. From now on, they were entering a dangerous zone where unknown accidents might occur, but no one thought about it as they made such a noise. The northern mountain range area. Several mountains extended with altitudes ranging from 1,000 to 8,000 meters. Plants and trees were somehow able to grow there. It was a mysterious place with a scattered environment. The color would make one remember the mountains of Japan in autumn, and the other area was filled with trees with fresh green leaves, just like in midsummer, but there were also places with withered trees in contrast. Moreover, even if one could see past the mountain range, another mountain range stretched out beyond it. There were more and more of them to the north. Currently, 4 such mountain ranges were confirmed, and beyond that was a completely unknown area. As to how far it went, a certain adventurer aimed to cross the 5th mountain range. However, demonic beasts got stronger and stronger with every passing mountain range, and in the end there was no sign of success. Incidentally, the highest mountain was the God Mountain. Currently, the place Hajime and the others had first arrived in when they came into this world was 1,600 kilometers east of the God Mountain. The vivid colors of red and yellow of the fresh leaves on the trees made them easy on the eyes. If a knowledgeable person were to look carefully, he would find spices and edible plants in the area. They were what enriched Ui Town, a truly bountiful mountain. Hajime and the others stopped the four-wheeler at the foot of the mountain and were charmed by the artistic display of nature's magnificent colors for a while. One of the girls let out a ho. Some time ago, Aiko was apologizing while blushing after making the blunder of sleeping in a student's lap. But having seen the fresh scenery, she succeeded in placing the black history into the far recesses of her mind. Hajime also wanted to slowly appreciate this, so he put the four-wheeler back into the treasure box and pulled out certain things in its stead. Those were imitation models of birds which spanned 30 centimeters each and a ring with a small crystal embedded on it. Each of the models had a gray crystal buried in a part of their heads. Hajime put on the ring, took out 4 identical models, and slowly threw them into the air. With that, one would assume they'd fall due to gravity. However, these fake birds were floating in place. Aiko and the students let out an "ah." The 4 mechanical birds began to turn around on their spots and flew towards the mountain.
Those are...
Having seen the model birds flying away without any sound, Aiko represented the other students and inquired something of him. Unmanned reconnaissance planes. And just like the vehicles and gun, they were items that were out of place in this different world. The imitation model of birds, called unmanned reconnaissance planes, were something Hajime made in reference to the remotely operated golem knights from Reisen's Great Dungeon. They were also produced using the materials he got there. Using creation magic, he granted minerals gravity magic because he didn't have the aptitude for using the magic himself, and they became minerals capable of neutralizing gravity as they floated, and thus gravity stones were created. Furthermore, the induction stones which used to control the golem knights were used. In addition, farsight crystals were also installed in each part of their heads. The mineral used in the eyes of golem knights were farsight stones. Similar to induction stones, it was a mineral capable of reflecting scenes witnessed by other fragments of the crystal, regardless of distance, so long as the same type of magical power was supplied to them. It seemed this was what Milady used to determine the detailed position of Hajime and his party. Hajime installed the farsight crystal inside his magic eye, and he became capable of seeing scenery the unmanned reconnaissance planes could see. In the first place, there's a limit to the processing performance of a human's brain. Using 4 simultaneously was the limit, allowing them to move around in the sky. It's a complete mystery as to how Milady was able to operate 50 golems at once. Tentatively, his brain's processing performance had been boosted when he awakened the light speed. If he only had to control one plane, he could do precise movements. Moreover, when he uses light speed, he could make 7 planes do precise movements within a certain time limit. This time, he took out the unmanned reconnaissance planes because being able to search from the air is useful, since the scope of search was too vast. Having watched the unmanned reconnaissance planes fly far away, Aiko and the students tried to stop being surprised by Hajime's actions. However, it was a vow that might never be fulfilled. Hajime and the others advanced into the mountain using the same path used by the adventurers. The sighting information of demonic beasts were just slightly beyond the other side of mountain path. It's in the vicinity of the 6th and 7th mountain. Because of that, Will's party of adventurers should be investigating around those parts. Having thought of this, they quickly advanced through the mountain path at a high pace after Hajime released the unmanned reconnaissance planes in that area. Hajime and the others reached the 6th mountain in almost an hour and stopped. The reason was because it was necessary to search for any traces around the area.
Ha ha ha. Is it a break? Koho ha ha.
Z? Are you okay? Ai-chan sensei, Z.
Ippo, is it okay to rest now? Ha ha ha. It's okay, right? I'll take a break now, okay? Hugh. Ka! Nagumo-kun and his party are monsters.
Aiko and her students had less physical strength than what he had expected, so it was necessary to take a break. Naturally, Aiko and her students' statuses were originally several times higher than the average people of this world, so they didn't get exhausted until they climbed the 6th mountain. It's just that the movement speed of Hajime and his party was just too fast. That's why they climbed the mountain using all their might, and when they noticed it, their physical strength was exhausted and their legs became wobbly. Aiko and her students desperately gasped for breath on all fours, and Hajime glanced at them with a somewhat troubled look. In any case, he had decided it was necessary to search the surroundings, as they went to the nearby river to let them rest. He was able to determine the location because of the information from the unmanned reconnaissance planes. After stating the location to Aiko and her students, who were still breathing roughly, he and his party advanced towards the river. The probability of Will's party having rested there was also high. With Yue and Shia in the lead, they strayed from the mountain path and onto the mountain. Rustle, the sound of fallen leaves was enjoyable as they continued to walk between the trees, and before long they could hear the sound of a river. It was a sound pleasing to the ears. Shia's ears swayed happily. Finally, Hajime and his party reached the river. It was at a bigger scale compared to a small river. Shia, who held the highest search ability, observed the surroundings while Hajime once again used the unmanned reconnaissance planes to search for any presences, and there was no sign of demonic beasts nearby. They relaxed for now. Hajime and the others were sitting on the rock in the riverbank. Then they talked about their search plans. Yue took off her shoes and put her feet into the river after saying just a little. It was her selfishness to enjoy the moment. Hajime overlooked it because Aiko and her students still hadn't caught up to them. He's a man who spoiled Yue. Shia also took this chance. Having thought of a possibility, they moved upstream along the riverbank. Hajime moved the unmanned reconnaissance planes upstream, while he looked at Yue, Pasha, playing with the river water with her bare feet. Although Shia was also barefooted, she only put them in the water. The feeling of the river flowing seemed to tickle her. Aiko and her students, who finally regained their breaths, arrived. They stayed in place as they stared at Hajime and his party. However, the 3 male students shouted, "Is this heaven?" with sparkling eyes as they saw the barefooted Yu and Shia, while the female students returned to look at them with cold eyes. It made the male students shudder. When they noticed the gazes from Tamai and the others, Yu and Shia got out of the river. Aiko and her students were diligently replenishing their moisture in the riverbank. Because of the displeasing gazes from Tamai and the male students a while ago, Yue and Shia returned slight glares, and the male students trembled as they averted their gazes. Having seen such a spectacle, Aiko and the female students looked at Hajime with warm eyes, especially Sonobe and the female students. Since they had heard various things from Shia, they wore very annoying expressions.
Fufu, Nagumo-kun truly treasures Ye-san and Shia-san.
Aiko said such things while smiling. Hajime wanted to say something but stopped and just shrugged his shoulders when he saw the depressed Sonobe and the other male students. Yue was the one who took action in his stead. As if it were the most natural thing in the world, she suddenly sat on Hajime's lap.
N.
She was so pleased that she entrusted all of her weight to Hajime. It could also be called her proof of trust. Seeing that, Shia, who looked lonely, embraced Hajime from behind. Aiko's cheeks immediately blushed because a pink-colored space was generated. Sonobe and the female students were shouting "Kia! Kia!" in excitement. Tamai and the male students ground their teeth. Hejime, being Hejime, without shaking the two off, just averted his gaze. He seemed to be slightly embarrassed. However, Hajime's expression suddenly sharpened in the next moment. That is,
Did you find something?
having heard Hajime's muttering while he was looking far into the distance, Yue asked him. Because of his appearance, Aiko and the others blinked their eyes, wondering what happened. On the rivers upstream, is that a shield? Also, there are bags. It looks like they're still new. It might be a hit. Yeah, Shia, let's go.
None. Yes!
Hajime and his party harmoniously stood up and began to prepare for departure. Aiko and the students actually still wanted to rest, and although they knew they were overdoing it, they couldn't just stand still once they saw that Hajime had found some clues. They laboriously raised their still exhausted waists and once again desperately tried to follow Hajime and his party, who were advancing upstream with blistering speed. At the location Hajime and his party arrived at, just as he confirmed with the unmanned reconnaissance planes, small round shields made of metal and bags were scattered around. However, there were dents on the round shields, and the bags were torn up in the middle with their strings pulled out. Hajime and his party carefully examined their surroundings. Then they found some nearby trees with their barks peeled off of them. They were roughly at the 2 meters of height. It was apparent that the bark was in such state because something had scratched it off, and at that height, it clearly wasn't the work of humans. Hajime instructed Shia to use her search ability to the fullest, while also using his own perception skill as they approached the barkless trees. Advancing ahead, they found signs of combat, one after another. There were trees and branches that were broken in half. There were also plants that had been trampled, and furthermore, there were fragments of blades and blood scattered around. Every time they found such traces, the expressions on Aiko and the students' faces stiffened. For a while, they chased after the signs of combat, and Shia suddenly found something shining.
Hajime-san, isn't this a pendant?
It's probably something they left behind. Let me confirm it. After he washed off the dirt from the pendant he had received from Shia, he noticed it was not just a pendant but also a locket. He removed the clasp and saw what was inside. It was a woman's photograph. Perhaps she was someone's lover or wife. Even though it was not a significant clue, it was not an old one but a recent one. It could belong to someone from the adventurers' party. That's why it'd be kept for now. Afterwards, they found more articles of the deceased, or so they called them, but they only collected items that would allow one to identify their owners. Having searched around for a while, eventually day turned into night, and the time for them to set up camp was approaching. Even now, there were no signs of life aside from the wild animals, although they were cautious because of how Will and his party encountered and were attacked by demonic beasts. There were no sign of demonic beasts in their immediate surroundings. Their current location was between the 8th and 9th mountain. From what was said about crossing the mountains, usually they would encounter 1 or 2 demonic beasts, so Hajime and the others could feel the eeriness of this situation. After a while, the unmanned reconnaissance planes once again found a location with abnormalities. There were leftovers of great destruction 300 meters to the east. Hajime urged everyone to rush to that location. There was a big river. A small waterfall could be seen upstream, and the volume of water was immense, with a violent current. Originally, it was likely to flow straight towards the foot of the mountain, but currently there was a large and small river branching along the way. It was as though it was gouged by a laser or something from the flank. The reason they had such impressions was because the gouged part was a straight line, while the surrounding trees and ground were scorched. Furthermore, as if they had received a big impact, a lot of trees were partly broken and thrown tens of meters to the side. On the riverside, there were big footprints measuring more than 30 centimeters. It seems the real combat happened here. These footprints were of large bipedal demonic beasts. Surely, there were demonic beasts called brutal beyond the second mountain after this, but the way the ground was gouged. What Hajime described as brutals were something similar to the orcs and ogres in RPG. Although they didn't have high intelligence, they took action as group. Because they had a weaker version of the peculiar magic, Vajra, called Strong Wall, they were recognized as Gaiti powerful enemies. They usually descend into the second mountain of the mountain range, but these demonic beasts never came into towns. In addition, they didn't have any attacks that could make such river tributaries. Hajime thought of the brutal as he observed the footprints. He hesitated whether to go upstream or downstream. Although Will's party had likely to escaped upstream, he thought it would be hard for them to run upstream after such combat. He doubted that they would physically and mentally run further from town. Hajime decided to direct the unmanned reconnaissance planes upstream while they head downstream. Even though the Brutal's footprints were on the riverside, the possibility of Will and his party jumping into the river was high. If so, he thought they'd likely be swept away because of physical exhaustion. The others also agreed with Hajime's speculations and descended towards downstream on the riverside. Afterwards, they encountered a much more splendid waterfall compared to the one from before. Hajime and the others nimbly descended from the cliff on the side of the waterfall and landed on the vicinity of the basin. The refreshing wind peculiar to a waterfall healed their minds and bodies, which were exhausted from a day of searching. Then, Hajime felt a reaction from his sign perception. "This is..."
Hajime?
Yue immediately reacted and asked him. For a while, Hajime concentrated while closing his eyes. Following that, while slowly opening his eyes, he let out a surprised voice. "Oi, seriously, the sign perception picked up something. From the feeling, I can say it's a human. The location is in the interior of Waterfall's basin."
You mean there are survivors?
Hajime nodded toward Shia's words of confirmation. He answered, "Only one person." When Yue asked for the number of people, Aiko and her students were also surprised. It was something natural. Although the odds of survival were not zero, they actually didn't expect any at all. It was the 5th day since Will's party had gone missing. It was a miracle for even one of them to remain alive. "Yue, please." While watching the waterfall basin, Hajime called Yue. Yue was able to guess Hajime's intentions from just those few words, and she shook her right hand as the magic's trigger.
Wave castle, wind wall.
Then, the water in the waterfall and its basin began to split in two, just like the Red Sea in Moses' legend. Moreover, the scattered water was perfectly brushed off by the wall of wind. It was the result of water magic making a high-pressure wall of water called Wave Castle, and wind magic called Wind Wall. Without chanting, magic of two different attributes were activated at the same time. Having seen how they were used, Aiko and her students, although they didn't remember how many times they had done it, dropped their jaws in astonishment. Surely, the Hebrew people also displayed such expressions. Because her magic power was not infinite, Hajime urged Aiko and the others on, as he led them into the interior of the waterfall basin's cave. The cave they entered immediately curved upward, and they arrived at Guit, a large cavity. Water and light poured down from the ceiling, and the fallen water flowed into the water pool below. The reason it didn't overflow was surely because they continued flowing inside. They discovered a man lying down in the innermost part of the cave. When they arrived at the man's side, they confirmed that he was a young man, around 20 years of age. Although he looked like a noble, he currently looked pale and displayed the complexion of a dead person. However, there was no large injury, and because there was food remaining inside his bag, he was simply sleeping. His bad complexion was surely related to how he was the only one here. Having seen the anxious Aiko, and because Hajime wanted to immediately identify the young man's identity, he used his artificial arm, while restraining his power to the limit, to flick the sleeping young man's forehead.
Gua!
He screamed as he woke up. The young man writhed while covering his forehead with both hands. Aiko and her students shuddered because of the powerful and merciless forehead flick. Hajime ignored Aiko and the students and approached the young man with teary eyes to ask his name. Are you Will Kudeta? The third son of Count Kudeta.
You are... Just how on earth did you guys get here?
Because the young man only blinked as he couldn't grasp the situation, Hajime once again made a stance to flick his forehead and slowly aimed at it. "Answer my question. I'll increase the power by 20% every time you say something other than the answer.
Hey!
You? Are you Will Kudeta?
Yes! That's right! I am Will Kudeta! Yes! That's right! I am Will Kudeta! Yes!
For a moment, when the young man hesitated in answering, Hajime's eyes gave off a dangerous light, and he immediately thrust out his left hand. The panicked young man immediately announced his name. Apparently, he was truly the person in Gestian. He seemed to have miraculously survived. I see. I am Hajime, Nagumo Hajime. I have come here on the regist of the head of Furen's branch guild, Ilwa Chang. For my convenience, it's good that you're alive.
Ilwa-san! Is that so? Once again, I am indebted to that person. I am thankful to you. You must be a remarkable person to receive a reguest directly from Ilwa-san.
Will voiced gratitude with respectful eyes. It seemed he didn't mind the forehead flick with unbelievable power from a little while ago. If so, he might be an unexpectedly good person, a great difference than a pig from somewhere. After that, having introduced everyone, they heard the story of what happened to Will. 5 days ago, Will's party came to the vicinity of the upper part of Fifth Mountain, using the mountain path just like Hajime and the others. Suddenly, they encountered 10 brutals. As expected, they couldn't win against the number of brutals they encountered, so Will's party tried to withdraw. But the number of attacking brutals kept increasing, and they were by the river of the 6th mountain when they noticed it. Then the brutals encircled them, so for the sake of escaping from the encirclement, 2 people, trifling and unimportant soldiers, were sacrificed. After that, when they arrived at a big river, despair appeared. It appeared to be a jet-black dragon. As soon as Will's party came along the riverbank, the black dragon let out breath, and Will was blown off into the river by the attack. From what he saw while being swept away, one person vanished because of the breath, while the other 2 were attacked from both sides, by brutals from the back and the dragon from the front. Will fell into the basin of the waterfall after he was swept away, as is. He went into the cave he had found by chance, and he seemed to have been hiding here ever since. Somehow, it sort of resembled what may or may not have happened to a certain someone. Will, as he told them that, was feeling proud of it, and then suddenly started to sob. It was not something unreasonable. The senior adventurers taught him the know-how for adventurers, and took care of him even though one of them wore a displeased face. Without confirming their safety, the pathetic him was only able to tremble in fear and wait for help to come. The him who felt relieved because his rescue came while his companions were dead. Various feelings continuously emerged and his tears overflowed.
I am D, Wast, Woo, Aljo, Evan, Unish, and I didn't do anything. Hick for Michu, BG, Soul, Curviber, Oso, Sniff, Chew, Phil, Relif,
Will's wails echoed inside the cave. No one could say anything to him. Toward the Will who blamed himself, with tears flowing down his face, they didn't know which words would be good for him. The students looked at Will with sorrowful expressions, while Aiko gently patted Will's back. Yue was expressionless as usual, while Shia looked troubled. But at the moment Will found himself at a loss for words, an unexpected person moved. It was Hajime. Hajime approached Will and gripped Will's collar. He used his inhuman strength to hang him mid-air. Following that, towards the Will who was in pain because he couldn't breathe, Hajime spoke with an unexpectedly permeating voice. What is wrong with wanting to live? What is wrong with being glad because you're alive? That wish and feeling are something natural and inevitable, even more so because you're a human.
But I was...
Even so, if you're worried about those who died, then continue to live. From now on, keep living as you struggle, and struggle as if you're going to die. If you do that, someday, there might come a day when you understand the reason why you survived today.
Keep living!
Even while crying, Will repeated Hajime's words in blank surprise. Hajime violently threw Will down. He tsukumied himself with, "What have I done?" His words just now, more than half of them were directed towards himself. Will's situation was a little similar to his, and for him to belittle his own life was like saying, "It's wrong for you to survive," towards Hajime, so he was inadvertently angered. Of course, it was just his persecution complex. More than half of it was said on an outburst of anger, so it wasn't different from a child's tantrum. Even though he had seen through various things, Hajime was still a 17-year-old boy, and there was still more for him to learn. Hajime knew he had fallen into slight self-loathing. Having seen such a Hajime, Yue came to his side and grasped Hajime's hand tightly.
It's okay. Hajime isn't wrong.
Ha ha! Of course. I'll keep on living no matter what might happen. So, don't leave me alone. They left Will, who was still talking to himself. Then Hajime and Yue created a world with just the two of them. He couldn't match Yue, and Hajime gently stroked Yue's cheek, while Yue was also being spoiled and let his hand stroke her cheek. Not understanding what happened to cause such a development, Aiko and her students could only blink, while Shia watched Hajime and Yue with half-opened eyes. The chaotic situation continued for a while, thanks to Hajime's recklessness, and somehow everyone managed to regain their senses. The party then decided to immediately descend the mountain. There was still more than an hour before sunset, so if they hurried, they would likely reach the foot of the mountain by the time the sun set. Although they were concerned about the Brutals and the jet black dragon, those were outside Hajime and his party's mission. It was unthinkable to continue the investigation while having to protect those with low combat potential. Will also understood that he would just be a hindrance, so he understood that they must withdraw. Although the students insisted on continuing the investigation because of their slight sense of justice that came from the troubled townspeople, Aiko stubbornly refused to investigate because of the great danger the Black Dragon and Brutals posed. In the end, they descended the mountain. However, nothing proceeds smoothly. Once again, they were passionately welcomed when the party got out of the waterfall basin with Yue's magic. Letting out a low groan, with its whole body covered in jet-black scales, its golden eyes glared at them in mid-air while fluttering its wings. It was the dragon! The dragon's length was at least 7 meters. With its whole body covered in jet-black scales, there were 5 sharp claws on each of its long forelegs. Big wings grew from its back, which were slightly shining as they were clad with magic power. Every time it flapped the wings, an unbelievable gust of wind appeared, even after taking the size of its wings into account. However, its most impressive feature was its golden eyes that floated in the night like moons. Its eyes that, closed vertically like a reptile's, were dangerously narrowed as they released beautiful light. The golden eyes were glaring at Hajime and the others from the air. A low groan was leaked from the black dragon's throat. Its overwhelming power couldn't be compared to the Haviria he saw at the bottom of rising Grand Canyon's ravine. Although Havirias themselves were generally recognized as troublesome, high-level demonic beasts when compared to the black dragon before them, it was as if they were small birds. Its majestic appearance made it suited as the king of the sky. Just like a frog being stared at by a snake, Aiko and the others stiffened. Will was especially pale-faced, and Gatagata trembled as if he would collapse at any moment. Inside his mind, he might be having flashback from when he was attacked. Hajime had already seen the claw marks from the Black Dragon's attack that created branches off the river. He thought it must be a very strong demonic beast, but feeling the magic power and pressure from the Black Dragon in front of his eyes, he revised that it was 3 times of what he had imagined. Remembering the demonic beasts in the abyss, it was not as strong as the Hydra, but he could feel that it had the same power as class of demonic beasts from 90th floor. The Black Dragon confirmed Will's appearance, and Jirari sharpened its glare. Following that, in front of the stiffened humans, it slowly lifted its head and concentrated its magic inside the open jaws where sharp fangs lined up. A mysterious timbre began to dye the sunset and reverberated throughout the mountains. Inside Hajime's mind, he remembered the breath attack that erased the adventurers on the river. Evacuate. Having issued the warning, Hajime immediately leaped away from his location to evacuate. Yue and Shia followed after him. However, some people were unable to react to his warning. No, in this case, it could be said most of them. Aiko, the students, and even Will were stiffened and didn't move from their spots. Aiko and the students' bodies were unable to keep up with such a sudden event, while Will was bound by fear that made him unable to even avert his gaze.
Hajime!
Hajime-san!
Hajime issued an order to Yue and Shia using telepathy. Then he suddenly returned to his previous location using Ground Shrinker and stood between Aiko's party and the dragon. Normally, he'd just leave. He didn't feel bad about abandoning Aiko. Rather, he didn't understand why she came here to search for Will, who miraculously survived. But his job was to bring him back if he was alive. That's why Hajime couldn't abandon him. Hajime took out a 2 meters, coffin-like, large shield from the treasure box. Into the empty space, he thrust his left arm and linked it to the shield. As he poured his magic power, on the lower part of the shield Gashun, a stake appeared. Following that, it mightily pierced the ground. Immediately, a straight, black, laser-like breath fired from the dragon. The breath didn't let out any sound and immediately reached Hajime's large shield. The impact, accompanied by a tremendous roar and the heat wave released, melted the ground around the large shield. Gah! Hajime let out a roar filled with spirit as he resisted the breath's pressure. Before one was aware, Hajime's body and the large shield let out bright red light. It came from Hajime's Vajra. However, the breath seemed to carry greater power, so after he resisted it for a while, his defense was penetrated as the large shield received a direct hit. Even so, the large shield still endured the breath. Power that penetrated Hajime's Vajra, and heat gradually melted its surface and it'd fall apart at any time, but Hajime used transmutation to restore it. He wouldn't let any more breakthrough than this. The stake that penetrated the ground to fix his location was defeated by the pressure as he gradually pushed back. Hajime transmuted his souls into spikes, and once again Hajime used Vajra to resist the breath. The large shield was connected to his outstretched left arm, and he also affixed his right arm to it. The large shield Hajime took out was using tower ore as its main material, while star ore was placed in between and the exterior was coated with xanthium. Because Hajime was a transmutation master, even with an attack that exceeded xanthium's durability, it's possible to restore it if it could endure even for a few seconds. Even if that was penetrated, the star ore in the second layer had a nature to strengthen if supplied with magic power, and Hajime's magic power wouldn't allow any more penetration. That's why the breath that could exceed xanthium wouldn't be able to destroy the large shield. However, it couldn't be said that power wouldn't be able to blow the large shield's user away. In fact, Hajime, who possessed inhuman power, was gradually pushed back. On the ground were the gouged-out marks from the large shield's stake that pierced it and Hajime's feet. If this keep up, Hajime, who equipped with large shield and Vajra, along with his inhuman endurance, wouldn't receive considerable damage. But if Hajime lost the shield, Aiko and the others would fall prey to the breath and disappear from this world without even leaving a speck of dust behind. When Hajime became somewhat impatient, an unexpectedly soft feeling was transmitted to his back. As he stole a glance over his shoulder, somehow Aiko had jumped towards his back and supported him desperately. Apparently, while Hajime was resisting the breath, she regained her senses and jumped to support Hajime, who was gradually being pushed back. Having seen that, the students and Will also jumped to support Hajime in panic. The breath continued even now. The surrounding water in the river was evaporated by the heat wave. The soil and stones on the riverbank were blown away by the impact and in awful state. From the time he received the direct hit from the breath, a little time had passed. Hajime felt it had happened for an eternity, but actually no longer than 10 seconds had passed. While he grit his teeth and thought about it, finally he heard the long-awaited voice.
Cursed sky.
At the moment the magic's name was announced, a black swirling orb of 4 meters in diameter appeared above the black dragon. The deep darkness that could suck in anyone who saw it immediately fell and crushed the black dragon into the ground. A roar came as the black dragon sprawled on the ground, and its breath was interrupted when it raised a scream from the impact. However, the swirling orb, as if saying, "That's not enough," didn't disappear and exerted extreme pressure on the black dragon, sinking it into the ground. Cursed sky, it was US gravity magic. By creating a swirling gravity ball, it crushed its target using supergravity that was proportional to the amount of consumed magic power. It was a convenient magic that could change its direction using the gravitational force. the gravity magic didn't consume much magic power if targeted towards the caster itself. However, if the gravity ball was used to attack things, space, and other people, just like what happened just now, it consumed huge amount of magic power, and Yue at the least need 10 seconds to prepare it. Because Yue herself still hadn't completely mastered this magic, the invocation time and magic consumption could still become much more efficient by training. The Sky King was crucified on the ground. It painfully braced its limbs to somehow escape from the pressuring attack. But immediately following that were the rabbit ears that came fluttering from the sky, and Shia was shouting "Stop!" as she fell together with Doryukin. Holding the sledgehammer, which was further accelerated by outburst, she used the high stance aimed at the black dragon's head. The impact was incomparable to any impact that had happened before. At the moment of impact, the ground burst and flew radially, accompanied by a thundering sound. It created a crater that looked like a result of a bombing. That was thanks to Doryuken's remodeling by Hajime. Gravity magic was granted to the compressed Azantium that was the main material. However, it was not the one that neutralized like the ones in the unmanned reconnaissance planes, but the opposite, where the ore could increase its weight. The weight increased according to the amount of magic power supplied. The current Doryuken was just like 100-ton hammer, just like the one inside the manga. Furthermore, those who received the ultra-heavy blow wouldn't be able to escape from serious damage. That's right, if it was directly hit. Together with the Black Dragon's roar, a flame bullet approached Yue at tremendous speed from inside the dust that scattered by Doryuken. Yue immediately did an emergency evasion by falling to the right. However, the gravity ball magic was cancelled instead. The dust was cleared up as the after effect of the previous flame bullet, and there was the Black Dragon who managed to evade Doryuken, which sunk to the ground by a paper-thin margin. At the moment of impact, it seemed to somehow evade using the peculiar strength of a dragon. Having its restraints removed, the Black Dragon did one rotation in high speed as if trying to dispel its grudge, and its large mass of a tail hit Shia, who was just pulling out Doryuken. By a hair's breadth, Shia used Doryuken as a shield and jumped back to kill the impact. Because she was greatly blown away at the same time, she disappeared into the trees. The Black Dragon used the momentum from the rotation and recovered its posture, and its golden eyes were glaring at Hajime, not just passed towards Will behind him. Hajime immediately put the large shield back into treasure box, then pulled out Donnerschlag and fired them. Many roars resounded, accompanied by flashes that cut through the sky and attacked the Black Dragon. Without being able to evade, the Black Dragon received direct hits from the storm of destruction, blown away from its spot, and thrown into the river with a tremor, creating a magnificent spray. Because Hajime thought it'd be bad for Will to be in its line of fire, he charged at the Black Dragon. Using gunspin in mid-air to reload Donnerschlag in his hands, he repeatedly fired in succession just like before. However, the Black Dragon got up, accompanied with roar that scattered the river's water. Somehow, it ignored Hajime and fired a flame bullet that was aimed at Will. Kit! Because it aimed at Will, Hajime dared to approach it and tried to attack furiously to gain its attention. But the Black Dragon acted as if it didn't even care if Hajime was there, continued to target Will. Yua.
Nin. Wave Castle.
He! Was the miserable scream that came from the cowering Will, and in front of him was high-density wall of water. The flame bullet was obstructed by the rampart-like wall of water created by Yue and disappeared. And at that time, the students finally regained their senses from this raging development and began to chant their magic. They were trying to support the party. Whitley fire bullets and wind blades rushed towards the Black Dragon as they created arch. The impact from the dragon's roar dispersed the attacks. Moreover, having heard the tremendous roar and stared by the golden eyes, Will let out similar "he" scream as he backed away and fell on his butt, reaching the female student's spot. Hajime, who completely judged her to be outside of the combat assets, shouted at Aiko to escape. Aiko was hesitating. Hajime was also Aiko's student after all, so to left him in front of this powerful demonic beast made her hesitate as a teacher. At that time, The black dragon began to flap its wings and flew into the sky while blowing the surroundings river water away. In addition, it rapidly shot flame bullets at will. Although Hajime had fired the railguns in quick succession, he couldn't get its attention at all. The black dragon's scales, similar to scorpion-like thing that boasted its hardness in the past, was only slightly scratched even after receiving direct hits from the railguns. The black dragon stubbornly targeted Will. It was as if it was being manipulated by something. It faithfully obeyed the order like a robot. It kept trying to kill Will even after being restrained by gravity before. It seemed to think nothing of those who tried to obstruct it. Although Hajime didn't understand why it obstinately targeted Will, it was a convenient thing, since its target was already decided, so he gave out an instruction to Yu. Yua, protect Will. I'll defeat this guy.
None. Leave it to me.
Hearing Hajime's instruction, Yu immediately fell towards Will and stood in front of him. When she snuck a look at her back, irritation surfaced when she saw Aiko and the students who couldn't move well in this situation, and she muttered in displeasure.
If you don't want to die, hide behind me.
The students were rivals. But regarding Aiko, Hajime was at least concerned about her, so she let out those words to not let her die. Incidentally, she had already forgotten how Aiko became a hindrance to them. The students moved closer to Yue without particularly reacting to Yue's cold words. They realized by Yue's side was the safest place, thanks to the rampart of ice that chantlessly constructed using the surrounding moisture. Normally, they'd have the ability to fight some more, but no matter even if they knew Hajime was alive, the day they were almost killed by the behemoth and Trom soldiers, as well as how Hajime fell to his death into the abyss, still traumatized their minds. They followed Aiko because even if they couldn't join the hero group in the dungeon, they couldn't just half-ass things. Even so, their magic was ineffective against the Black Dragon, coupled with the roar filled with killing intent, made their heart completely withered. Their mental state was completely unsuited for combat. Because Yue was there, Hajime was assured of Will's safety and concentrated on attacking. The flying Black Dragon was concentrating on destroying Yue's defensive wall, as it targeting Will on the other side of the wall, even now. However, flame bullets were incapable of penetrating the wall. Then it raised its head in an arch again as it realized it. It began to focus magic power inside its mouth. Ha! It's the first time I've been ignored this far. That's why I'll do anything to make you not ignoring me. As Hajime put back Donner into its holster, he took out Schlagen from the treasure box. Immediately after he activated Lightning Clad, the 3 meters weapon with an atrocious form let out bright red sparks. As expected, the Black Dragon realized Hajime's next move was a dangerous one, and it turned its mouth, aiming at Hajime. It was just like Hajime had predicted. It couldn't ignore him. At the same time, the Black Dragon fired the death-spreading breath. Hajime's Schlagen finished the loading and fired. They let out the same extreme flash. They became a storm of death. Black and red aurora were clashing against each other. At the moment of collision, a terrific shockwave was generated, and the surrounding trees were blown away. Just by power alone, they were probably equal. However, the two auroras clearly divided between the victor and the loser from their nature. Although the breath continued to let out an excellent aurora, Schlagen was specialized in penetrating through a single point. Therefore, the breath was inevitably broken through, and that power reached the Black Dragon. The head of the Black Dragon, which fired the breath, suddenly curved upward. The full metal jacket made out of star ore penetrated the breath and hit the dragon's open mouth. However, the wound was far from a mortal one. With the bending of the breath's trajectory and power, several of its sharp fangs evaporated, and as it nearly passed through the side of its head, it stopped before one of its wings on its back was blown off. The Black Dragon fell as it spun towards the ground and let out a pained scream. Hajime was fortunately able to evade the breath using aerodynamic, and while he was upside down in midair, he used aerodynamic's ground shrinker. As he dived at high speed, he used Grand Leg to attack the Black Dragon's abdomen. The lower abdomen let out a roaring sound from the impact, and the Black Dragon's body folded. The ground was radially cracked by the impact. It couldn't be said that the damage was considerable, even though the Black Dragon let out a scream. Its armor was capable of enduring the railguns after all. However, having assumed that, Hajime attacked further as he greatly held out the artificial left arm. KMI! Machine-like sounds came from the artificial arm. The oscillation smash he used before fell down. It was Hajime's fist of destruction that was thrust in high speed and was capable of pulverizing a large boulder in a single blow, and it mercilessly attacked the black dragon's abdomen. Along with the muffled sound, the scales on the abdomen were cracked. With the purpose of transmitting the impact, its insides received considerable damage from this attack, and the black dragon raised a pained voice again as it vomited large amounts of blood from its mouth. Maybe because it thought it'd be dangerous if this kept up, the black dragon poured its magic power in one of its wings, and a windstorm appeared. Then it tried to forcefully regain its posture. Once again, Hajime used aerodynamic to evade. He didn't forget to leave a parting gift. At the moment the black dragon turned its golden eyes towards Hajime, who escaped into the air, a big explosion occurred under its abdomen. The dragon's gigantic figure flew 2 meters from the surface from the impact. Hajime's parting gift was a grenade. Receiving an impact at the same place as before, it couldn't be helped that it was unable to raise a scream and only let out a muffled groan. With its head drooped to endure it, blood was flowing from the black dragon's mouth. Somehow, its groan weakened. Maybe because the black dragon recognized Hajime as a threat, it looked away from Will towards Hajime and rapid-fired flame bullets from its mouth. The flame bullets flew through the air as if they were anti-aircraft fire. However, none of the fire hit Hajime. Hajime was using aerodynamic and ground shrinker simultaneously to freely run in the sky. Leaving after images, Hajime knocked down the black dragon using hit-and-away tactic. He fired Donner Schlad from medium range at nasty places such as the claws, gums, eyes, tail's base, and butt. In the next moment, he drew closer and used the combo of Oscillation Smash from the Shotshell Outburst and Grand Arm to hit the head and flank.
Kuryu! Go on!
Somewhat, no. The black dragon certainly began to give out a weeping voice. With its scales cracked all over the place, a large amount of blood dripped from its mouth.
Incredible.
Having watched Hajime's fight, Tamaya Tsushi spontaneously muttered that from the safety area behind Yue. Without having to say it, the other students in Aiko were silently agreeing as they nodded, and they were unable to look away from the overwhelming fight. As for Will, he intensely watched Hajime with sparkling eyes, as if he didn't remember he was trembling in front of the black dragon before. By the way, unbeknownst to them, Shaya had returned and tried to enter combat, only to be stopped by Yue, who had guessed Hajime's intentions. Currently, she watched him together with Yue by her side. Having been blown away at the beginning, she actually felt somewhat depressed. Hajime didn't immediately pull out Schlagen, Orkin, and the others because he thought it was a good chance to show off his fighting prowess to Aiko and the students. Although the black dragon was certainly sturdy and the power of one of its attacks was to be feared, it's easier to attack its huge body if one fought calmly, and its attacks were monotonous. So it was possible for him to put into practice, no matter what, it won't hit. After all, it was an opponent Hajime could go easy on. Because he'd separate from Aiko and the students, to put a hard line so the church and kingdom wouldn't be relaxed when the heroes received the information from Aiko, he thought of showing off his true power to them. Because of that, although Hajime completely knocked down the pitiful black dragon, he held gratitude towards it in his mind. Even though there were cracks all over the place, none of the scales were completely crushed in the least. Truly significant durability. Because he remembered the scorpion-like thing, to be sure of it, he used mineral appraisal on the scales. And because there was no reaction, it seemed it was a mineral that couldn't be transmutated. Slowly, because he thought it was enough to make them understand his true strength, it was about time for the finishing blow. He slipped onto the black dragon's chest in an instant, and kicked with grand leg to roll him back towards its abdomen. Following that, he pulled out the pile bunker from the treasure box on the black dragon's abdomen. From the direction of Will and the others, he could hear a clamor but decided to ignore it. The anchors fired, and the arms fixed its location on the black dragon. Following that, he released Lightning Clad. The reason he chose the pile bunker was because he couldn't pull out all of its power inside the Raisin Great Dungeon, so he wanted to do an actual combat test. The stake, which coated in xanthium, started to rotate intensely inside, and the pile bunker let out bright red sparks. If this kept up, the 4-ton stake would mercilessly end the black dragon's life. However, just like the proverb, a cornered rat will bite the cat, a wounded beast was something one should be cautious of. It was the same as the black dragon. Along with the black dragon's roar, a violent blast was generated towards all directions. It was an explosion made of pure magic power, in addition using a moment to strengthen its body to the limit, and the explosive power from its muscles. The anchors that pierced the ground to fix the pile bunker were raised, and at the same time it pried open the arms with its muscles. Following that, it turned around in an instant to shake Hajime off. Ooh! Hajime instinctively stepped back. The heavy pile bunker the pile bunker that was on the verge of firing, was turned to target the sky, and the stake that was accelerated to its max launched into the sky. A straight line that made ones narrow their eyes ascended through the sky, and Hajime, who put the pile bunker into the treasure box, confirmed the black dragon used its last struggle to move towards Will. Shia.
Yes!
As he clicked his tongue towards this blunder, Hajime called Shia. Shia, having realized his intentions, jumped towards the sky using the rampart of ice and let out a yell so she wouldn't be blown away this time. With the free fall and the outburst from the shot shell, she fell towards the black dragon just like a meteor. If it was the normal black dragon, it'd be able to avoid it, but the black dragon that was literally in its last struggle didn't have room for that. It was unable to avoid the hammer. Shia, who held the ultra-heavy Doryukin in a high stance, further poured her magic power to explosively increase its weight. Subsequently, it directly hit the crown of the black dragon's head without missing an inch as it let out a thundering sound. The black dragon's head sank to the ground, and its lower body floated as it stood on its hands because it was in the middle of a charge. After a moment of stillness, it finally fell down and made the earth tremor. Shia, who pulled out Doryukin from the black dragon's head that was on the ground, was surprised by what she saw. It was something natural. Although the black dragon's head was smashed and considerably cracked, it wasn't completely broken. It was truly dreadful durability. Hajime came towards the black dragon from behind. Also, the stake launched from the pile bunker pierced the ground between Hajime and the black dragon. Hajime knew the sprawled dragon wasn't dead by percepting its presence. Next, he suddenly recalled the talk with Moto about the Ryujin race from before, the one about kicking a dragon's ass. Hajime pulled out the stake that pierced the ground using Grand Arm and carried it on his shoulder as he positioned himself before the base of the black dragon's tail. Following that, he made a stance just like a javelin thrower. Naturally, in his hand was the pile bunker's stake. Everyone there was able to guess what Hajime was going to do, and their cheeks convulsed. Even though the scales were troublesome, it shouldn't be a good thing to thrust it there. Even though Yue, Shia, and the others floated expressions of horror towards Hajime's mercilessness, Hajime only thought of that as blowing wind. And finally, Hajime's pile bunker mightily pierced the black dragon's bleep, and Zuberi sound resounded. At that moment, with its eyes immediately opened wide, the black dragon let out a heartbreaking scream as it woke up. In truth, having thrust half of the stake and using his fist to make it pierce further, as expected. Even Hajime was surprised by the scream that obviously came from the black dragon, and he inadvertently removed his clasped fist.
Asses! This one's asses!
Because of the black dragon's grieving, painful, and somewhat excited tone, everyone let out a "What the heck is this?" in amazement as they stared at the black dragon while stunned. Apparently, it didn't end as just a normal dragon subjugation.
It's pulling out this one's ass.
On the mountainside of the northern mountain range, where trees were mowed down and the dried-up river was in ruins, a truly miserable voice rang out. It was a woman's voice. A voice that was not spoken, but rang out just like a wide-area version of telepathy. Because a dragon's vocal cords and mouth were incapable of speaking human words, It definitely used a method to transmit words through air vibrations. However, it was impossible for demonic beasts to speak in human words in the first place. Currently, the only confirmed case was the human-faced fish from somewhere. Even among the general population, there shouldn't be an existence such as a demonic beast capable of understanding human language. Furthermore, the existence of the black dragon right before their eyes was strange in and of itself. It was the first thing to ever endure so many shots of Hajime's railguns, excluding the ones in great dungeons. Moreover, although there were powerful demonic beasts that could fire such breath, they shouldn't exist around this place. If they lived here, then the danger should already be widely known. Therefore, he deduced two possibilities as to why it's here. First, it was possible this black dragon came from further than the 5th mountain range, a completely unknown demonic beast. Following that, the other one was sick. You don't tell me. Are you from the Ryujin race?
Moo? Indeed. This one came from the prideful Ryujin race. Isn't that great? Isn't that amazing? That's why, although this one wants to pull it out of this one's ass, this one's magic power is about to be cut off. If this one returns to original form in this situation, it'll be awful this one's ass will.
Hajime thought it couldn't be possible, but the black dragon replied, saying he was correct. Hajime was surprised in the edge of his mind. Just how many times since he coming to this world did he meet rare existences? Yue was from the vampire race that should have been annihilated in the wars 300 years ago. Shia was the current generation's atavism, and right before his eyes was the black dragon who came from the Ryujin race, which was believed to have been annihilated more than 500 years ago.
Why are you in this place?
While Hajime was still surprised, Yua continued to ask the black dragon. The Ryujin race was a legend, even for Yua. She was interested in whether or not it was the only living one of its race, just like her. The light of curiosity dwelled in her eyes.
Well, more importantly, the amount of magic power remaining is about please stop. Coking it is not good. The stimulation.
Because the black dragon ignored Yue's question, speaking with a delinquent-like attitude, Hajime said, "You dare to ignore Yue's question, eh?" While using his fist to drive in the stake sprouting from the black dragon's butt. With the shot directly spreading inside its body, the black dragon let out a scream as it writhed. Its dignified appearance as if it was a death god when they first met was just like an illusion because not even a bit of that remained. Just why which should be perished? Ryujin race be here attacking mere adventurers. I also want to hear about that. Normally I'd just pierce your ass as is, but I'll delay that to hear yours. Hajime thought the actions of this legendary Ryujin race were too unnatural. Normally he'd be merciless, but he slightly delayed that as he urged it to speak, and he continued to grind the steak with his hand.
Stop grinding it. Nanojia, I'll tell you.
Hajime's action astonished the surrounding others, but Hajime didn't mind them, because it couldn't talk if he kept it up. Hajime stopped the grinding. However, his hand was still affixed to the stake. The black dragon was relieved when the grinding stopped as it let out a sigh. Following that, it began to talk about its circumstances in a somewhat hurried tone. The captivated tone must be just their imagination.
This one was being manipulated by someone. This one didn't have any intention to attack thou. The temporary master ordered this one to find the young man over there and his companion and kill them.
The black dragon turned its gaze towards Will. Will was twitching for a moment, and his body trembled. Then he firmly returned the black dragon's gaze. Having seen Hajime's fight, he must have settled something. What do you mean?
This one will talk in order. This one...
When the black dragon's talk was summarized, it became something like this. It seemed this black dragon went out of the Ryujin race's hidden town for a certain purpose. Its purpose was to investigate the visitors from another world. Although the details were omitted, there was a person with high magic perception inside the Ryujin race, and it seemed that person perceived a huge magic discharge, and some things arrived to this world several months ago. Although the Ryujin race had a law which prevented from involving themselves on the surface stage, but just as expected, to leave the matter of unknown visitors as an unknown was something that'd be dangerous even for them. After some discussion, they decided to start the investigation. What's the dispute? What's the name? What's the S? The black dragon before them left the hidden town with the purpose of investigation. Normally, it'd turn into human form after passing the mountain range, then it'd work hard in secretly gathering information, but it thought to rest a little before that, and it seemed to have taken a rest in the vicinity of first and second mountain range. Naturally, it used the Ryujin race's peculiar magic, dragon form, and turned into the black dragon because there were demonic beasts in the surroundings. And then a man, completely covered in black robe from head to toe, appeared in front of the sleeping black dragon. That man gradually gnawed on the thoughts and mind of the sleeping black dragon using the variety of brainwashing and suggestion magic from the dark magic system. Kanjes Seifa. Naturally, if that happened, it'd usually counterattack. But the Ryujin race had a bad habit. That's right, it was the one that became the origin of that proverb. Ryujin race that entered deep sleep in dragon form wouldn't be easily awakened. However, it was as long as no one kicked its ass. Even so, Ryujin race boasted the toughness of their willpower, so it shouldn't be easy to manipulate it. Then, for how it was able to be perfectly manipulated, that
man is frightening. His aptitude in dark magic can be called the level of a genius. That man continuously used magic for one full day, so no matter how strong this one is, this one couldn't endure it after all.
It's the greatest mistake of this one's life, was the feeling that came from the black dragon's sorrowful voice. However, Hajime just tsukami'd that, with cold eyes. In other words, having come here to investigate, how can you not notice magic being used for a full day just because you're fast asleep? Everyone's eyes looked somewhat foolish. The black dragon turned its gaze towards the day after tomorrow, and it continued its story as if nothing happened. By the way, the reason it knew it took a full day was because it was still conscious even after the completion of brainwashing, and heard the culprit grumbling for it to take one full day. Afterwards, obeying the robed man, it helped brainwash the demonic beasts in the second mountain range. Then, on a certain day, the brutal army was moved to the first mountain range, and they encountered Will's party, who were undertaking the investigation request. Having received the order to kill any witnesses, it chased after them. This one alone reported to the robed man. For some reason, it seemed to be bad if the fact he had brainwashed a lot of demonic beasts was revealed, so he ordered the black dragon to do a complete search. Then, by the time it had noticed it, it was already knocked down by Hajime and panicked because she'd be dead if this kept up. That's why it exploded its magic power. Following that, at the time it was going to do suicide attack according to instructions ingrained in its brainwashed brain, its consciousness was blown away after Shia's attack. In the next moment, its mind immediately woke up from an indescribable stimulation and impact to its ass. It didn't know whether it was the blow to its head or its ass that made it regain its senses.
Stop playing around!
Towards the black dragon who finished its story came a shaking voice that was desperately trying to suppress its fury. Everyone turned their glances towards that person. With his fists clenched, Wills aimed his anger-filled eyes towards the black dragon.
Just because you were manipulated, Gale-san was, Navarre-san was, Lendo-san was, Wasley-san was, Kurt-san was, killed, but that couldn't be helped, you say.
Apparently, he was angry because he understood why the adventurers were killed. He raised a voice filled with fury towards the black dragon. The confronted black dragon didn't raise any rebuttal. It just received all of Will's words with calm eyes as it gazed at him. He was unable to stomach that attitude.
In the first place, your story can't be proven to be true. You most likely made it up because you didn't want to die.
What was spoken just now is the truth, for the Ryujin race's pride doesn't allow this one to lie.
Now Will tried to argue vehemently, but Yue intervened.
Surely, it didn't lie.
What's your basis for saying that?
Having glanced at the snapped Will, Yu began to talk as she looked at the black dragon.
The Ryujin race is noble and honest. I've lived much longer from everyone here. That's why I am more familiar with the legend of the Ryujin race. This one said, for its pride. That's why it is surely not a lie. Furthermore, I know if someone has the eyes of a liar.
Yu slightly moved her gaze away from the black dragon as she looked at the distant sky. Surely she was reminded of the event 300 years ago. For the aloof princess, her surroundings had set her up. and remembering the result, surely there were a lot of lies involved. Even the most familiar person to her could be called liars. The result of her constantly looking away from that fact was the betrayal. Therefore, for you, who had experienced the bitterness called the study of life, her eyes were sensitive to liars. Although the reason she entrusted herself when she first met Hajime was because there was no other way, and although Hajime never lied to her, when she was reminded of that time, her sensitivity to liars might have been the biggest contributing factor after all.
Fumu, for someone to still know of the Ryujin race's ideals. No, didn't thou say a long time ago?
For someone to still know the ideals of the existence called the Ryujin race, the Black Dragon's tone was somewhat joyous.
None. I am a survivor of the vampire race. 300 years ago, I was turned. The Ryujin race was the ideal example of nobility.
Wow, vampire races, moreover 300 years ago. Indeed, although this one heard they were dead, thou art the vampire princess. Surely thy name is...
Apparently, the Black Dragon was alive for more or less the same amount of time as Yue. Moreover, its words implied that it knew of what had happened in the world. Even now, they might still hide their identities and are investigating the world. But the Black Dragon seemed surprised that the vampire princess had survived. The surrounding Will, Aiko, and the students were also looked at Yue with eyes of astonishment.
You, that's my name. It's the name I got from my most important person, so I'd like you to call me that.
Yu gestured as though she were embracing something closely with both hands as her cheeks blushed faintly. For Yu, Jinrace was an existence that should be taken as an example, so the edge of her spoken words were filled with respect. That feeling must also have been involved in how she stopped Will's disparagement. In Yu's surroundings, an aura of happiness somehow drifted around. Because of the abrupt love talk, the female students wore expressions as though they had eaten something sweet, while the male students were blushing because of Yu's charm as they looked at her. Even Will seemed to have lost some of his vigor.
Even so, that doesn't change the fact that it killed them, but even I don't know what should be done. Even so, Gailey-san was going to propose when this job ended. Their regrets.
He knew in his head that the Black Dragon's words weren't a lie. However, he couldn't help but blame it. His heart just couldn't accept it. Inside Hajime's mind, once again, a splendid flag was raised, with weird admiration. Then he recalled the locket pendant they had picked up on the way. Will, is this that Gale's belonging? As he said that, he threw the locket pendant to Will. Will received it. He looked at it, then he smiled as if he was truly happy.
This is my locket pendant. I thought I had lost it, but you picked it up. Thank you very much.
Huh? It's yours?
Yes, it's not a mistake, because there's Mama's photograph.
Mama Ma? His expectation came off splendidly, and the answer even made Hajime's cheeks cramp inadvertently. Because the woman in the photograph should be in the first half of her 20s, he was doubtful, but he heard, after all, the photograph of Mama in her youth is the best. As Will answered as if it was some kind of divine revelation, everyone there realized, Mama Khan, as they wore subtle expressions. The females looked more and more subtle. By the way, Gale's other party seemed to be a man. Following that, Gale's full name was Gale Homaluka. It was just as to say that the name influenced the body. Maybe because he regained his mother's photograph, Will considerably calmed down. Its effectiveness was truly an unknown. But even if he was calmed down, his grudge and pain didn't disappear. Will, calmly, insisted to kill the Black Dragon. Moreover, even though it said it was brainwashed, he reasoned that it was completely faking it. His main reason should be revenge.
Even if this one was manipulated, it is true that this one is guilty for plucking the precious life of people. To make up for it, this one will obediently receive the judgment. However, this one wants you to delay that for a while, at the very least until that dangerous man is stopped. That man is trying to make an army of demonic beasts. Although Ryujin race's law doesn't allow any interference against the continent's fate, this one was responsible. This one can't just leave it. This one, no, it is just this one's selfishness. But please somehow overlook that.
Hearing the Black Dragon words, everyone in that place were surprised when they heard about the army of demonic beasts. Naturally, everyone's gazes focused on Hajime. These members were naturally looked at their leader. Actually, because Hajime was the one who stopped piercing the black dragon, they naturally entrusted the decision to him. Hajime's answer was, "Well, I don't really know about your circumstance, but it'll be a troublesome, so I'll ignore it." Die as an apology? He swung the fist of his artificial arm as he said that.
Wait, thou with the flow of the talk, thou shouldn't have done the finishing blow as if no discussion is necessary. Please, this one will apologize without fail. This one don't mind whatever thou do when that matter is over. That's why delay it for now. The afterlife will...
Hajime continued to swing his fist as he ignored the black dragon's words with cold eyes. However, he couldn't finish that at the moment. He swung it, Yue clung on to Hajime's neck. Surprising him, Yue whispered to Hajime's ears as she instinctively held him.
Are you gonna kill?
Eh? Oh, well, we were trying to kill each other.
But it's not an enemy. Killing intent and malice were never turned towards us. It was deprived of its will.
Apparently, Yue didn't wanted the black dragon to die. For Yue, Jin race was something she yearned for, so she respected it. Moreover, even though he said they were trying to kill each other, from the beginning the black dragon never turned its killing intent and malice towards Hajime and the others. They understood the reason now. With its will literally deprived, it only did as ordered, just like a machine. Even so, there was no change with how they tried to kill each other. However, in the first place, will was the only one in the black dragon's eyes, and the reason it battled Hajime was because the black dragon confronted Hajime's intent to kill. Further saying Hajime would be inconvenienced if Will was dead, so certainly it was an enemy because it aimed at Will, but the one behind the black dragon was the robed man. Then, if he were to talk about who the enemy was, it'd be more likely to be that man. Also, there was a reason for her to stop him. Yue knew Hajime's stance, but in Yue's eyes, enemy that should be killed and the black dragon weren't the same thing. Because she was the ruler of the vampire race, having experienced such things, her eyes wouldn't be mistaken about a person. In Yue's eyes, there were no essence of enemy inside the black dragon's mind. For Yue, she at least didn't want Hajime to kill things other than the enemy. After all,
NN, if one compromised on the important rule imposed to themselves, one would be broken. Wouldn't your rule changed if you kill the black dragon?
she was worried that Hajime would be broken if he killed things beside the enemy. Having received Yue's words, Hajime could guess her mind, and he thought more and more carefully if the black dragon was the enemy, as he slightly inclined his neck. Even if it was manipulated, Hajime was not so naive to consider that in a fight to death, he would have most likely killed it without mercy. However, after it regained its mind and the brainwashing was dissolved, to purposely execute it with, "Enemies will be killed," he thought, isn't that a deviation? As she clung on Hajime's neck, Yue was watching him closely and looked like they'd kiss at any moment, and having thought of that, unexpectedly, it spoke with a quiet, desperate tone.
This one is sorry to intrude on such good atmosphere, but even if thou feel lost, at the very least could thou pull out the stake from this one's ass. If this keep up, this one will be dead no matter what will happen.
And what do you mean?
Having received the external thing while in dragon form, at the time this one returned to original form, it influenced the body as is. Try imagining it, the scene of this stake piercing a woman's ass. Do you think this one will survive that?
Everyone in the area imagined the scene that the black dragon said, then "Uwa." Their expressions cramped, especially the females. They hold their butts as they turned pale.
Well, although the dragon form could be maintained using magic power, this one's magic power almost exhausted. In a minute, although it isn't bad to go to a new world, please pardon this one from that kind of death, the afterlife without it unplugged.
Somewhat, its words seemed anxious, and its tone weakened as if its limit was truly close, and apparently Hajime didn't have more time to think. Hajime embraced Yue with his right arm, and decided rather than hesitating, he'd go along with his partner's words as is. For people, they wouldn't be able to understand their own selves. That's why it wouldn't be a mistake to choose the direction where his trusted partner wouldn't feel uneasy. Having thought that, Hajime carefully put his hand on the stake, which was stuck in the black dragon's ass. Following that, he used his strength to pull it out.
Please do it slowly. This one still in exhale a foon. Yeah, how intense. If this aren't coming, something is coming.
Because it stuck hard inside, he twisted it for so many times, and he put considerable power while twisting it to pull it out. But somehow, the black dragon began to let out a captivated voice as it panted. Hajime ignored that voice and pulled it out without any mercy.
Amazing! Even though this one said to do it gently, to be treated without any mercy, this is the first time.
As the black dragon muttered unknown things, immediately its body completely wrapped with cocoon-like jet-black magic power, and its big size began to decrease. Following that, after it reached the size of a human, the magic power immediately disappeared. In the place of the black-colored magic power was something collapsed on its feet, and while using one hand to support its body, the other hand was holding its butt. With blushing cheeks, it was a black-haired, golden-eyed, beautiful girl. Her glossy, straight black hair reached her waist and her cheeks dyed bright red. Ha, ha, she breathed roughly, as if she was in a trance. Her appearance was in the first half of her 20s, and her height might be around 170 centimeters, with a splendid proportion one could be proud of. Every time she breathed, a pair of hills were intensely shook as they peeped from inside the closed collar that became disordered as it hanged on her, and it looked like they'd came out at any moment. If Shia was melon, the black dragon was watermelon. The black dragon's real form was a captivating beauty, and the males were especially reacted grandly to that. The 3 male students in adolescent were somewhat slouching. If this keeps up, they'd likely go on all fours. The female students were looking at them with eyes as if they were no different from cockroaches.
Moo, this one's still alive. Although there is still a sense of discomfort on the ass, this one's whole body is hurting in all places. For pain to be this sweet.
The black dragon wore a dangerous expression and let out a dangerous words for some reason. Then she pulled herself together as she immediately straightened her sitting position and began to introduce herself in such cold atmosphere. Still, she sometimes panted, and messed various things, but
This one have troubled thou. With all of this one's might, this one apologize. This one's name is Tio Clark, a person that came from the last tribe of Ryujin race, Clark tribe.
the black dragon introduced herself as Tio Clarsa. Next, she talked on how the black-robed man was going to attack the town with an army of brainwashed demonic beasts. Their number had reached around 3,000 to 4,000. Also, from the second mountain range, the leaders of groups of demonic beasts were already brainwashed so he could use the groups more efficiently as his subordinates. When she said about controlling demonic beasts, it reminded Hajime and the others about the new power of the one called demon race in this world. Maybe because Aiko and the students also thought of that, they guessed the black-robed man was actually from demon race. However, their guess was easily refuted by Tio. After all, the black-robed man was black-haired, black-eyed human and still at the age of a boy. Moreover, from the mouth of the black dragon called Tio, who was made as a subordinate to him, came the settling words. That person introduced himself as a hero, with a tone filled with considerably grudge against the so-called hero. A black-haired, black-eyed human boy, moreover he was someone with genius-like talent on dark magic. With this much hints, a certain person came to their minds. Aiko and the students muttered, "That can't be," at the same time as they showed mixed and complex expressions. Though it didn't limit it to pure black, they said as they didn't want it to believed it. "Ooh, this is..." And Hajime suddenly leaked a mutter, "Ooh, this is," as he looked at the distance. If once asked, having heard Tio's story, he seemed to have looked for the groups of demonic beasts and the black-robed man using the unmanned probes. Following that, the unmanned probes finally discovered a certain place where the demonic beast's army was. They numbered. That's not at the level of 3,000 to 4,000, you know? It's at the level which one more digit should be added. Everyone opened their eyes wide after they heard Hajime's report. Moreover, the army had started their march. The direction was surely towards Uul town. As they'd came out of the mountain in a half day, and they'd likely reach the town in a day.
We must quickly inform the town. Tell them to take shelter, called the rescue from Imperial Capital. Then,
Because it was a serious situation, Aiko desperately tried to arrange her words in confusion. No matter if the enemies were tens of thousand demonic beasts, even with their cheap-like specs, the students carried a trauma. Aiko didn't have any combat experience, while Will, who inspired to be an adventurer, and Tio, who exhausted her magic power, wouldn't even become an obstacle for the enemies. That's why, just as Aiko had said, they must quickly inform the town of the emergency. Then it'd be the best to run away until the rescue from the Imperial Capital came.
If it's Hajime Dono, something can be...
With those words, everyone looked at Hajime. Their eyes were dyed in expectation of the possibility. Having stared at like that, Hajime shook her hand gloomily and replied with a feeling of abandonment. Don't look at me with such eyes. My work is only to take Will back to Furin, as if I will take the object of protection into a war. That's why you should stop that and immediately return to the town to report. The students and Will could feel the antipathy from Hajime's unmotivated attitude. Among them, Aiko asked a question with an expression as if she remembered something.
Nagumo-kun, did you find the black-robed man?
Nen? Well, although I am checking the group since a while ago, I didn't see any human shadow. Having heard Hajime's words, Aiko looked down again. Following that, Patsuri, she said she wanted to remain here to confirm if the black-robed man was Shimizu Yukitoshi, who currently missing or not. It was because Aiko always thought of her student. She'd likely unable to do anything if the current situation was caused by her own student, after all. However, they couldn't leave Aiko at the place where several 10,000s of demonic beasts were, so Sonobe and the students desperately tried to persuade Aiko. But Aiko still hesitated. Among them, then how if Nagumo also goes? They began to think like that. Already, Hajime thought the talk about returning and not returning as they stopped in this place as a hassle, so he turned a cold look towards Aiko. Remain here if you want. We are going to take Will along to the town. As he said that, he gripped Will's collar and dragged him as he began to descend the mountain. Will, Aiko, and the students tried to object in a panic. Their reason, they couldn't leave the army of demonic beasts as is. They wanted to confirm who the black-robed man was, and the army could be defeated by Hajime's sis. Hajime let out a sigh and looked back, Aiko and the others with somewhat irritated look. Didn't I already said it? My job is to protect Will. Taking along the protection target into battle against that army is something I won't do. For example, even if I have to do it, the obstacle would be too big and it'd be a battle of annihilation for me alone. By no means would I want to suffer like that. Furthermore, if you go to confirm the black-robed man's identity, then who will report this matter to the town? If by chance we are annihilated, the town will be devoured by a surprise attack, you know? By the way, the magic-driven two-wheeler can only be moved by me, so it'd be impossible for the others to return earlier if I fight, Kay? Having heard the logical counter to their demands, Aiko and the others were speechless as he pointed how futile their demands were.
Well, just as Kohon, just as he said, because this one has exhausted her magic power, this one can do nothing. So, the top priority is to inform the town about the emergency. If this one rests for one day, this one will recover considerably.
Because everyone kept silent, Tio spoke to back him up. Just a little, she called Hajime in a strange way, but it must have been their imagination. Aiko also knew that it'd be the best to temporarily stop worrying about Shimizu, and she decided to give priority to secure the safety of the students by her side. Tio was unable to move due to magic power exhaustion, so Hajime dragged her by her neck root. Actually, the male students said someone should carry Tio on their backs as they grandly scattered sparks among themselves, but that was rejected by the female students. And because Tio herself have wished it, she was somehow carried by Hajime. However, rather than on his back, it was Hajime's characteristic to not hold her. As he frowned because it was a hassle, he suddenly gripped Tio's foot and began to... Because of the protests from Aiko and the others, he reluctantly changed it to gripping her neck root and dragged her just like before. No matter what Hajime did, it resulted in Tio who somehow floated an ecstatic expression that made the surroundings shuddered, and they descended the mountain as is. The party, with Dark Cloud and an army behind them, rushed to return to the old town. The magic-driven four-wheeler dashed out at faster speed than when they'd departed, but the land-leveling function couldn't keep up, so Tio, who was crucified on the ceiling, received the impact. The male students in the carrier received a mixer-like shaking. Then, at that time, he discovered the fully armed bodyguard knights, who fiercely drove their horses in the area between the town of Ul and northern mountain range. Hajime's farsight could see David in the lead, wearing an Oni-like expression, while Chase, who was beside him, couldn't hide his frustration as they swiftly rode. Having ran for a while, they discovered a black object that created a clamor as it moved. It was natural for them to think what they saw was a demonic beast. With their weapons drawn, they changed their formation. Their response speed was fast, and indeed, it was clear how they were praised as the VIP's bodyguards. In particular, even if he was going to be attacked, Hajime didn't have any problem to just charge past them. But Aiko didn't know that because she thought it'd be a serious matter if Tio, who raised a bewitching and charming scream, and the pale male students were exposed to such attacks. She showed her face through the sunroof and desperately waved her hands as she shouted at David to notice her. As they drew near, David tried to invoke his magic. He narrowed his eyes as he could see a human-like figure suddenly spring up above the black object that came in high speed. Normally, he'd do a preemptive strike as there was nothing to argue about, but something inside him told him to stop. It could be said that it was his sixth sense exclusive to Aiko, the so-called high-sensitivity Aiko sensor. With his hand held out, he sent his subordinates the signal to stop their attacks. Although the subordinates were suspicious about it, they became wide-eyed as they heard the familiar voice from the human-like thing that grew out of the top of the black object as it approached them. David had already displayed an expression as if he couldn't believe it and muttered, "Aiko." For a moment, don't tell me Aiko's lower half was eaten by that demonic beast, as David and the others became pale. But Aiko waved her hands energetically and said, "David-san, it's me. Please don't attack us," with a voice full of life.
David-san, it's me. Please don't attack us.
They understood that they had misunderstood the situation, and they let out joyful expressions at this reunion because the one on the black object was undoubtedly the person they held dear. As if he was drunk on the situation, David greatly spread his arms with an expression that said, "Come, jump into my arms." Chase and the others at his sides also spread their arms as if saying, "Jump to me." Seeing the knights' appearances with their hands spread, Hajime looked displeased. Although Aiko and the students thought Hajime would obviously stop before David and the knights, Hajime suddenly poured more magic power, and they accelerated. Because they were at a distance where deceleration was absolutely necessary, the knights became stupefied when the black object accelerated further and moved away in panic. Hajime's magic-driven four-wheeler just passed David and the knights, who spread their hands in smiles. Aiko could only shout, "Why?" That became smaller because of the Doppler effect, while David and the knights just hardened and smiled as is. After that, in the next moment, they screamed, "Eiku!" just like those separated from their lovers, and began to fiercely run after the four-wheeler.
Nagumo-kun, why did you do such a dangerous thing?
Aiko became angry, getting back into the vehicle and fiercely protested against Hajime. "There's no reason to stop, Sensei. If we stop, they'd likely ask about the situation. Do we have such time? We'll explain the situation in town after all, so there's no need to do it twice, right?"
That's true.
She was somewhat convinced. The things about them slipping out without permission and Hajime's four-wheeler would certainly take too much time, so Aiko shut her mouth. Yue, who got back into her seat, drew her face to Hajime's ear and asked him,
Real intention?
"Those smiling knights made me feel unpleasant."
Same here.
By the way, right behind the Aiko, poking her face out of the sunroof, was Tio tied up on the vehicle. An expression of ecstasy floated across her face because her damaged body continued to be stimulated by the vibration of vehicle's frame, but it seemed the knights and Aiko didn't see her. In addition, when they arrived at the town, Yue, who knew of Tio's disgraceful behavior, said, "Is this the Ryujin race?" as she raised a slightly shocked expression. Since the first time Tio released her dragon form at the northern mountain range, she was in a subtle mental state and seemed to feel the pain. That's why Yue finally broke free from her illusion-like respect and yearning towards the Ryujin race. Arriving at the town of Ui, Hajime and his party calmly walked, while Aiko and the others were running towards the town headman's place. Hajime thought of parting with Aiko and the students here, and quickly taking Will back to Furin, but he reluctantly followed them because Will had started running before Aiko and the students. The town was full of liveliness. The dishes came in wide varieties and abundantly, and the town was near a lake. It was the location where people and nature gathered. No one would ever dream that this town would be trampled by an army of demonic beasts in a day. Hajime and his party were looking at such a town, remembering they didn't have any meals since yesterday, so they advanced towards the town hall as they enjoyed skewers from a stall. Hajime and his party finally arrived at the town hall, and the place was already in a commotion. The branch head of UT's town guild, town executives, and the priests from the church were gathered and in a state of uproar. All of their expressions showed they couldn't believe and didn't want to believe the information brought by Aiko, the students, and Will as they closely questioned them. Normally, they'd just put it off as nonsense from a madman if they heard tomorrow the town would be annihilated. But they were words that came from Aiko, the god's apostle, and also known as the goddess of good harvest. That was followed by the recent fact that the demon race was capable of manipulating demonic beasts, so they couldn't just ignore this information. By the way, from the discussion inside the vehicle, Aiko and the students had agreed to hide Tio's true form, and there was a possibility of Shimizu Yukitoshi being the mastermind behind this. It's undesirable for the Ryujin race's existence to be exposed, so Tio asked them to stay silent about this, and the mastermind's identity was just a possibility, so Aiko didn't want to carelessly convey it. Aiko somehow or another agreed to conceal the information about the existence of the Ryujin race because the race is something half taboo for the Church of Saints, and it'd only cause chaos followed by the formation of a subjugation unit. Within such commotion, Hajime came towards Will. He only thought of the surrounding chaos as blowing wind. Oi, Will, don't just run all of a sudden. Remember that you're under my protection. If you're done reporting, let's quickly go back to Furin. With Hajime's words, Will, Aiko, and the others were surprised as they looked at Hajime. The others, the town leaders, seemed to feel displeased as they looked at Hajime interrupting the emergency discussion, as if saying, "Who the hell is this?"
What are you saying? Hajime Dono. It's a time of emergency now, right? Don't tell me you're gonna desert the...
Will started arguing with Hajime with an expression as if he couldn't believe what he'd just said, and Hajime replied with an expression as if he expected this hassle. Deserting or whatever it is, in the end, aren't you also going to abandon the town, take shelter, and wait for rescue to come? I'm already aware of this town's defenses from sightseeing. If you want to take shelter, it'd be okay to go to Furin. For a while now, you've only talked about quickly evacuating the people.
That's right. But I can't just run away by myself in such a serious situation. Even I should have something I can help with. Even Hajime Dono.
Hajime Dono, please cooperate too, was the continuation of Will's words. But his words were interrupted as he was frozen by Hajime's cold eyes. Do I need to speak more clearly to make you understand? My job is to take you back to Furin. I don't have anything to do with this town. Listen, I won't hear your opinion. If you still don't want to go, I'll just crush your limbs and drag you back.
That's...
From Hajime's atmosphere, we'll guess those words were serious as he turned pale. His expression said he couldn't believe it. Hajime, who could overwhelm the dragon that easily annihilated veteran adventurers like Gale's party, looked a little like a hero to Will. That's why even if he was merciless, Will unconditionally believed Hajime would somehow help the townspeople under such an emergency. That's why Will felt betrayed by the cold words thrown out by Hajime. That is... As he was at a loss for words, Will unconsciously distanced himself from Hajime, but Hajime decided to approach him. Because of such a strange atmosphere, the surrounding people could only alternate looks between Hajime and Will without moving. Then someone suddenly moved and blocked Hajime. It was Aiko. She immediately looked up straight at Hajime with a resolute expression.
Nagumo-kun, if it's you, can't you do something about the army of demonic beasts? No, you can do it, right?
Aiko's voice carried conviction. He can do something if it's Hajime. In other words, she declared he would be able to save the town. With those words, the surrounding town leaders started to make noise. If they were to believe the reported threat from Aiko and the others, the enemies were tens of thousands of demonic beasts. Furthermore, they gathered from several mountain range areas. That meant it was on the scale of a war. Consequently, an individual wouldn't be able to influence the war. That's common sense. To overturn such common sense, there was a special existence even among the ones summoned from another world. That's a hero. But it didn't really mean he could win alone against an army. What it meant was leading the human race, and together with his companions, simply using quantity. That's why they couldn't believe the boy in front of them, who wasn't even a hero, could do something, even if those words came from Aiko, even if they were words from the goddess of good harvest. Towards Aiko's powerful gaze, Hajime waved his hands gloomily as he tried to deceive her by denying it. No, Sensei, isn't that impossible? Aren't there more than 40,000 of them? It'll be very...
But, at that time in the mountain, you didn't say it was impossible when Will-san asked if Nagumo-kun could do something about it. Also, didn't you say the obstacle would be too big and it'd become a fight till the last one standing for me alone? To put it plainly, there's a possibility it'd become a fight till the last one standing, right? Did I hear it wrong?
What good memory. Because of Aiko's good memory, Hajime's face distorted as he awkwardly said that. He didn't regret what he'd said. Aiko requested with a more serious expression to Hajime, who averted his face.
Nagumo-kun, can't you somehow lend us your power? If this keeps up, not only will this beautiful town be destroyed, a lot of lives will surely be lost.
How unexpected. I thought you held students as your top priority. Even all the things you've done were inevitably because. There's the possibility it'd be able to return you even a bit earlier, right? Nevertheless, for the sake of unfamiliar people, you are trying to send a student to his death? You don't have the intention, but it's as though you're just like those guys from the church who tried to spur us to war, you know? Hajime's words were full of ridicule, but Aiko was still the same. Her expression was not the worried expression from just a minute ago. It was a resolute and teacher-like expression. There were priests from the church who listened to Hajime and Aiko's conversation nearby. They frowned and watched him with narrowed eyes because Hajime's words were full of disdain towards the church. That's why Aiko didn't move from her spot as she straightened her gaze and posture.
If there's a method to return to our original world, I'd quickly return the students, and my feelings haven't changed even now. But if that's impossible, then we are living in this world now, the words we exchanged, and the people who smiled at us. At the very least, I don't want to abandon the people within my reach. Thinking like this is natural as a human. Of course, because Sensei is a teacher, my priority will not change even under such an emergency.
Aiko spun her words of confirmation one by one.
Nagumo-kun, you're calm even now. That's why I think you've experienced something beyond our imagination to become like this. That's why I feel that you have the composure to think about other people. The words of a teacher who couldn't be by your side when you were most hurt might be too light for you. But please hear me out, somehow.
Hajime kept quiet as is, and he returned Aiko's gaze, urging her to continue.
Nagumo-kun, last night, didn't you say you'll absolutely return to Japan? Then, Nagumo-kun, are you going to return to Japan with everyone important to you except the ones who obstruct you? Are you going to leave everyone who becomes a hindrance to you? Will you be able to live like that in Japan? When you return to Japan, will you change your way of life? The reason Sensei didn't want the students to actively fight is because I am concerned if they would be able to return to their old lives when they return to Japan. Killing is, I don't want you to become accustomed to that. Nagumo-kun, you have your own sense of values. Your choice for the future is your own. In addition, you don't have the obligation to hear the words from Sensei's mouth. But Sensei thinks that no matter what kind of future you choose, the way of living which casts others away, other than those important to you, is a truly lonely one. Surely that way of living will not make you and the ones important to you happy. If you wish for happiness, at least for those within your reach, please don't forget how to sympathize with them. From the very beginning, that's the important and priceless thing you once had, so don't throw it away.
One by one, Aiko spun words filled with her feelings, and she tried to convey all of them in front of Hajime. The leaders of the town and even the students heard Aiko's words in silence, especially the students. They looked down as if they were scolded, as they felt bad they got carried away by their power. At the same time, because Aiko was serious about bringing them back even now, and even thought about how they'd live afterwards. With newfound feelings, they could be seen smiling happily, as if something tickled them. For Hajime, even if he crossed the worlds, no matter what the situation would be, and even if the students had completely changed, Aiko, who didn't even deviate from a teacher, made him smile wryly inside. It wasn't out of contempt, but admiration. Aiko was treated special because of her rare value. She didn't experience Hajime's hardship, so he'd easily refute her with, even though you don't know anything, or don't spout things as if you know them. In a way, it's just like what Aiko had said, her words were light. But Hajime couldn't do that. Even now, the teacher was looking straight at him, so to refute them as light words would be too unsightly. Moreover, Aiko hadn't even once pressured him about the right thing to do. All of her words were only for the sake of wishing for Hajime's future and happiness. Hajime immediately turned his gaze towards Yua at Aiko's side. Yua somehow looked at Aiko as if feeling nostalgic. However, when she noticed Hajime's gaze, she immediately matched him straight with a serene gaze. Her eyes said that she'd adhere to whatever answer Hajime gave. Inside the abyss, she was his precious person who held his humanity right before he fell. That's why Hajime certainly wished for her happiness. He thought it'd be okay if he did it by himself, but if he were to believe Aiko's words, Hajime's way of life wouldn't be able to make Yue happy. When he changed his gaze further, he found the rabbit-eared girl who looked at him worriedly. Towards his world, which narrowed to only Yue and him, she was the girl who brought liveliness. No matter how many times Hajime treated her unkindly, she desperately chased after him curiously, and now she was just like Yue, someone he loved as a friend and companion. For Hajime to accept Shia, didn't it bring happiness to Yue? For Hajime, this world was like a prison, a cage that obstructed him from returning to his hometown. Therefore, it was extremely difficult for him to accept the people and everything in this world. Inside the abyss, he discarded everything for the sake of returning. It wouldn't be an easy thing to change the sense of values carved in his mind, which wouldn't forgive those who obstructed him. But even if it was difficult to sympathize with other people, he could do it. As a result, his precious things, if that'd bring happiness to Yue and Shia, he wouldn't be that stingy to pitch in and help. Hajime didn't agree to all of Aiko's words. Even so, it was a serious scolding from his teacher. To disregard it as nonsense would be too childish. With this time's rampage, the possibility of the trouble of Hajime's existence being published would suddenly become bigger, but it'd be okay to work hard as just Aiko-sensei's student. Whatever he chose, he already knew he'd be marked sooner or later. He had prepared to strike all of the troublesome things he decided not to respect this world. That's why it wouldn't be bad to flashily show off his power. With that, he thought a while for an excuse. Then Hajime looked at Aiko again. Sensei, no matter what happens after this, are you still my teacher? What Hajime implied was if she'd be his ally.
Of course.
Towards that, Aiko replied without hesitating. Whatever my decision, that's even if the result isn't what Sensei hoped?
That doesn't have to be said. Sensei's role isn't to decide the student's future. I'll just help to make a better decision. Nagumo-kun has heard Sensei's talk, so I won't refute your decision.
Hajime watched Aiko for a while to confirm whether there was a lie in her words. For him to intentionally have such commitment was because Hajime himself didn't want to become hostile towards Aiko. After he confirmed there's neither lie nor deception in Aiko's eyes, Hajime turned towards the entrance. Yue and Shia immediately followed after him.
Nagumo-kun?
Seeing such a Hajime, Aiko panically called him. Hajime looked back. He shrugged his shoulders and replied, having been beaten by Aiko's teacher style. As expected, To take on a huge crowd of tens of thousands as opponents, I'll need some time to prepare. Continue your discussion without me.
Nagumo-kun.
Aiko's face shone because of Hajime's reply. Hajime could only smile wryly at such an Aiko. It is advice from the best teacher I've ever known. Moreover, if it's connected to these girls' happiness, I only need to consider it a bit. Anyway, I'll just kick those guys around for now. As he said that, he patted Yue and Shia's shoulder. Then once again he turned his heels and went out of the room. Yue and Shia raised a truly joyful atmosphere and began to run after Hajime in small steps. Petan, the sound of the door being closed, the leaders of the town who shut their mouth after being drowned by the atmosphere between Aiko and Hajime, and immediately asked about the situation from Aiko. Aiko, whose shoulders were shaken, stared at the door which Hajime went out of. Her face didn't transmit any joy towards Hajime. What she said to Hajime were Aiko's true feelings, that his way of life was a sad one. But in the end, there's no denying that she made an important student confront an army of demonic beasts. While she said she didn't want them to grow accustomed to using their power, she was conscious of the contradiction she'd made by sending him off to fight. She thought she wanted Hajime to rethink his way of life, but she also thought of wanting to help the townspeople of UI. As a result, both of them seemed to be fulfilled, but she wanted to search for better ways. Aiko secretly let her shoulders droop because of her helplessness as a teacher. She prayed for all of her students to not lose their hearts and to return to their homes, but Aiko's wish couldn't be fulfilled. After hearing Hajime's story last night, Aiko herself felt that her wishes were already just an illusion. However, she couldn't stop wishing for it. Surrounded by the leaders who raised a ruckus and the students who looked at her in respect and affection, Aiko didn't realize she let out a sigh.
Although this one is an important witness, is this neglect play as expected of mass?
By the way, Tio, who had come to the town hall with Hajime and his party, muttered with a flushed expression, and she was naturally ignored. Old Town. The mountain range area in the north and Oldea Lake in the west brought abundant resources to the town. Currently, the town was encircled by an outer wall that didn't exist last night as the town was wrapped in a strange atmosphere. This outer wall was something Hajime instantly built. Using the magic-driven two-wheeler, he ran around the town's outer circumference and transmuted the outer wall without leveling the land. First of all, the wall's height was only 4 meters tall because it was the range limit of Hajime's transmutation. It was not a really tall one. If it was a big-sized demonic beast, it would easily be able to climb over the wall. Tentatively, there's no problem because it made the people feel better in such an emergency. To begin with, Hajime wouldn't depend on such a wall. The thing about the approaching army of tens of thousands of demonic beasts was already known to the townspeople. Considering the demonic beast's movement speed, the vanguard would arrive right before evening. Naturally, the townspeople panicked. People began to insult the town leaders, including the mayor. Others cried and collapsed on where they were. People closely embraced the person next to them. Some scrambled to escape, even among companions. And there were those who started to blame each other. Tomorrow, this town would be destroyed, and they knew they'd lose their lives if they stayed here, so they didn't have the luxury to remain calm. The way they were acting couldn't be helped. But there was someone who made them regain their composure. It was Aiko. Finally arriving at the town, the guard knights received the briefing, and they shouted, "Goddess of good harvest," with her dignified appearance showing she didn't fear anything, coupled with her originally high popularity, made the people regain their composure for now. Hatayama Aiko, in a certain way, was more hero-like than a hero. The people who regained their composure divided into two groups: those who wouldn't throw away their hometown and would share the same fate as this town, the stay-behind group. The other one was as planned in the beginning, escaping to safety until rescue came, the shelter group. Even among the stay-behind group, a lot of women and children were put into the shelter. They believed Aiko's words that the demonic beasts would be repulsed, and they wondered if they could help somehow, and the stay-behind men decided to help while the wives and children would stay inside the shelter in case of an emergency. Although it passed midnight, the appearance of people embracing each other's for separation in tears could be seen everywhere. The shelter group went out of the town while carrying their luggages before dawn. The sun had raised high now. The people were divided between those who prepared for the battle and those who took a nap. Most of the stay-behind group believed in the goddess of good harvests party. Even so, we will protect our town ourselves. We'll do what we can. They were filled with such strong spirits. Even if the people had decreased, there was more liveliness than usual, so Hajime sat on the instant rampart behind the town. It was unknown where he was looking, as he looked at the distance. Naturally, by his sides were Yue and Shia. They sat beside Hajime. They thought of something. Then the two quietly drew closer to him. Then Aiko, the students, Tio, Will, David, and several guard knights arrived there. Even though he noticed Aiko and the others approaching, he didn't turn around and made David and the knights frown, but Aiko called on him earlier than them.
Nagumo-kun, how are your preparations? Did you need something else?
No, there's no problem, sensei. Of course, Hajime simply answered so without turning around. Unable to endure his attitude, David snapped on him.
Oh, you! What's with your attitude towards Aiko, towards your honored teacher? Normally, I wouldn't overlook the details about the artifact you carry and the details about your method of repulsing the army of demonic beasts, but I didn't do that because Aiko had asked me earnestly, you know? At least...
David-san, can you keep quiet for now?
However, when Aiko told him to shut up, he dejectedly shut his mouth. His appearance was just like a dog. Even though he wasn't a demi-human, one could see dog ears and a tail. Now those things seemed to hang down dejectedly because the owner was angry.
Nagumo-kun, about the black-robed man.
Apparently that's the subject. Anguish oozed out from Aiko's words. Are you going to confirm his identity? Even if I find him, you're telling me to not kill him, right?
Yes. It's necessary to confirm his identity. That's if it's an unreasonable thing for Nagumo-kun.
For the time being, I'll just bring him here.
Eh?
I'll bring the black robe to Sensei. Sensei is thinking as a teacher, so I'll do just that.
Nagumo-kun, thank you very much.
Aiko was a little surprised because of the unexpected cooperation from Hajime. Hajime didn't even turn around even now, and thinking Hajime had a lot to think about, she decided to receive his goodwill. She muttered, "I am powerless," as she sighed secretly. Then Aiko said her gratitude with a bitter smile. It looked like Aiko's talk was over, and this time Tio moved forward and called Hajime.
Fumu, I wonder if it's okay. This one mask on, matter to talk, is a request. Will you hear it?
Ticket, take careful. They don't take kindly to people who can't handle themselves. Ticket, take careful. They don't take kindly to people who can't handle themselves. Ticket, take careful. They don't take kindly to people who can't handle themselves. Ticket, take careful. They don't take kindly to people who can't handle themselves. Ticket, take careful. They don't take kindly to people who can't handle.
Thou. Don't tell me that this one's existence was forgotten. Haha, there's also something like this.
Because it was an unfamiliar voice, Hajime inadvertently looked over his shoulder, and there was black clothes with golden embroidery which resembled a kimono and splendidly slipped down, white and smooth shoulders together with an enchanting valley, followed by the beautiful leg which peeped from the cut from the knee, a black-haired, golden-eyed, beautiful woman. For a moment his eyes seemed dubious, and he remembered with, "Ah, now that you mention," then called her name. Obviously, Tio, whose existence was forgotten, was far from getting angry. She was blushing and her breathing became rough. Her something like this was unknown. But it'd be better to not ask her about it.
That's after this battle end and thou sent Will back, art thou going to continue to travel?
Ah, that's so.
Fumu, this one's request is that this one want to accompany thou.
I refuse.
Haha, immediate answer just as expected. As expected of Masu? Kohan, of course it's not for free. I'll call thou master from now on, and dedicated all of this one to thee. Body and mind, all of them. How is it?
Just return. Rather, just return into the ground. While spreading her arms, Tio declared to become Hajime's slave with an expression of ecstasy, and Hajime, who looked at her as if looking at a filth, immediately casted her away. Tio's body shook again. Her cheek became rose-colored. No matter who saw her, they'd thought of her as a pervert. Even the surrounding people were taken aback, especially Yue, who had strong yearning and respect towards Ryujin tribe. Her no-mask-like expression crumbled with all of her feelings.
That's cruel. Master was the one who turned this one's body into this one want thou to take the...
Everyone became A as they looked at Hajime. As expected, he couldn't just leave that ridiculous and false accusation alone. Hajime immediately looked at Tio's direction, and he glared at her with veins popped. His glare asked what she meant by that.
Oh, to be seen as filth by those eyes again. Ha, gulp. Look, isn't this one strong?
Her body shuddered again because of Hajime's glare. Then Tio began to explain her thought process that reached extraordinary conception to declare herself as Hajime.
Even in my hometown, this one only have 1-2 fights, and this one's particular endurance surpassed them. That's why, to be held down by other, and even to felt pain like pain never happened until now, and only until now.
Because the guard knights nearby didn't know Tio came from Ryujin tribe, Tio's words trickled down with some omission.
That's why when this one fought Master, it's the first time this one was knocked down, being held down, and tasted the pain and defeat for the first time. That's right, that fist which resonated with this body's core, the impacts that always aimed at unpleasant points, the pain that could felt throughout this one's body, ha.
Although Tio said that herself, the knights who didn't know she was from Ryujin race turned their gaze towards Hajime as if they looked at a criminal. If one's heard it objectively, it was a completely like a woman assaulting case. "How could you assaulted such beautiful woman?" was the noise raised by the knights. They didn't plainly blame him because they felt pity on the victim, Tio. Rather, the knights, with strong sense of justice, were perplexed because she looked so happy.
In other words, had Jimmy opened a new door for you?
That's it. This one's body is already useless without Master.
Gross.
Yu's expression was distorted as if she saw something unpleasant. Her tone no longer carried respect when Tio said her agreement. Spontaneously, Hajime revealed his feeling. He was completely taken aback.
Furthermore,
Tio's perverted look suddenly changed as she began fidgeting while she held her hip with her hands in embarrassment.
This one's first time was stolen already.
With those words, everyone's faces showed their surprise as they looked at Hajime. Hajime said, "There's no such thing," as he shook his neck while his cheeks were convulsing.
This one had decided to only admit stronger man than this one as companion. But there's no such person in this one's hometown. To be defeated and to be held down like that was the first time to suddenly use this one's ass. Moreover, such intensity, that's why thou art this one's master. This one want thou to take responsibility.
Tio's eyes were moistened as she looked at Hajime while holding her butt. The knight's eyes said, "This guy just a criminal after all," and continued with, "to suddenly attack the ass," as they talked and floated shuddering expressions. Even Aiko and the others who knew the truth glared at Hajime with blaming eyes. Even Yue and Shaya's expressions by his side said, "That's a little," as they averted their gazes. Even before the approaching of the army, Hajime was dragged into a situation where he was surrounded by enemies on all sides. "Yet didn't you have things to do? That's why you went out from your hometown." Because Yue and the others averted their gazes, Hajime replied desperately about Ryujin race's investigation.
There's no problem. It absolutely will become more efficient if this one is beside Master. It's just like hitting 2 birds with 1 stone. Look, aren't there various things happened in travel? It's okay to let out the frustration on this one, okay? It's also okay to do it stronger. Isn't that a good thing for Master?
There's only demerit with a pervert by my side. Tio clung to him, but Hajime just cast her away. It followed by the guard knight's resentment, female students who saw Hajime as a maggot, male students who felt a complex about women from different world, as they looked at Hajime with envy, Aiko who started to preach about illicit sexual relationship, and Will who somehow looked at Hajime with eyes of respect. Inside such chaotic situation, the army kept approaching them, and when Hajime started to become tired of it, they finally came. They've arrived, huh? Hajime suddenly turned his gaze towards the mountain range area in the north. He displayed his narrowed eyes as he looked at the distance. Even though they weren't in location that could be seen by naked eyes, Hajime could clearly saw it from the image from unmanned reconnaissance planes, which displayed on his magic eye crystal. There was a crowd of demonic beasts who completely wrapped the ground. Beside human-type demonic beasts like Brutal, there were 3-4 meter big and black wolf-like demonic beasts, and there were also lizard-like demonic beasts with 6 legs, phytome-like demonic beasts with needles protruded from their backs, mantis-like demonic beasts with 4 sides, huge spider-like demonic beasts with numerous tentacles grown all over their bodies, and there were pure white, 2-headed snakes. It truly a rich variation of demonic beasts, and their march made the ground trembled as cloud of dust was scattered by their tremendous force. Their number seemed to have increased further since the time he confirmed it at the mountain. It was a large army of around 50,000,60,000. In addition, there were also flying-type demonic beasts above the large crowd. They could be compared to the Pteranodon. One of the tens of Pteranodon fakers was especially big, and a person's shadow could slightly be seen on it. It was probably the black-robed man. Although Aiko's manner showed she didn't want to believe it, it was Shimizu Yukitoshi, 8 or 9 out of 10 cases.
Hajime.
Hajime-san!
Yue and Shia noticed something approach them from the change in Hajime's atmosphere. They called out to Hajime. Hajime turned his gaze towards the two and he nodded once. Following that, he turned his glance towards Aiko and the others whose faces filled with tension behind him. They've come. Although it's considerably earlier than the schedule, it'll be 30 minutes until their arrival. The number of more than 50,000. They are a mix of more than 2 kinds of demonic beasts. Hearing the number of demonic beasts had increased further, Aiko and the others turned paler. Towards Aiko and the others who looked uneasy, Hajime jumped above the wall, and he displayed a fearless smile over his shoulder. Don't make that face, Sensei. There'll be no problem because there's only addition of several tens of thousand. Just as planned, those who can fight should stand by. Without any fighting mood, Hajime told them to leave it to him, and Aiko narrowed her eyes as they slightly sparkling.
I understand, though I don't know what I can do just by standing here, just as you've said. Somehow, please be safe.
As Aiko said that, the guard knight said, I wonder if it's okay to leave it to Hajime, and even though it's too late, we should go to the shelter, as they ran while carrying the information towards the town. Even the students looked at Hajime with complexed eyes once, then ran after Aiko. Beside Hajime and his party, the remaining were only Will and Tio. Will was talking about something to Tio, then he ran after Aiko and the others after he bowed to Hajime. Tio answered Hajime's questioning face with a wry smile.
Because this one will use all of this one's power to overcome this incident, then at the very least this one's wanted Willboy to forgive this one about the adventurers. That kind of talk, that's why this one will help thee. What? Even if this one's magic power isn't recovered enough for dragon form, this one's flame and wind are quite the real deal, Kay?
Ryujin. Race was called odd existence by the church, and although they could be considered as demi-human race, they could directly manipulate magic power just like demonic beasts. Therefore, even though she wasn't an all-attribute chantless, no magic circle genius like Yue, there were attributes she excelled at, and she seemed to be capable to do it chantless just like Yue. Tio self-claimed that as she vehemently stuck out her chest to deliberately emphasized it, but Hajime just silently threw a ring made of magic crystallization stone. Although Tio showed a questioning look, she opened her eyes wide when she understood it was a magic power tank made of god crystal. Then she looked at Hajime with moistened eyes and spoke with a shaking voice.
Master, to propose right before a fight, this one, of course? This one's answer is...
As if. I'm only lending it to you because you have the duty as the battery. No more, no less. Rather, did you just try to be the fool like a certain someone just now?
I see. That Black History?
Yue dropped her shoulders with unpleasant expression because her thought pattern was somewhat similar to this pervert. Hajime's objection was completely ignored as Tio put the ring on her finger and gazed at it with a grin, while she was also being ignored by him. And finally, the large group of demonic beasts could be seen by naked eyes. People with bows and magic arrays in their hands gathered on the outer wall. The ground began to tremor, and demonic beasts' roars could be heard together with dust storm in the distance. Some people started to pray to the god, and some people wore expressions as if they'd be dead at any time. Having seen that, Hajime came forward. Using transmutation, he created the speech stand by piling up the ground. He didn't thought of easing people's anxiety because it had simply turned into panic if friendly fire happened. Something suddenly climbed on the foundation outside the wall, and the people who thought it was one of the approaching demonic beasts were glaring at it. But they were bewildered because where their gazes gathered was a white-haired, eye-patched boy. After he confirmed everyone's gazes were turned to him, Hajime inhaled then speak with a voice that could reach the heaven. Listen, O brave people of Old Town, our victory is nothing but confirmed. Wondering what was suddenly said, the townspeople looked at each other. Hajime looked at their confusion with narrowed eyes and continued his words. If you ask for the reason, it is because the goddess has taken side with us. That's right, it's the goddess of good harvest, everyone, no, Aiko-sama. Hearing those words, everyone began to raise noises with, Aiko-sama, goddess of good harvest? Aiko, who's accompanied by the guard knights behind and had been helped guiding the people, became stupefied. As long as Aiko-sama is beside us, we are unbeatable. Aiko-sama is the living god sent by the heaven as an ally to humanity, and brought to us good harvest and victory. I am Aiko-sama's sword and also her shield. I am here to answer her desire to protect everyone. Look, this is my power which guided by Aiko-sama. As he said that, Hajime pulled out Schlagen from the void and anchors from its barrel, pierced the ground to fix its position. Following that, he crouched, and the townspeople observed him as he aligned his sight towards the vanguard of demonic beasts, the Pteranodon fakers, and he pulled the trigger. A bright red spark released from Schlagen and accompanied with killing intent, a blinding light ran through the sky in an instant. It crushed one of the Pteranodon fakes, which was several kilometers away, and several others on the surrounding descended into the ground because their wings were pulverized by the after effect. As is, Hajime continued to fire for the second and third times, and the demonic beasts in the sky were exterminated. Then, he purposely altered his aim, and the rather huge Pteranodon fake started to fall as it was confused by what happened. Moreover, the black-robed man who rode on it was blown by the after effect. The black robe blown into the air, and he tried to resist the fall. He didn't have the time to bring the black robe to Aiko until all of the demonic beasts were dealt with, so he chose to defeat the fastest ones to escape for now. Although Aiko would be angry if she heard he shot him down, he didn't care at the least if that person was hurt after all. At least Aiko might not noticed it because he shot it down while they were still far away. Hajime finished exterminating the demonic beasts in the sky and he calmly turned around. There were the appearances of the townspeople who became dumbfounded and slack-jawed. All hail Aiko-sama! Hajime raised words of praise for Aiko as his last duty. Then, in the next moment,
All hail Aiko-sama! Long live Aiko-sama! Cheers for Aiko-sama! All hail Aiko-sama! All hail Goddess! Long live Goddess! Cheers for Goddess! All hail Goddess!
Inside Old Town, it was no longer just her nickname. A true goddess was born. Apparently, their anxiety had blown away as everyone in the town raised shouts of praise as their shining eyes looked towards Aiko, the goddess, their hope. In the distance, Aiko's face turned crimson as she trembled. Her eyes immediately turned towards Hajime and her small mouth moved as it said, "What do you mean by this?" Hajime turned towards the large crowd of demonic beasts again. Hajime pushed such facade to Aiko because he had his own reason. First, Hajime's activity would surely make the church and the kingdom move in the future. And because Aiko would confronted them if they tried to harm Hajime, it'd be better for her words as goddess of good harvest carried power at that time. If they could overcome the town's emergency with Aiko-sama's power, then the townspeople would start their own rumor, and the name goddess of good harvest, would surely grab people's hearts further. At that time, she wasn't only a useful talent for the kingdom, but also the goddess that people supported, so the church and the kingdom couldn't easily put their hands on her as her words carried more power. The second reason was simply because the townspeople would only become frightened and hostile if they were shown a big power. That's why even if they showed their power, the townspeople's wonder and fear would be relieved when they remembered it came from the goddess who supported them, and the hostility could be changed to goodwill. Even if they were chased by the church, there'd be people who cooperated with them, and that's a good thing. The third reason was simply to declare that he took the full brunt of everything aimed towards Nagumo Hajime's teacher. His number one reason was so that the townspeople would not panic and did something wrong, and he immediately thought to do that. Afterwards, Aiko would told him various things, but there were also merits for Aiko, and she should overlook it because it was the result of her decision. It'd be okay to just escape once everything's over. With townspeople's shouts that they wouldn't be defeated by demonic beasts because of Aiko on his back, along with Aiko's piercing glance, and the guard knights floated smiles as they muttered, "Just what? That guy's understood well what we meant," and looked at him. Hajime took out 2 metherized ammunition belts from treasure box and put them on his shoulders as he advanced ahead. On her right was Yue as always. On his left was Shia with Orkin on her shoulder, which Hajime loaned to her, and beside him was also Tio, who absent-mindedly staring at the ring of magic crystallization stone. On the horizon, the pteranodon fakers who fell to the ground as if they weren't related to all of this, and demonic beasts who marched single-mindedly filled their view. Hajime looked at Yue. Yue returned Hajime's gaze and silently nodded. Hajime looked at Shia. Shia, with her rabbit ears, stood straight-nodded, full of confidence. Tio on his side, he just put her aside. Hajime returned his gaze towards the large crowd and floated a smile, and he muttered without any eagerness, "Then, let's do it."
What's with this? What the heck this is?
The large crowd of tens of thousand demonic beasts came to attack Ultown from the rear side. The instantly built moat and the boy Shimizu Yukitoshi, who desperately shrunk his trembling body as he hysterically invoked barrier, could only flap his mouth as he couldn't believe the disastrous scene in front of him. An unbelievable spectacle, and the reality he didn't want to believe, he repeatedly cursed with words that wouldn't come out. That's right, the one behind the large crowd of demonic beasts was unmistakably Aiko's missing student, Shimizu Yukitoshi. By the contract he exchanged with a certain man, he planned to frame Aiko and the others for Ul's annihilation. However, the townspeople whom he thought would be easily twisted and crushed were still unharmed by the completely unforeseen and threatening ambush. Rather, the current progress brought forth was just like a painting of hell for Shimizu's side. As such peculiar sounds resounded in the battlefield, numerous flashes filled with enough killing intent speeded along the sky. The flashes reached their target without giving any time to wink. No matter how strong the several species of demonic beasts who roared and made the earth rumbled were, they were changed into lump of meat in a moment without any chance to resist. The 12,000 death per minute became a merciless wall as they approached, and they pierced their targets without such lukewarm words of "one bullet, one body" as they went through several tens of more demonic beasts in the back. The pierced demonic beasts, ignoring the law of inertia, were burst and collapsed on the spots in general. The demonic beasts immediately spread it out to left and right to escape the trail of deaths. But the shooter, Hajime, naturally wouldn't let them escape as he fired the second round from Metherai just like a folding fan. The barrage released and it approached all of the demonic beasts just like a rampart. In the blink of time, the mountain of corpses and river of blood were built.
Fly however you want.
In addition, on Hajime's left side was Shia with Orkan on her shoulders and shouted as she pulled the trigger. Pashu rang out in succession as the rocket launcher fired. On the contrary of those stupid sounds, the warheads passed into the middle of demonic beasts as they leave trails of sparks and caused huge explosions which blown the demonic beasts within 10 meters. The demonic beasts' bodies near the ground zero were turned into pieces, while the intense shockwaves damaged the bones and internal organs of the ones farther. Furthermore, the demonic beasts that were incapable of even standing up were treaded and crushed to death. Even though she exhausted all of the ammo, Shia reloaded it with the piles of warheads on her side from Hajime and fired them successively. The fired rockets exploded overhead, the demonic beast just like grenades, and numerous brightly burning flames were scattered below. Just like incendiary grenade, the liquid tars which kept burning at 3000 OC were extracted from flame crystal and poured down just like a great rain towards the demonic beasts whose bodies were burnt to ashes. They screamed and struggled as the flame which carried scorching destruction spreaded and swallowed the surroundings demonic beasts. Comparing the number of demonic beasts that exploded and the ones turned to ashes in the area Shia was in charge of were 2 against 1. Tio was positioned at Shia's right side. Her outstretched hands were releasing black aurora, which scorched the surrounding air since a while ago. It was the breath from her dragon form. Apparently, she was capable of shooting it even in human form. The black flame, which was capable to press on Hajime's full-power defense, flew and instantly penetrated the large crowds in the rear into annihilation. As is, Tio moved her arms horizontally and the black bombardment moved according to her arms and annihilated. After the bombardment was stopped, nothing remained except the gouged ground. In exchange, it should be considerably exhausting. Tio's shoulders were dropped as her body trembled. However, she immediately straightened her posture after she kissed the ring in her finger. She was taking out magic power's stock inside the ring of magic crystallization stone she received from Hajime. Because of breath attack, the vanguard demonic beasts around the area she was in charge of were annihilated, and Tio, who could take it easy, used magic with comparatively smaller consumption rate.
Wind which blowing, wildly, the torrent which burned in crimson, worldly flame tempest.
For the sake of suppressing magic power consumption rate, she chanted and heightened her concentration. Following that, flame tornado magic was released. Its scale was the same as F4 class tornado on Earth. The swirling flame of 10 meters in diameter advanced towards the group of demonic beasts, and the surrounding demonic beasts were blown up. The demonic beasts thrown up into the air didn't have any way to struggle, and they jumped into the flame as is. Following that, what was thrown out from the crimson tornado were ashes scattered like gray snow. The tornado, which turned everything into ashes, was trampling the battlefield without reserve. Yue's annihilation power on Hajime's right side surpassed them. Even though Hajime and the others started the attack, Yue stood still and had her eyes closed. The demonic beasts, who realized the attack from the right side was thinner, gathered there to escape the storm of destruction and invaded from the right wing. The marching demonic beasts were crowding and came charging. At the moment, their distance was about 500 meters. Yu opened her eyes and slowly raised her right hand, and with 2 whispered words, she recited the name of the powerful magic, as if declaring it to the world.
Threat Destroyer.
It was the trigger to invoke the Age of God's magic. It was the magic granted by Milady Ryzen, which interfered with one law of the world, gravity movement. For the vampire princess who held the natural talent for magic, she needed a long time to control her magic power and to fix the image, because it was a difficult magic she couldn't invoke immediately. Yet, along with Yue's chant, the same swirling dark orb, just like the one when they fought the black dragon, appeared above the approaching demonic beasts. However, there were differences. As the orb shape was changed, the orb became thinner and thinner until its length reached 500 meters squarely above the demonic beasts. Following that, the dark ceiling which blocked the sunlight immediately fell before the demonic beasts. In the next moment, it could be said, the demonic beasts were annihilated from the world. In truth, the Ols townspeople behind the wall could only dumbfoundedly watch what Hajime and his party did as a trampling play. There's no other way to look at it. The truth they seen made it look like a simple thing. The dark ceiling fell into the group of demonic beasts. The demonic beast sunk into the ground as is, and a 10-meter crater with length of 500 meters was created. The demonic beasts that crowding and charging didn't have the time to understand what happened, as all of their bodies were crushed and became stains at the bottom of the ground. In an aspect, it became just like the dump for demonic beasts' corpses. With only an attack from Yue, nearly 2,000 demonic beasts were killed in an instant. They were unfortunate as the demonic beasts' bodies were turned into pieces with their entrails scattered with this above-the-borderline technique. the following demonic beasts fell one by one into the huge hole where the ground suddenly disappeared. Unable to null their charging momentum, they were pushed from the back. In the blink of time, several thousands of demonic beasts fell into the huge hole. Then Yue once again interfere with gravity using magic power which taken out from magic crystallization stone. Demonic beasts' corpses were piled on top of demonic beasts' corpses. The blowing wind carried the smell of the trampled demonic beasts' blood towards the town. Such strong smell made the townspeople one by one unable to suppress their nausea. Even so, the townspeople raised an uproar because of the unreal, overwhelming power and trampling play. Wah! Shout of joy raised all over the town. The town leaders and the guard knights remained dumbfounded as they saw Hajime and his party's power for the first time. The students who once again witnessed that power could strongly feel the differences between them as they showed expressions with mixed feelings. Originally, they were going to protect the people from such demonic beasts. At least they first objected to defending from the same location as the townspeople, where they could only see the back of a classmate that was looked down as an incompetent. That's why their mind became complexed. Aiko was only praying single-mindedly for the safety of Hajime and his party. At the same time, her expression was distorted because the things about her had become too late to repair. With such gruesome battlefield in front of her, the contradiction with her sweetness strike on people's hearts. Before long, the number of demonic beasts were remarkably decreased, and the northern ground, which was hidden by the large crowd, could be seen. And Tio finally fell. Having exhausted the magic power from magic crystallization stone, she couldn't move because of magic power exhaustion.
Moo, this one will stop here. Already, no fireball can be made. Sorry.
While she collapsed in prostration, only her face looked at Hajime, which filled with apologizes, and Tio's complexion had passed from blue as it turned white. Literally, the consumption of magic power she did could brought about her death. It's enough. Looks like you aren't just a pervert. Leave the rest to me and sleep as is.
For Master to be gentle, though I thought I'd be insulted. No, about the whipping after this over, can I expect it?
Just die as is. With her face looked like the dead whose blood was extracted, Tio's body began to trembling by Hajime's words. Her expression was one of a satisfaction. Hajime looked at her as if he saw something disgusting and clicked his tongue. Then he returned his gaze towards the group of demonic beasts. Now, their number with scale of 10,000 had been reduced by 8,000 to 9,000. If, remembering the large crowd in the beginning, the damages could be stated as a total annihilation. However, the demonic beasts were still made reckless charges. To be accurate, it seems some of the demonic beasts were giving them commands. The ordinary demonic beasts completely obeyed them, following the commands from the leader of various species, and they charging in perplexion. Hajime was able to notice that because their number had fallen. Assuming Shimizu Yukitoshi is the culprit behind this incident, even if he carried some cheats, in truth, I felt suspicious about it, as I thought if he really could brainwash such a large crowd just like Tio. But not all of the tens of thousands demonic beasts were brainwashed. By brainwashing the leaders of various species, he made the subordinates follow those leaders. It was quite efficient. However, there was still the doubt on how he gathered such number in a short time. For now, I'll put that doubt aside. Because the leaders' movements were monotonous and slow, even though there were some flexibilities along with the composition of demonic beasts who obeyed the repeated reckless commands, it'd be better for him to quickly kill those leaders. If he did that, the demonic beasts that faithful to their instinct would run away into the northern mountain, because the difference of force from Hajime and his party was already carved into their body. Hajime stared at the extermination weapon, Methere, in his hands. 2 smokes were raised and it seemed the cooling wouldn't make it in time. If he continued to attack more than this, it fell apart somewhere. Of course, there was the possibility to restore it, but he couldn't do it instantly because it was a delicate object. It was necessary to take some time to work precisely on it. That's why, because it'd be a hassle, he switched to more appropriate method of attack. Yue, your remaining magic power?
Only 2 of magic crystallization stones left. The consumption rate of that gravity magic was more than expected. Training is needed.
No, didn't you just kill more than 2,000 alone? That's enough. I'll just pinpoint attack the leftover. Please, cover me. Even though Hajime's words were few, Yue immediately nodded in acknowledgement and carried it out. They were in harmony. Satisfied by that, Hajime talked to Shia. Shia, did you understand the difference in the demonic beasts?
Yes, the manipulated demonic beasts, just like Tio at that time, and the weak-kneed demonic beasts, right?
Weak-kneed? Yup, well, that's right. Probably those demonic beasts that look like Tios are the leaders of the groups. The others will run away if they are killed.
I see. Because I don't have any ammo left. It's direct killing.
What can I say? You've become sturdier.
Of course. It is for the sake of being by the side of you two.
Towards the smiling Shia, Hajime returned a wry smile which somehow felt like a gentle smile. However, he tightened his expression as he put Methurai inside the treasure box and took out Donnerschlag. At the same time, Shia also put Orkan away, and her hand reached Oryukin on her back. The leaders of demonic beasts numbered around 100. Perhaps because of the suicide assault, they began to lost their leadership on the subordinate demonic beasts as majority of them fall back. The attacks from Methurai and Orkan, followed by Tio's magic might, made them thought they had lost their chance, and the demonic beasts began to march back. To cover Hajime and Shia attack, Yue invoked her magic.
Thunder Dragon?
Immediately a dragon of thunder that created violent sparks and raised roars of thunderbolts appeared from the heaven which shrouded by dark cloud, and it infringed the front line from the right to the left. The golden dragon opened its huge mouth, and seeing the group of demonic beasts annihilated as they voluntarily jumped, the following demonic beasts once again flinching. At that chance, Hajime and Shia charged at the crowd at once. Hajime used Ground Shrinker as he dashed on the ground and successively fired Donnerschlag. His eyes grasped the appearances from the small gap on the crowd. He fired the flashes of death and they reached the targets through the small gap as they hit right at the vital points without mercy. Without even glancing at the demonic beasts in the front line, somehow only the leaders in the back were mysteriously burst open one after another, which made the surrounding demonic beasts halted. Then, a shadow suddenly appeared above one of the demonic beasts. Immediately, the demonic beasts looked up at the sky, and there was a girl with fluttering rabbit ears and carrying a gigantic warhammer literally fell from the sky and jumped into the scene. That girl was Shia. She stepped on the demonic beasts' heads and hopping just like a rabbit above the crowd. The last demonic beast's head she stepped on was crushed as she jumped grandly, and she flew at once into the sky, using gravity magic to lighten her weight. Following that, she turned around as she passed the zenith. She increased her weight several times at once and fell with tremendous power. Her targeted point was, of course, the location where several leaders were stiffened. Her free fall speed was accelerated further as the reaction from the outburst when she pulled Doryuken's trigger, and she used body strengthening to the limit to put the highest power into her attack. Then, the hammer that could be called the Destruction Incarnated fall down without even losing its momentum.
Woo!
The attack which accompanied with lovely shout was just like a meteorite. The brutal type leader who received the direct hit was crushed to death as its head immediately reached the ground, while flesh and blood were scattered by the violent impact. The flesh and blood slipped into the ground and stones which blown by the impact and returned to the ground as fertilizer. Following that, the same fate visited the crowding demonic beasts in the surroundings. Doryuken's overwhelming impact made the ground and stones flew just like bullets and scattered the fleshes which also returned into the ground just like before. Shia was in the bottom of the crater she made herself, and she used the reaction from the outburst to pull Doryuken, which buried on the ground. And at the same time she used the high-speed movement to move towards the demonic beasts, and once again attacked each group's leader. As expected, she didn't have the heart to just naively let the demonic beasts that did whatever they please away, and Shia crushed the surrounding meat wall to death. Shia used Doryuken's design gimmick to further extended the handle by more than 1 meter, and used the outburst to do high-speed revolution just like a spinning top. Following that, Doryuken, which carried enough centrifugal force, blown away the approaching mixed wall of meat. Countless brutals fluttered as they were blown away radially. The girl with delicate appearance easily blown away the many times bigger demonic beasts as if they were ping-pong ball. The spectacle was just like a joke. Shia restored her body pose from the flow of gyration, and she became depressed when she saw the targeted leaders were crushed from the gap of the blown-away brutals. Then, in that moment, her rabbit ears caught a sound of something new approaching in high speed from the right rear. Without panicking, Shia timingly rotated her body and used Doryukin to intercept the ambush. But the newcomers, demonic beasts with black fur, 4 ruby-like eyes, and looked like wolves, were already expecting that as they immediately decelerated and splendidly avoid Shia's attack. If they were normal demonic beasts, in theory they'd continued the attack and became corpses by the swung weapon. Actually, Shia also had thought of that as she concentrated her body strengthening on her legs, and she'd won by immediately jumping overhead the ray. However, Shia's expectation was betrayed. Somehow the 4-eyed wolves weren't jumped at Shia, but Doryukin with their strong jaws, as they used all of their might to push the ground to seal it. Of course, such demonic beasts couldn't beat Shia's body strengthening, but because she was surprised by the unexpected, her movement was sealed for a moment. Thus, the black, 4-eyed wolves had enough time. The same kind of demonic beast was approaching as it opened its mouth, filled with sharp fangs from Shia's back. With a perfect timing, Shia opened her eyes wide and immediately released the body, strengthening which concentrated on her legs towards her whole body. That because she was preparing to receive the attacks. At the moment those sharp fangs almost drenched by Shia's blood, something interrupted between Shia and the 4-eyed wolf. With length of 60 centimeters and width of 40 centimeters, it was a metallic cross, which middle part was just like a round shield. That cross prevented the demonic beast's mouth from biting Shia. Gotti sound resounded, and the demonic beast desperately tried to crunch the foreign object that jumped out all of a sudden, but the cross that emitted weak red light wasn't daunted at all. In the next moment, the demonic beast's lower jaw was blown off, accompanied with roaring sound. The cross soundlessly moved overhead, the screaming and writhing demonic beast, and a bullet pulverized the demonic beast's head, accompanied with another roaring sound. In addition, hearing the firing sound, Shia lightened her grip on Doryukin. Shia looked back at the 4-eyed wolves who temporarily closed off her path, and their abdomens and heads were also shot through as they crumbled by another 2 crosses which floating mid-air. Shia, don't relax your guard. Among the demonic beasts, there were some whose movement are obviously different. There's not only brainwashed ones and the subordinates of demonic beasts. Take 3 of the crossbits with you. Annihilate the 27 on the right. The front line will hold for 5 minutes for you. Shia finally caught up that she had escaped from the pinch, and he received the telepathy from Hajime. Ha! Shia, who regained her senses, was straightening herself and answered through the telepathy stone on her choker. Shia never thought of it as a collar.
Roger! Also, I am saved. Thank you very much.
Oh, be careful.
Fufu! Recently, Hajime-san's attitude becoming more and more softened. It is just one step away from it to become an accomplished fact.
Having confirmed the communication was cut, Shia muttered that to herself as she smiled because the floating crossbits in the surroundings were as if they were protecting her. Following that, she psyched up and readied Doryukin. Then she set out to annihilate the cautious leader, which had different fur color from the demonic beasts from a while ago. Fool, just as usual. She always got into some trouble, this girl. Muttering that, Hajime exterminated the demonic beasts with overwhelming force. There were 4 cross floating around Hajime. Crossbit was how Hajime called the floating crosses. They moved by the same principle as the unmanned reconnaissance planes, and their type specialized in attacking. Inside were loaded with gun and rifle bullet. They were operated using the bracelet where 7 induction stones were installed. Moreover, the surface was covered with mineral, which endowed with Vajra, using creation magic, so they could become strong shields as they reacted on the magic power from induction stone. Hajime, who used Gunkata as he pleased while manipulating the crossbits at the same time, unfolded a storm of attacks without any room of escape. Already, 40 of the demonic beasts' leaders were killed, and there were demonic beasts who began to escape from the full-powered pressure. Then, a human shadow who's screaming something towards the escaping demonic beasts in the distance was seen by Hajime at the edge of his view, because it only put out its head from the ground. For a moment he thought it was someone's severed head, but Hajime used farsight, and he certainly saw it move. That head was covered with black robe. The black-robed man, Shimizu, was throwing a tantrum just like a child as he shouted at the escaping demonic beasts. Then he began to recite something as he held up the artifact staff received in Imperial Palace. Of course, because there was no obligation to wait for the chant completion, Hajime fired Donner in his spare time and the staff was blown off in the middle. As the after effect, Shimizu was knocked and collapsed into the hole on the ground. Thus, although he didn't know what Shimizu was trying to do, the black, four-eyed, wolf-type demonic beasts who were hidden inside the crowd and patiently waiting for the decisive gap around Hajime jumped at once. As expected, they had the potential of coordination ability that couldn't be compared to the surrounding demonic beasts. It made him remember the two-tailed wolf from before. Actually, I feel they could be a good match if they fight against the two-tailed wolf. Although they didn't have peculiar magic to manipulate thunder and simply had inferior offensive power compared to the two-tailed wolf. Sometime they evaded the location I attacked as if they knew about it, so their peculiar magic must be something along prediction system. Following that, their coordination would make them the same level as the two-tailed wolf. In other words, it wasn't strange for the demonic beasts to be in the so-called low layer of the abyss. Why such demonic beasts here? Though there was such a doubt, he undertaking attacks, so it was just unnecessary thought for now. Hajime temporarily averted his thought from eliminating the leaders of the demonic beasts and concentrated on defeating the 12 black, four-eyed wolves. Front, back, left, and right, furthermore, there were black, four-eyed wolves who began to attack from above, so he rotated his body like a top and successively fired Donnerschlag. They used prediction to evade it from their spots, and Hajime also used prediction to attack their next location. Even so, he was surprised that there were some that still capable to evade. Similar to the two-tailed wolf, they must have a method of communication like telepathy among their companions, and there might be some who looked over the battlefield. Avoiding Hajime's shots, the four-eyed wolf leaped from the back because of the small gap when he reloaded mid-air, and one of the crossbits expanded just like flower petal and blown it away. Using that demonic beast as stepping stone was another four-eyed wolf as it jumped, and the crossbit immediately became a shield to obstruct it. Then he shoot out the shotgun from the elbow of his artificial left arm. Inside the rain of flesh and blood, two crossbits concentrated barrage at one corner towards the encircling four-eyed wolves. When the encirclement opened by force, he slipped through using ground shrinker and shot to death the four-eyed wolves from the back, which followed by Donnerschlag further slaughtering another two because they had finished reloading. Then, there was one that thrown away its body since the start and hurled its attacked body as it jumped towards Hajime. Hajime evaded by jumping sideways, shot the lower part of the demonic beast that came flying and blown off the four-eyed wolf that charging from its back. Taking a passive approach, Hajime immediately stood up and the four-eyed wolves opened their big mouths as if they had waited for this moment. Then they tried to crunch Hajime with their fangs. It was a perfect timing. If seen from the side, it unmistakably could be seen that the four-eyed wolves' mouths had settled on Hajime's body. However, at that time Hajime's appearance started to sway, and the four-eyed wolves' mouths, only gotchin, let out such sounds as they bit the empty space. Unbeknownst to them, Hajime's body had advanced one step. Hajime shot through the abdomens of the four-eyed wolves he just passed through. Furthermore, another four-eyed wolves leaped at Hajime, but it became the same as before. The place they attacked was wrong by a step. In each case, Hajime shot and blown them away as they passed each other. The black, four-eyed wolves were as if they mistaken their eyes measurement and the chain of event completely became like that. It was the skill derived from Hajime's sign interception called Phantom Step. The effect was at the time he intercepted his presence, and he'd leave his presence in the spot before he intercepted it for a few seconds. Because the real body's presence was intercepted, it'd be mistaken that he was still on his former location. Of course, because he merely shifted his presence, it was comparatively easier to notice if one's carefully observed him. But in a fight which few comma of seconds could decide between victory and defeat, it was difficult for them to not be puzzled. The validity increased if the enemies were particularly sensitive towards presence. Naturally, Hajime used light speed to control the crossbits, so no matter, even if the black four-eyed wolves were demonic beasts with abyss-class power, they naturally weren't enemies for him. In the end, although the four-eyed wolves were probably Shimizu's trump card, they couldn't even graze Hajime and annihilated in 2 minutes. Hajime scattered the crossbits, which killed the leaders with raging force. From the information the crossbits he put beside Shia in separated location, only several left before it ended in the other side. Even the demonic beasts that tried to charge towards the town were completely disallowed to draw near by Yue's Thunder Dragon. After about 2 minutes, Hajime confirmed that they succeeded in eliminating the brainwashed demonic beasts. Then, having confirmed that, he greatly inhaled and roared, which coupled with magic power emission. The huge roar and the surge of magic power ran through the battlefield. The overwhelming pressure attacked and shocked the demonic beasts' minds, and they feel huge instinctive fear. Following that, they noticed their group's leaders were already non-existent. After a moment of stiffening, they began to turn on their heels and desperately escaping towards the north while making a detour around Hajime. The groups of demonic beasts, which like a water current, was as if parted by a rock on the river, which was Hajime. Hajime confirmed his appearance with a sharp gaze when he discovered Shimizu, who seemed trying to escape using the last four-eyed wolf in the moment of confusion. Hajime kneeled and firmly set Donner with both hands and successively pulled the trigger. The bullets ran through the air with miraculous time lag. The four-eyed wolf sneaked a glance towards the sign of turbulence felt by prediction and avoid the first attack, but it collapsed as the second attack shot through its big thigh. The impact made Shimizu blown away. Because his body's specs were high, he immediately got up even though his body was struck hard. He rushed and shouted something towards the four-eyed wolf. Then he started to kick its head. He probably shouted something about it should quickly stand up. He was obviously hysteric. After a while, maybe he was, hinted by something to force the wolf to move. He began to chant as he put his hand on the black four-eyed wolf's head. Hajime saw that, fired the railgun without the need to discuss, and pierced where the black four-eyed wolf was stopped. Shimizu, who once again blown away because of the after effect, was moving his limbs in panic, and this time he escaping by himself as he began to run towards the north, just like the demonic beasts. Hajime took out magic-driven two-wheeler, accelerated at once, and caught up to Shimizu in the blink of the time. Shimizu looked back towards the KII sound behind him, and he frantically moved his limbs to escape as he became stupefied by the bike which shouldn't be existed in this different world.
What? What the hell? That's impossible. If it's true, the same hero as I... Coupe?
The back of the head of Shimizu, who frantically running while cursing, was struck by Hajime's artificial arm with two-wheeler's momentum as is. Shimizu's face dived into the ground and slipped on the ground for several meters with killer whale-like posture before he stopped. Well then, what should I say to Sensei about this guy? And according to the situation, mine will... Hajime said that to himself as he tied up Shimizu using the wire from his artificial arm and returned towards the town as is. The appearance of Shimizu, who was dragged by the two-wheeler as he was painted by the scattered blood and fleshes of demonic beasts while creating a dust storm on the ruined ground, could be correctly said as a defeated soldier. For Shimizu Yukitoshi, to be summoned to a different world was the dream he yearned for. Because he knew that was impossible, every day he was dreaming by a reading book in his hand or web novels. In his dream, he saved a lot of worlds, though he didn't know if he went towards the happy end with the heroines. Inside Shimizu's room, the walls couldn't be seen as they were buried by posters of beautiful girls, and inside the glass rack at one of the walls were his favorite beautiful girl figures, with improper poses lined up in such a cramped place. His bookshelf was filled with manga, light novels, thin books, and erojis, while the ones that couldn't be put there were all over the room as they made towers. That's right, Shimizu Yukitoshi was a genuine otaku. However, there's no one among the classmates who knew that fact. That's because Shimizu himself thoroughly hid it. There was no need to talk about his reasons. He had seen the classmates' attitude towards Hajime. That's why there was no way he could become an open otaku. Inside class, it could be said he was just a mob character by those who knew him well. There was no one he was especially close to, and he always quietly read a book in his seat. If he was talked to, he would give the minimum answer in a small mutter. To begin with, he kept the quiet attitude because he was bullied in junior high school. Maybe because it was the natural flow, he became a truant and stayed inside his own room every day, and he, inevitable, tried to create books and games to kill time. Even though his parents always worried about him, he brought otaku goods into his room every day, which made his big and little brother annoyed. They even showed that in their attitudes and words, which made Shimizu feel that the comforting house became worse, the so-called losing his place to stay. With such a gloomy environment, Shimizu thought of doing devious things to others inside his mind without letting it out on the surface. Thus he became more and more devoted into delusions and book creation. Because he was like that, when he understood the summoning to a different world was the truth, his mind state was as if shouting, "Here it come!" Even at the time Aiko protested fiercely against Ishtar, or when Kuki passionately decided to help humanity win and return to their original world, inside Shimizu's head were only the delusions of the real him, doing spectacular things in this different world. He was elated because the delusions he thought as impossible had become truth, and the pattern of being summoned to a different world where the protagonist was being unreasonably demanded was driven away from his mind. Thus, it actually became just as he expected. There was a conflict in this different world life for real. First, Shimizu certainly kept a certain cheat-like spec as a secret, but that was the same thing for the other classmates. Furthermore, Kuki was the hero, not him, and maybe because of that the women only kept coming near Kuki, and it became the saying that he was just one of the many additional people. With this, nothing changed from the time he was in Japan. Though his wish was fulfilled, the reality that didn't become just like he hoped for made Shimizu increase his deviousness, and his dissatisfaction was increasing in his mind.
Just why am I not the hero? Just why do the women only surround and desire Kukiki? Just why is it not I, but Kukiki who always gets treated as special, even though I can do better if I am the hero? Then the girls will accept me if I approach them. This satisfying condition is everyone's fault. I am the only special one. That's the egoistic idea which gnawed on my mind.
At that time, the combat practice held in the Orcus Great Dungeon. Shimizu thought of it as his chance. I won't mind about anyone else. It was the same even if they are here or not. Those classmates that treated me as background will surely notice my skill. Shimizu tried to use this opportunity. However, there was something he noticed. He wasn't a special existence at all. There was no opportunity-like development, and he certainly would become a dead person in the next moment. As he was about to be killed by the Trom soldier, he saw the hero who fought with a more brutal monster in the distance, and his fantasy about a different world crumbled as it made a rattling sound. Then he witnessed the classmate who fell to death into the abyss, and his heart was broken. He only interpreted things on his own convenience, and his mind always kept seeing others inferior than him, so naturally his heart was not strong. When he returned to the royal palace, Shimizu once again shut himself in his own room. However, the literacies that could cheer him up just like in his room in Japan were not here. That's why Shimizu naturally spent his time reading books around the skills and magic concerning his class Dark Magic User. Dark Magic System was a magic system which acted on the other's minds and senses. It was recognized as magic that basically give bad statuses to the target in battle. Shimizu's aptitude were such as altering the other's recognition, showing illusions, interfering with the image of the completed magic to disrupt the invocation, and with further mastering he could make disorder in one's body control. Thus the depression in his heart was completely blown away as he read the books, and Shimizu immediately recalled something. Can I brainwash someone if I master dark magic? Something like that. Shimizu was excited. If his assumption was correct, he could do whatever he wants to anyone. That's right, whatever he wants. The stagnating darkness spread in Shimizu's mind. Since that day, he zealously trained with undivided attention. However, it didn't easily go his way. First, for something with strong ego like a human, he needed to continuously apply the spell for several hours, or else he could not do the brainwashing. Naturally, that was if there was no resistance. As expected, there's no one who wouldn't react if he put the spell. It was necessary for him to put the target in a sleep-like state. If the target was a human, it would be too hard for him to hide and control brainwashing, circumstance-wise and time-wise. As he thought of what happened when he was found out, Shimizu couldn't help but abandoning this because of the high risk. Shimizu drooped his shoulders, but he immediately recalled about the reason he was summoned. The demon race could control demonic beasts. He wondered if he could brainwash the demonic beasts who moved by instinct and have small egos compared to humans. To confirm it, Shimizu went outside the imperial capital and repeatedly experimented on small fry demonic beasts. As the result, he proved that it was far easier to brainwash them compared to humans. To begin with, he could only do it because Shimizu was one of the cheaters and had an extremely high talent in dark magic. Previously, Ishtar had said that even if the people of this spent much time, they could only control two things. Shimizu, who had finished the experiments in the imperial capital's outskirts, thought it'd be good if he could control strong demonic beasts. However, he felt intimidated to go towards the dungeon frontline just like Kuki's party. Then, at the time he was at loss of what to do, he heard the talk about Aiko's bodyguards. If he joined them, he'd be able to encounter a good demonic beast, or so he thought. In the end, Aiko's party came to Old Town. Then he heard about the demonic beasts in the mountain ranges area in the north, and he was lost in greed when he thought to make them his subordinates. In their next meeting, everyone would be in awe and respect towards his great achievement, and he'd be treated as special, or so his delusion went. Normally, for the short amount of time of around 2 weeks, no matter if Shimizu was a genius in dark magic, and he used the efficient method by only brainwashing the leader of the groups, 1,000 was the limit. Moreover, it would only be those in Brutal's level in the second mountain range. However, he was helped by a certain existence, and he was able to control Tio, who gave her power to Shimizu to efficiently brainwash even the demonic beasts in the fourth mountain range, by chance. And at the same time, that certain existence promised him to reinforce him with troops of demonic beasts every day, and Shimizu's bound of reasoning completely came off. Finally, as he was soaked in joy that he was indeed special, the large crowd in his full control was turned towards the town. Thus, as the result, he was turned into such misery for those who saw him, and he was made to kneel in front of Aiko and the others. By the way, the reason why he looked like a defeated soldier was because Hajime dragged him using magic-driven two-wheeler on the ground which covered with demonic beasts, flesh and blood, coupled with the fluttering cloud of dust. Shimizu was unconscious with the white of his eyes displayed, and when they saw he was brought to the town with his head repeatedly hitting the ground, Aiko and the others' expressions were cramped. By the way, their current location was in the outskirts, and in this location were only Aiko, the students, several people from the bodyguard knights, and town leaders, Will and Hajime's party. As expected, if the mastermind behind the attack was brought to the town, the commotions would become bigger, and it'd be difficult to hold a conversation, or so their reason. The town leaders which remained inside the town were currently busy with post-treatment. Aiko had stepped up towards Shimizu, who was collapsed with the white of his eyes shown. His appearance, which wearing a black robe, following by the fact he was dragged back directly from the battlefield, became unassailable proofs that he was the culprit behind the attack. It was a fact she didn't want to believe, as Aiko's expression warped in sadness, and she shook Shimizu to woke him up. David and the others told her to stop it because it was dangerous, but she shook her head to refuse them. The same thing happened with the restraint. It was released because she wouldn't be able to hold a good talk with Shimizu with that on. In the end, Aiko was only wanted to talk as a teacher and a student. Before long, Shimizu's consciousness began to return from Aiko's call. He looked at the surrounding with a blank look, and maybe because he understood his situation, he raised his upper body. He immediately tried to distance himself, but maybe because the damage on the back of his head, he staggered and fell on his butt, then backed away as I is. With caution and abjection, he had a mixed expression with irritation excluded, and he looked around.
Shimizu-kun, please calm down. There is no one here that will harm you. Sensei only want to talk with Shimizu-kun. Just why did you do that? I don't mind if we talk about something else. Will you let Sensei hear Shimizu-kun's feelings?
Because Aiko matched her gaze to Shimizu, he stopped looking around. Following that, he averted his eyes and looked down, then spoke with voice that couldn't be heard easily. Rather, he started cursing.
Why? You still don't understand that. That's why this guys and that guys are so incompetent, treating me like an idiot. The hero? That hero is annoying. Even though I could do better if it's me. Unnoticed and treated like a mob character, honestly, they're only idiots.
You know your place. You almost destroyed the town. That's right. If you were talking about idiot, it is you. Ha ha. Think how much you made Ai-chan sensei worried.
Far from reflecting, Shimizu was cursing out his dissatisfaction to the surroundings, so Tamai, Sonobi, and the other students were angry and said their objection one after another. Maybe because he was pressured by their momentum, Shimizu looked more and more down and assumed silence. Because Aiko couldn't stand Shimizu looked like that, she tried to held down the further heating up students and questioned Shimizu with a voice which carried as much warmth as possible.
I see. You have a lot of dissatisfaction, however, Shimizu-kun. If it's about triumphing over everyone, that made Sensei don't understand it even more. Why did you try to attack the town? If you attack the town as is, a lot of people will be dead. Aside on how you subdued a lot of demonic beasts, that cannot show your worth.
Aiko's justifiable question made Shimizu slightly looked up, and his dreary dark eyes turned towards Aiko from the gaps of his dirtied forelock which hang down. Then he floated a faint smile.
I can show it if it's to the demon race.
What?
Those unexpected words which came out from Shimizu's mouth made not only Aiko, excluding Hajime and his party, everyone in that place were shocked. Shimizu raised a satisfied expression when he saw their appearances, and though it was the same as before, he began to talk with a voice that's stronger than the previous pressure which made him shut up.
To capture the demonic beast, I went to the mountain range area in the north alone. At that time, I met a person from Demon Race. At the beginning, of course, I was cautious, but that Demon Race wanted to talk to me. Then, we came to an understanding. That guy know my true worth. That's why I came to that guy, Demon Race's side, and made a contract.
A contract, you say? What do you mean?
Aiko was shaken by the fact he was connected to the demon race, their enemy in war, but she was sure that the demon race must have coaxed her student, and she asked that while restraining her anger. Looking at Aiko, Shimizu was grinning as if he saw something amusing. Then he said the impactful words.
Hatanaka-sensei, it is to kill you.
Hey!
For a moment, Aiko didn't understand what he had said as she spontaneously let out that silly voice. The same thing happened to everyone there. They became stupefied for a moment. They understood the meaning earlier than Aiko, and stared at Shimizu with fury in their eyes. Shimizu ducked for a moment from the piercing glares which filled with strong anger from the students and the guard knights, but he stopped midway and continued his words, as if to shake off their glares.
What's with that expression? Did you think I was used by the demon race? In certain ways, you're a more troublesome existence than the hero, goddess of good harvest. If I make it look like you killed the townspeople, I will be welcomed to demon race's side as a hero. It's that kind of contract. My ability is amazing after all. They said it'd be too wasteful for me to be under that hero. As expected, the one who understands it will understand. Actually, they also lent me strong demonic beasts, and I was able to create an army that exceeded my imagination. That's why I thought I can absolutely kill you. What's with that? What the heck was that? Why an army of 60,000 was defeated? Why those weapons existed in this different world? You, just what on earth are you?
Because of the ridicule at the beginning, Aiko could only stare blankly at Shimizu, her student, when he said the word kill, and maybe because he was agitated as he spoke, he began to shout when he looked at Hajime. Inside his eyes were something more than melancholy and abjection, the irritation because nothing went according to his desire, the hatred towards Hajime who obstructed him. Following that, the envy towards that power were mixed, and created his madness. Apparently, Shimizu didn't notice the gray-haired, eye-patched boy before him was Nagumo Hajime, his classmate. To begin with, it could be said it couldn't be helped, because he never talked to him. Shimizu kept glaring and cursing at Hajime as if he would attack him at any moment, and Hajime, who suddenly became the target, could hear Shimizu cursing as, "Even though you're just a Truini character," and actually he got a considerably deep damage as he looked at the distance to escape the reality. His attitude could be seen as, "I don't think anything of you," so it caused Shimizu to agitated further. Having guessed Hajime's feeling, his back was patted by Yua, and her kindness made him want to cry again. Maybe thanks to Hajime ignoring the serious mood and entering his own world. Aiko was given the time to regain her sense from the impact. She took one deep breath, and even without any courage to confront his rage, she didn't move from her spot, then grasped Shimizu's hand and talked quietly.
Shimizu-kun, please calm down.
What's with you? Let go!
He was surprised by the sudden touch, and Shimizu immediately tried to shake her off, but Aiko said she wouldn't let go and further increased the power of her grip. Maybe because Shimizu couldn't look back at Aiko's serious gaze, he gradually calmed down as he looked down again, and his expression was hidden by his forelock.
Shimizu-kun, I have understood your feelings. You want to be special. Your feelings aren't mistaken. It was a natural wish for a human. Following that, you surely can become special. After all, although your method was mistaken, it is the truth that you can do that much. However, don't go to the demon race's side. Having heard your story, that demon race was just trying to use your desire. Sensei can't entrust her important student to that kind of person at all. Shimizu-kun, let's do it over, okay? I don't want anyone to fight, but if Shimizu-kun wish for it, Sensei will support you. If it is you, you definitely can fight as equal with Amanogawa-kun and the others. Then, someday, let's return together when we found the method to return to Japan, okay?
Shimizu heard Aiko speaking in silence, and before one knew it, his shoulders trembled. Even the students and the guard knights thought Shimizu was shaken by Aiko's words and began to cry. Actually, Sonobe Yuka, who famous to be easily moved to tears in the class, was already crying when she saw Aiko and Shimizu. However, it wasn't something sweet as it wouldn't simply went her way. Aiko patted the trembling Shimizu's head with gentle expression, but Shimizu suddenly gripped the outstretched hand in return and pulled her. Then he turned her over and coiled his arm around Aiko's neck. Aiko unintentionally groaned because her arm was bound behind her, and he took out a 10 centimeters long needle from God knows where. Then he pointed it at back of her neck.
Don't move or I will pierce it.
Shimizu shouted hysterically. His expression was twitching in convulsion, and his eyes had the same madness when he was cursing Hajime. His previously trembling shoulders was apparently from laughter. Aiko looked in pain because she was unable to pull apart Shimizu's arm, which coiled on her throat. The surrounding people desperately stopped their movement after they received Shimizu's warning. From Shimizu's appearance, they understood he would seriously do that for real. Everyone worriedly called Aiko's name with regretting tone, and Shimizu continued to ridicule them. Incidentally, Hajime finally returned to reality at this time. Because he was on the trip to escape the reality up until now, his face said, "Oya? Since when? Because of the sudden development."
Listen, this is a poisonous needle I got from a demonic beast in the northern mountain range. She'll only suffer for a few minutes before she die if I pierce it. If you understand, then everyone must throw away their weapons and raise your hands.
With the words from the maddened Shimizu, the surrounding people turned pale. Shimizu was grinning at the students and guard knights, who completely couldn't move, and he turned his glance towards Hajime.
Oi, you! Chewy bastard, you! Not on your back! I am talking about you! Don't take me for a fool, you bastard! If you keep joking around, I'll really kill him!
Because the way Shimizu called him was too cruel, he inadvertently looked back appealing, "It's not me," which ended as futile, and Hajime's face looked so unpleased. In spite of the tense situation, his attitude didn't change as he was calm, and Shimizu lost his temper because he thought he was taken for a fool again. Thus, hysterically, he demanded Hajime to hand over his firearms. Hajime returned to look at Shimizu with extremely cold eyes when he heard that. "Well, to say you won't kill her, to begin with, you can't go to the demon race's side if you don't kill Sensei, so you're going to kill her anyway, right? That's why I won't hand them over."
Shut up, shut up, shut up. Just be quiet and hand them over. An idiot like you should just do what I said. That's right. Oi, give me your slave too. Let her carry the firearms.
With his calm returning, Shimizu shouted some more. Because he was too cornered, he couldn't do a normal judgment anymore. Shia, who marked down by Shimizu, was trembling and her expression displayed her disgust. Even if I fired 3 times in succession to shut you up, you'll only become more creepy. Rather, Shia, even if you're disgusted, don't hide behind me. He isn't that dreadful.
But he is really disgusting. It can be said my mind can't accept it. Just look, those pimples. It's impossible to not feel disgust.
Well, though he wished to be a hero, his lines were the same as the thief that was killed easily by the protagonist in the very beginning, after all. Though the person in question couldn't hear because they lowered their volumes, everyone could hear them because as her disgusted eyes and their volumes were becoming louder, Shimizu could only flap his mouth and his complexion gradually dyed in red. Then it changed to blue, and in the end it turned white. It was an example of the change in complexion because of the anger which became too high. Shimizu began to mutter, I am a hero. I am special. This guys and that guys are just idiots. Everything are those guys' fault. There's no problem. Everything will go as I wished. I am a hero after all. I am special. With hollow eyes, following that, he suddenly let out a high-pitched laugh as if he was shaken free of something.
Shimizu-kun, let us talk after all. Everything is okay.
Even though Aiko was in pain as she was exposed to Shimizu's crazed antique, she let out those words, and at the moment he heard that, Shimizu completely stopped his laugh and strangled Aiko further.
But how annoying. Stop trying to be a good person, you hypocrite. Just shut up and become a tool for me to escape from here.
Shimizu muttered that with a dark tone and he looked at Hajime again. Without any agitation or other expressions, he looked at Hajime with eyes filled with negative feelings. Next, he saw the gun in the holster on his thigh. What he wanted was transmitted without the need for words. If he faltered here, he could just disregard his life and death and, no, his good future would be only a dream if he didn't harm Aiko. I'll fire the wire when I pass the gun and use lightning clad, even if Aiko gets involved. It should be okay to be looked at by Aiko with slightly hurt eyes. Hajime leaked a sigh. He thought to fire the wire when he passed the gun and used lightning clad, even if Aiko got involved. But he slowly reached Donnerschlag so as to not stimulate Shimizu. Because Aiko's body was small, she couldn't become a shield, and it was possible for Hajime to hit Shimizu before he realized with his drawing speed he thought it'd be okay to be looked by Aiko with slightly hurt eyes. But at the moment Hajime started to drop his hand, the situation suddenly changed.
Don't! Avoid it!
As she shouted that, Shia strengthened her body to the best of her ability and momentarily achieved a high-speed movement on ground shrinker level, and she jumped towards Aiko. Because of the abruptness, Shimizu immediately tried to pierce the needle into Aiko. Shia was doing the impossible by pulling Aiko and twisted her body to protect her from something. Then a blue-colored water current penetrated through Shimizu's chest, and that laser-like thing passed over the place in which Aiko's head were a while ago almost simultaneously. Hajime, who was inside the trajectory, used Donner to defend against the laser of water that probably the offensive magic called Break from water system. Then about Shia, she vigorously charged as she embraced Aiko closely, as she slipped and dived into the ground with her shoulder. She raised a dust storm, and Shia, who finally stopped, Ugu, raised a pained groan and remained lying.
Shia!
Among everyone who was stiffened by the sudden development, Yue ran with all of her might as she called Shia's name. Following that, she took a position to protect Shia and the woman she embraced, Aiko, from another attack. Hajime didn't say anything and only thanked and praised Yue in his mind, because she moved just as he hoped for. Then he held Dahmer with both hands while he used Farsight to trace the trajectory of that break. Immediately, he saw a black-clothed man with pointed ears and swept-back hair who rode on a huge bird-like demonic beast in the distance. In a flash, Hajime successively fired the railgun towards the flying demonic beast in the silhouette. The man with swept-back hair, as if he had anticipated the attack, made the bird-like demonic beast desperately evade by doing barrel roll as he confirmed Hajime's location. It was quite an agile demonic beast, but it couldn't evade it everything, and one of the bird-like demonic beast's leg was blown off. The swept-back man's shoulder was also blown off. Even so, rather than falling, its speed didn't slowed, and it aimed to escape at full speed. It could have only said the way it escaped from the series of attacks is nothing but splendid. That man is probably the person from the demon race from Shimizu's talk. He's already detoured to the town in low altitude as if he was making the town as a shield, then vanished. From the method he used to escape my bullets, it seems the information about me and my party is already known by the demon race. Because he escaped towards Oldea Lake, it'd be too difficult to pursue him using unmanned reconnaissance plane if he escaped through the forest. Above all, that's not my current priority.
Hajime.
Maybe because Yue had also guessed the enemy escaped, she called Hajime with a voice which contained impatience unlike the usual. Heiji put Donner back into the holster and ran up to Shia without even looking at the collapsed Shimizu. Shia was faced up as she was rested on Yue's laps, and her expression warped in pain. Aiko, beside her, also showed similar expression as she was embraced by Yue.
Hajime-san! I am okay, but please, Sensei-san was graced by the poisonous needle.
There was a hole with 3 centimeters in diameter in Shia's flank. Even though the bleeding was suppressed by body strengthening, it could be understood that she was in considerable pain from the amount of sweat flowed in her face. However, she floated a forced smile and told to give priority to Aiko with a shaking voice. When he saw Aiko, her complexion was completely paled, and her limbs began to convulse. Maybe because she heard Shia and Hajime's conversation, Aiko desperately shook her neck, appealing to let Shia treat it first. She couldn't let out any word because the poison had already spreaded. If Shimizu's words were correct, she only had several minutes. No, it'd be less than a minute, looking from Aiko's appearance. She didn't want to make more trouble as it was already too late. Hajime averted his gaze away from Aiko and unhesitatingly nodded at Shia. Then he let out a vial from treasure box. At that time, the surrounding people finally ran up towards Hajime and the others with uneasy expressions as they let out cries from their mouths. The students, David, and the knights were particularly shaken. They were half in panic. They were asking Hajime about her safety, stepped back when they saw her appearance, and tried to cast recovery magic, which was ineffective. Towards such people, Hajime's one word, silence, with killing pressure made them step back and keep silent. Even I'm slightly surprised by what I just said. My anger because of Shia's injury is more than I expected. Apparently, without me noticing it, I've recognized her as an important companion deep in my heart. Therefore, I'm unbearably angry towards the demon race that came in contact with Shimizu and myself, who had forgotten the possibility of him still nearby. If he'd do something to Aiko and the others when Hajime's party went to the front line, the possibility of become a chaos was high. However, because he actually didn't do anything, he was convinced that he didn't want to do it directly, without any basis to it. As a matter of fact, that demon race person had thought to assassinate Aiko when Shimizu was on rampage, but he lost the chance because he was stupefied by Hajime's party, which was out of the normal. Afterwards, as he was looking for a chance, the talk between Shimizu and Aiko started. Thus, he thought to leave killing Aiko to Shimizu as he looked from the distance, but he guessed that Aiko would be recaptured in the last moment by the unstandard Hajime. So he cast a magic which specialized in penetration to pierce Shimizu and Aiko. However, even though the demon race was quick to see that opportunity, there was one miscalculation. That was, if thing went well, the trajectory would make it hit Hajime and the others, erasing those risk factors at the same time. But Shia's peculiar magic was activated. That was foresight. Shia, who was behind Hajime, naturally would be hit by the trajectory, along with Shimizu, Aiko, and Hajime, so she dashed out to break the future she saw. Thanks to that, the future where the attack went through Aiko's head and she immediately died was avoided. Shia had put her body in the line to change that future. Even though he was doubtful on why she put her life for Aiko, who was not intimate with her, Hajime would not treat an important companion who had worked her best coldly. Therefore, he unhesitatingly used the scarce holy water for Aiko. Because there was no time, it was the most certain thing to use. Hajime held Aiko, who was supported by Yue, put the vial in her mouth, and poured the holy water little by little. Aiko looked at Hajime, who didn't take Shia as the top priority with criticizing glare, but ignored by Hajime. Currently, he prioritized Shia's will than Aiko's or his own intention. That's why he just poured the holy water as discussion wasn't necessary. However, Aiko's whole body began to convulse and couldn't be moved as she desired, so she couldn't swallow the water. Rather, it was possible to enter the lungs and made her vomit. Hajime judged it was impossible for Aiko to swallow the holy water by herself. He put the remaining holy water inside his mouth, and he unhesitatingly poured it directly into Aiko's mouth.
KHFL is Y.
Aiko opened her eyes wide. Next, screams and angry voices raised by everyone in Hajime's surrounding. However, Hajime ignored all of those, and he twined his tongue that invaded Aiko's mouth. Then he forcefully poured the holy water. Hajime's expression didn't contain any shame or guilt. There was only seriousness about doing what had to be done. Before long, Aiko's throat moved as to swallow, and the holy water flowed inside her body. Following that, the pain which attacking her body and the cold feeling as her life was going to be washed away were blown away as if a fire was lighted in her core and started to spread around. Aiko remembered the feeling of being soaked inside the hot spring in the cold winter, and her body shook. It was just as expected of the holy water. It was a miraculous water that prevented his body broken from eating the flesh and blood of demonic beasts. The effect was preeminent. Not long after, the mouth-to-mouth ended just in the blink of time, and Hajime separated his mouth from Aiko's. Silver-colored string appeared between the two. Hajime observed Aiko. His purpose was to ascertain that she had escaped from the crisis. On the other side, Aiko was still looking at Hajime blankly as her eyes were unfocused. Sensei. Sensei? Oi! Sensei!
Fue?
Hajime called Aiko to ask her condition, but Aiko blankly looked at him and unmoving. Hajime was irritated, so he lightly slapped her cheek and raised his volume. Then she raised an indescribably lovely voice and regained her senses. How's your body? Are there any sense of incompatibility?
Huh? I am... There is no abnormality. Rather, I feel good. Wait, that's wrong. By no mean that thing feel good. What I mean was, the medicine's effect.
I see. Then that's good. Hajime looked as if he'd lose his temper and answered simply towards Aiko, who said there was no abnormality in her physical condition. Then he simply removed the hand which supported Aiko and moved towards Shia. Although she was stupefied by Hajime's attitude, Aiko didn't stay in that spot and she had run towards Shia before she aware of it. Hajime took out another holy water and poured half of it directly into Shia's wound, and the other half was brought close to Shia's mouth to let her drink it. The injured parts make a small shoo sound and recovered rapidly, but somehow Shia didn't want to drink the holy water and shook her head.
Hajime-san?
Shia, what?
Me too. It'll be better. To do it mouth to mouth.
Yeah. Always like this. As she was drenched in sweat because of the pain, Shia leaked out her desire. Even if I am rolled around, I won't get up until you do that, she said those kind of demand. And even Hajime was amazed by this. As expected, there's no need to purposely do mouth to mouth because it was unnecessary, so he ignored the silent complaint from Yue, who was nice to Shia recently, and thrust the vial into Shia's mouth.
Mugu. Gulp gulp. Puh. Hajime-san is unfair. I am jealous of Sensei-san.
Hajime, bad.
Fue. Shia-san, you're wrong. That's a life-saving action. It is different from what Shia-san want. I am a teacher after all.
She received sulky gaze and words from Shia and scolding from you to read the mood. But Aiko, whose face read in purposely made excuses, and Hajime could only let out, "Ha!" a profound sigh, which contained both relief and amazement. Following that, the outfielders who had guessed thing had settled began to make noise again because everyone probably recalled the pitiful existence which had been forgotten. It was particularly important for Aiko, so Aiko probably didn't forget him and just didn't understand what had happened all of a sudden. Hajime called out to a guard knight who was nearest to Shimizu. "You? Is Shimizu still alive?" With those words, everyone went, "Ah," with expressions as if they just remembered about him, and they looked at the collapsed Shimizu. Only Aiko displayed a perplexed look and said, "Eh? Eh?" As she looked around, she might have recalled the situation when Shia snatched her. With mixed complexion, she panicky run towards Shimizu.
Shimizu-kun, this is so cruel.
In Shimizu's chest was a hole similar to Shia's. The bleeding was intense and there was a big pool of blood. He probably only had a few minutes left.
I don't want to die. Help. If it's like this, no. I can't believe it.
Shimizu spoke to Aiko, who held his hand by his side. It was just monologue of words which couldn't be understood in a muttering whisper. Aiko looked at the surrounding for help, but all of them averted their eyes. It was already hopeless. Moreover, the expressions of not wanting to help vividly appeared on them. Aiko clinged to the last straw as she looked back and shouted to the Hajime who was there.
Nagumo-kun, that medicine from before. If it is now, please.
Hajime had expected Aiko's words and muttered, "It really came to this," along with a sigh. Then he moved towards Aiko and Shimizu. Following that, he questioned Aiko even though he knew what the answer would be. "Do you want to help him, sensei? He was going to kill you, you know. I think it had crossed the limit no matter how much a teacher you are. He was someone who tried to kill her, but she protected him just because he was her student. Just how many people could become a teacher like her in such desperation? She might already be at an abnormal level for a teacher." Aiko accurately read the meaning behind his gesture. Her eyes shaken for a moment, then she answered in a firm expression.
Certainly, it might be as you had said. No, it is surely as you had said. However, I just want to be that kind of teacher. I will be the student's ally no matter what happen. I have vowed to become that kind of teacher. Therefore, Nagumo-kun.
Hajime became ill-humored as he scratched his head because the answer, just as he expected, and he sighed in reluctance, because that's just how Aiko-sensei was. Following that, he looked at the sky. As he thought of something for a while, he took one deep breath and went towards Shimizu's side with a resolute expression. "Shimizu, can you hear me? I have something that can save you. However, there's something I want to ask first." Hearing the words, "he could be saved," Shimizu responded by stopping his mutters, and his wandering eyes were staring at Hajime. In a beat, Hajime asked a simple question. "Are you an enemy?" Shimizu immediately shook his head without any hesitation. Following that, he floated a smile of objection and began to plead for his life.
I am not your enemy. I won't do anything. I will do whatever you want. So help me. I'll even give you an army and even brainwash the women. I swear. I swear to be loyal. I'll do anything. So help me.
With those words, Hajime became expressionless. Following that, he could be seen looking into Shimizu's eyes guiltily, as if trying to confirm his real intention. Shimizu, who thought he was seeing the depth of his heart, immediately looked away. However, Hajime was able to confirm it. There's darkness and impurity more than before inside Shimizu's eyes. They were saturated by hatred, anger, envy, desire, and other negative feelings. They were just like the deep sea where the light did not reach. Hajime was convinced. Aiko's words didn't even reach Shimizu's mind. Therefore, Shimizu would surely become their enemy. He had determined that. For a moment, his gaze matched Aiko's. Aiko was also looking at Hajime, and their gaze met. Following that, Aiko was immediately able to guess what Hajime was going to do. her expression changed, and she jumped out to stop Hajime.
Don't!
However, Hajime was much faster. The sound where a breath was taken away. It wasn't known who let that out. One in the head and one in the heart. The bullets which accurately shot made Shimizu's body jump for a moment, and they awarded him with death. Inside the lingering gunshot, no one let out a word, and they could only watch Hajime silently looking at the corpse with a gun in one hand that raised white smoke, in blank surprise. Silence ruled their vicinity. Within those who could not move, a mutter was leaked.
Why?
It was Aiko. In a blank surprise, she watched the remains of Shimizu who had began his travel to the death, and she raised that Gestian. Hajime looked away from Shimizu and he looked at Aiko. At the same time, Aiko matched Hajime's gaze again. Inside her eyes, anger, sadness, distrust, and others' feelings were raised and disappeared. Then they raised and disappeared once again. He is an enemy, after all. Hajime's answer towards Aiko's Gestian was truly simple.
That Shimizu-kun is
Reforming? Sorry to burst your bubble. I am not so good-natured to believe that. Above all, my eyes aren't clouded at all. When I asked the last Gestian, Shimizu's eyes was telling him that he had fall. Before death, his mind still moved towards killing Aiko. I thought Shimizu could slightly change his way of life because just like the time when I almost fell, there's Yue's existence that was capable of holding and retaining me. So, I guessed in Shimizu with that thought in mind. If that was so, I had considered to give Shimizu a chance by putting into him a collar and letting Aiko take custody of him. However, even before death, Shimizu's eyes didn't even show such sign. Aiko should also feel that. However, Aiko was the teacher. By no means could she abandon him. She just couldn't do that.
Therefore, rather than killing him, if he is kept inside the royal palace and returned together with us to Japan, possibly, there's the possibility.
Even if I tried to give you a reason, I know Sensei won't agree to it at all. I have killed Sensei's important student. It's okay for Sensei to decide whatever you want to do about me.
Such a thing is
A lonely way of life. I've thought of various things because of Sensei's words. However, in this world where a person's life is cruelly light, I thought of not showing any mercy towards my enemy. And I won't change that. I don't think I want to change that. I have no time for that.
Nagumo-kun.
I'll do the same thing from now on. At the times I think it is necessary, I'll pull the trigger no matter how many times it'll be. If you thought I was mistaken, Sensei only has to do what you want. However, I want you to remember one thing. Even if it's Sensei or the other classmates, I'll pull the trigger if you become my enemy. Aiko looked down as she bit her lip. It was no one but Aiko who said, "Having heard my talk, I won't refute whatever your decision is." No more word coming out. Hajime looked at such Aiko and he turned his feet, because the things needed to be done here had finished. Yue and Shia immediately nestled close to him. Accompanied with pressure, Hajime looked at Will, Aiko, and the others' appearances. And because there's also the matter of post-treatment, they silently followed Hajime in painful reluctance. The town leaders and knights had a purpose to detain Hajime and his artifacts, but because of the overflowing pressure and remembering the previous monster-like fight, they withdrew their hands and swords. This is the...
Nagumo-kun. Sensei is...
Even if her words weren't continued, he called out Hajime's name because of her pride as a teacher. Hajime stopped for a while and spoke to Aiko over his shoulder. Sensei's ideal is already a fantasy. However, we are glad that Sensei remains as our teacher, even if the world had changed. If possible, please don't give up. Following that, this time he didn't stop and came off from the surrounding circle. He took out magic-driven four-wheeler and escaped from there when everyone had boarded it. Afterwards, what remained was the clamor from the town that was joyed for their survival, and the indescribably subtle mood. The magic-driven four-wheeler dashed onto the highway while raising a storm of dust, with the northern mountain ranges at its back. Because it was a road treaded by many people over the span of many years, it was in far better condition compared to the road from Ui Town to the northern mountain ranges area, Thanks to the suspensions he installed, the vibrations were dulled and the four-wheeler advanced smoothly towards Furum. Shia was seated in the front seat and her rabbit ears were flapping in the wind thanks to the fully open windows. She looked somewhat displeased since she liked the two-wheeler more than the four-wheeler. After all, she liked the feeling of her rabbit ears cutting through the wind and embracing Hajime while resting her face on his shoulder. Naturally, Hajime was the driver. The seat beside him was, of course, Yue's. Will was seated in the back seat.
Excuse me, was it really okay to leave them like that? If you only spoke a little more about it, especially towards Aiko Dono.
Nah, not really. Everything is okay. After all, there would be only more trouble if I stay there. Sensei can also make good decisions even if I am not there.
It's probably as you said, but...
You? Setting aside whether or not you're a good person, aren't you too concerned about others? Even though he heard Hajime's words, Will still wore an anxious expression, which made Hajime smile wryly. To truly be in pain and crying for the dead adventurers, not to mention remaining in an unrelated town about to be attacked by a large crowd of demonic beasts, which was normally thought of as suicidal. To forgive Tio, who was the object his grudge, and now he was worried about the relationship between the one who half-threatened him, Hajime and Aiko, and the others. He was a noble from the kingdom, and he was extremely eccentric, as he was aiming to become an adventurer. However, even more than that, he was a good-natured person who cares about everything.
A good person.
A good person.
Umu, a good fellow.
Will showed a complex expression towards those words said simultaneously. Although he was praised, it was an indescribably subtle evaluation for women to think of a man as a good person.
Please stop talking about me. I only wanted to ask you for a full explanation of your reasoning.
Reasoning? With no more than a subtle expression while he scratched his cheeks, Will continued to talk. However, Hajime's eyebrows twitched in reaction to Will's words.
That's right, about Aiko Dono, who was probably left with ill feelings, and about why the boy called Shimizu was killed, the reason for your actions.
Didn't I explain it already? He was an enemy.
That's the reason you killed him, and not the reason why you can't save him, right? After all, he had already received a mortal wound at that time, and he would be dead in a few minutes if you just left him. There should be a reason as to why you purposely killed him, right?
You unexpectedly observed the situation rather well. What Will pointed out hit the bullseye. He was a classmate, so the impact when Hajime killed him while Aiko pleaded for help was too strong. Thus, the fact that it wasn't necessary for Hajime to kill him was well hidden. Will, who noticed that fact, could be said to carry the eyes of a noble. Hajime's tone carried admiration towards Will, who wasn't deceived. Even Shia, who had her face out the window to enjoy the wind, said, "Now that you mentioned it, I also noticed that." And she turned to look at Hajime, who was driving, with a knowing look. Hajime hesitated a little on how to answer the gestion, but Yue answered them before he could say anything.
Hajime is a tsundere.
Maybe because Yue hit the nail on the head, Hajime kept a poker face and continued his silence. The other members could only parrot her.
Repaying Aiko. In other words, you were just worried about her?
That's just a coincidence. From how Hajime curtly answered and looked the other way, it seemed like Yue's guess was right on the mark, so she and the others asked for an explanation. Because Hajime didn't want to answer them, Yue answered in his stead. In short, he tried to avert Aiko's mind from feeling responsible for Shimizu's death. Shimizu had said it before. The purpose of meeting the demonic race was to kill Goddess of Good Harvest, Aiko. In other words, Shimizu was used to kill Aiko. Even the last attack went through Shimizu's body to kill Aiko. Of course, Aiko wasn't responsible for Shimizu's death. Shimizu sold his soul to the demon race on his own will, which resulted in his death. Because it was the result of his own decision, Shimizu himself was responsible for it. Even if he wasn't responsible for it, it was the responsibility of the one from demon race who mortally wounded Shimizu. However, would Aiko agree to it? After all, the last attack was aimed at Aiko. That was the reason why she felt strongly responsible. Aiko always thought of her students first. Shimizu died because she involved him. In effect, wasn't it her fault Shimizu was dead? She might think in such a way. Thus he thought, can Aiko's mind endure it? Hajime felt a slight fear. Even Aiko should feel unease and fear as human who was summoned to a different world. Although she didn't lament as she cowered and trembled in fear, the reason she could work so hard was because she had her pride as a teacher. In addition, there were students who occupied Aiko's mind as a teacher, and a student had died because of her. The impact was greater than when she had heard Hajime had died, or the time when Hajime said the cause was the backstabbing of a classmate. It would be a much stronger blade to damage Aiko's heart. It might even break her. Hajime calculations would be affected if Aiko was broken, but he was definitely worried about her. Hajime had felt that Aiko's words were an impossible ideal because they gave birth to a lot of contradictions. Even so, the words said by Aiko made him think it was definitely be necessary for Yue and Shia's future happiness. That's why, even if the world had changed, and even if Hajime's teacher made him feel indebted to her. Therefore, Hajime killed Shimizu even though he would die soon enough, even if he was left alone, making a strong impression, emphasizing that Shimizu was an enemy. This was followed by making an impression of Hajime being the one who killed Shimizu. Aiko's heart shouldn't break down. He thought it was his duty so his teacher wouldn't change.
So that's what happened. Fufu, what a tsundere Hajime-san is.
So that's what happened?
Indeed, Master is unexpectedly cute.
Yu finished her explanation to the other members, and their eyes carried warmth as they looked at Hajime, but Hajime kept looking the other way.
But I think Aiko noticed it.
Hajime silently turned his gaze to Yue. Yue returned Hajime's glance with gentle eyes.
Aiko is Hajime's teacher, a person whose words remained in Hajime's heart. That's why there's no way she didn't notice. It's okay. Aiko is strong. The situation will definitely end how Hajime desired it.
Apparently you trusted Aiko because Aiko could at least have Hajime focus on himself, something she couldn't do. Towards Yu, who watched him with an upward gaze, Hajime responded by gently narrowing his eyes. Because of Yu's words, his worries about Aiko and future developments, which clouded his mind, cleared.
To create the world where only the two of you existed. No matter how much time passes, I will also create such atmosphere.
What can I say? I somehow feel something sweet in my mouth.
Move forward, team. This one wants thee to abuse this one, but even this kind of situation isn't bad.
Will and the others felt uncomfortable because of Hajime and Yue's sweet atmosphere. Shia in particular was puffing her cheeks and pouting in distaste. Yue noticed Shia and shifted her gaze towards her and once again matched Hajime's gaze to silently appeal to him. The content was none other than Shia's reward. Without Shia's peculiar magic, foresight, and her desperate action, Aiko would have become someone who couldn't return because of a hole in her head. Shia had saved Hajime's teacher. Because he understood, Hajime let out an moved his gaze away from Yue, looked at Shia and said, Shia, well, you saved us, though it's belated. Thank you.
Who?
The result of him saying his gratitude while enduring his embarrassment were those words along with astonished expression. Though veins popped on Hajime's forehead, he endured it because it was the consequence of his deeds. Well, I think it couldn't be helped for you to take such attitude. Even so, I am seriously expressing my gratitude, you know? Hajime matched his gaze with Shia, who was looking at him firmly, expressing his gratitude with a thank you. Because of Hajime's straightforward words, Shia's body trembled as though an electric shock ran through her whole body, and she became restless. Her gaze excitedly wandered around while her cheeks were dyed in deep red. Her rabbit ears were swaying here and there.
Well, it's not like I've done something amazing and it's okay if you don't say thank. What's with this suddenness? Somehow it feels really embarrassing.
Hajime smiled wryly while looking at Shia's embarrassed state, and he asked of the doubts he had. Shia, Though I was just a little curious about it, why did you unhesitatingly jump out at that time? You had never talked about anything important with Sensei, right? I also can't remember a time when you got along with her.
That is because she is someone Hajime-san worried about.
That's all, huh?
Yes, I think that's all.
I see. Because of Shia's astonished expression, Hajime expression ascertained that he couldn't say anything more. Certainly, Aiko was Hajime's teacher. His classmates would be impacted if she was gone. He was honestly glad she didn't die. However, he remembered he didn't show it through his speech and behavior. Nevertheless, Ye and Shia seemed to be able to read what was in Hajime's heart. They were people who always knew his heartfelt emotions. Though he only thought of it now, they had crossed the boundaries of being companions. Such understanding had crossed his mind. Thus, even if Yue didn't say anything, he thought to repay Shia with something. And so, Hajime, who was still embarrassed, spoke to her. Shia, is there something you want?
Something I want?
Ah, you can say it's a thanks or a reward. Well, something like that. Of course, it's only something within my ability, okay? Shia was a little perplexed because of the sudden words. Since she thought what she had done was a natural thing to do for companions, she thought it was a little exaggerated. You, she groaned, and when she casually saw Yu at his side, Yu was watching Shia with a gentle expression, and then she nodded. Her gaze told her it was okay for Shia to honestly receive Hajime's gratitude. Yue was urging her. Shia, who accurately read the situation, let out a forced laugh. After thinking about a little, and she turned her gaze from Yue, who revealed a smile, while nodding towards Hajime.
Then please take my first.
Rejected.
Why? No matter how much I think, finally the dare time has come! It is that kind of time, right? Right? Please read the mood.
I said within my ability.
That's quite within your ability. Even though you always casually keep me away, you did it with Yu-san. I know it happened. My heart felt empty whenever I found out about your liaison. Woo. When we arrive at Furin, I'll once again go on errand alone, and you will make love during that time, right? Sub again! I alone! Killing time alone, then I'll pretend to not see Yu-san beaming. Damn it!
No play, there's nothing to cry about. I am in love with you, and about you, well, I think of you as an important companion, but it's not love. For me to embrace someone else is...
Sub... Hajime-san, you good for nothing.
A wuss, a bastard who tricks a maiden's heart, a good for nothing, you perverted voyeur.
The time has come. And she was about to say her wish with joyful expression, but Shia became indignant because she was rejected even before she finished voicing requests. She let out all of her dissatisfaction up until now as she curses Hajime while weeping.
The man who annihilated several tens of thousands of demonic beasts is a good-for-nothing?
Unexpectedly, Master has a pure heart. If thou still haven't been in that kind of relationship, it means this one whose ass's first time was deprived has a step in the lead.
Those words were heard, although it said in whisper. Hajime seriously thought, should I throw them out of this car for a moment? However, Yua, who was sitting by his side, was somehow looking at him with a criticizing gaze, and he let out a guh. Following that, he spoke to Shia again with cramped cheeks. In addition, he swore in his heart to punish Will later. About the other voice, he would leave her as is because he didn't want to be her companion. Shia, please lower the hurdle. If it's another thing...
Hajime, you can't?
For some reason, Yue hugged Shia. Shia said with a miserable voice as she clung to Yue, Yue-san. Obviously, Yue seemed to allow Hajime to embrace Shia. Recently, Yue has been truly spoiling Shia. Hajime had thought it was because of a deep friendship, but somehow it became similar to a big sister helping her troubled little sister. Moreover, the elder one was a cis-con. His beloved woman was asking him to embrace another woman. Seriously, Hajime, who didn't know what this situation meant, could only hold his head with both hands. However, Hajime also had something he wanted to say. What my heart wants is Yue, only you. I don't hate Shia. I think of her as an important companion, but I can't treat her the same as Yue. You know, I carry the desire to monopolize Yue. No matter what reason it is, I won't allow her to be beside another man. You can think of it as being narrow-minded or selfish, but I want Yue to think the same as me. It's something I desire. That's why, even if it was Shia, could you pardon me from starting a relation with another woman?
Hajime.
With Shia clinging to her arm, Yue's cheeks blushed, and she looked straight at Hajime with moistened eyes. Hajime once again gently stroked Yue's cheek with his hand as he returned her gaze, and the two formed a sweet atmosphere anew. Even the air's color seemed to have turned pink. The two watched each other's faces as they gradually drew closer. Then,
It seems I have been completely forgotten, even though it was the talk about my reward.
Shia was scowling with a dangerous tone as she stared at Hajime and Yue, who almost reached the climax. Then the two finally noticed their surroundings and hurriedly distanced themselves. Yue, who still felt embarrassed, was timidly twirling her beautiful hair to calm down. Hajime, who confessed his feelings, had his heart thrown out of order because of the surprise attack. His expressionlessness crumbled, and his mouth naturally stammered for an excuse. The words of him wanting to monopolize her and to be monopolized were heavy responsibility for a person, but Yue was extremely happy. Her heart shivered and she inadvertently forgot about everything except Hajime.
I see. I somehow understand the relationship between the three of you. Chiodono has it hard.
Annoyed. The bond with you is deep, though that'll be a hindrance to this one. Well, as long as this one will be abused, then it's...
Will's expression looked as if he would vomit sugars as he tried to guess the relationship between the three. They didn't want to know of the existence of the pervert who started panting as she imagined something.
Hajime, I am sorry, but Shia is also important. I want to repay her. So please go out with her for a day inside the town, can you?
Now Yue was asking Hajime for Shia's sake. Shia, whose heart was broken, had her head patted and was now spoiledly pressing and rubbing her face against Yue. Hajime, who saw their appearance, answered with a wry smile. That's okay. I don't mind if it's just that much. It's not because Yue asked for Shia, okay? Even if Shia was the one who asked for it, I'll at least go out with her.
Hajime-san, no, there's no need to be concerned about it. It's okay as long as it can become an established fact.
Seriously, you are...
Well, because that's still impossible, I'll endure it for now by increasing the favorability through the date. Once we arrive at Furin, please take me to the sightseeing ward, okay?
Okay. Because of that idea, Hajime thought to once again remind her that Yue was the only special one for him. However, Shia probably already knew, but she didn't get discouraged. With a complex expression, Hajime thought, well, it's okay to let Shia do what she wants, as he acknowledged their date. There was no change to the fact that Shia was already an important existence for Hajime, and he could not be reluctant about it because it was something Yue asked of him. Thus, he confirmed he wanted to reward her for her hard work.
What's with this feeling of being an outsider? It's the same feeling of slipping into another family's get-together.
This kind of ignoring play doesn't make this one feel happy at all. Only lonely. Rather, isn't it about the time someone responds to this one? Is it really okay for this one to be here?
Will, who was sitting behind the front seat where the flirting and heartwarming scene had occurred, looked so uncomfortable. In addition, although no one talked to her, Tio, who participated in the previous conversation, unbeknownst to them, had boarded the carrier as she placed her head on the window where the carrier was connected to the vehicle. Before the fight, she had asked permission to follow Hajime. In the end, she was left behind because her existence was forgotten, so she jumped into the carrier of the magic-driven four-wheeler in a panic. The look of her panting because of her cruel treatment while peeping into the vehicle via the window took everyone inside the vehicle aback and decided to treat it as though there was nothing there. At first, he tried to shake her off by doing reckless movements with a wild-like speed, just like the one in the movies, but she used magic to her advantage to stick to them. Moreover, because she became more and more excited with ecstasy, they decided to just ignore her, the pervert. The more one reacts to her, the more pleased she became. Because of the situation where no one responded to her, Tio was excited because she thought of it as some kind of play to ignore her. However, she began to feel the emptiness from the interaction of Hajime and the others, and finally complained to them. Even so, no one responded to her, so Tio creeped into the vehicle from the window connecting the vehicle and the carrier. With her black and long hair hanging down, her appearance who slowly creeping inside was just like Sadako-san from a certain movie called The Ring. As expected, Will couldn't ignore the eeriness as he shouted, "Wah!" and retreated to the side window. Reacting to his voice, Hajime and his party looked at the back seat.
This one is stuck. The breasts have become hindrances. Can't get in. Sorry, Will boy, but can thou pull this one in?
Her breasts, which were far bigger than Shaya's, were resisting the pull as they continued to change shapes because of the window frame. Tio asked, "Please pull this one, okay?" as she stretched her hands towards Will. Hajime, who saw the situation, silently pulled Schlag from his left holster. His hand moved over his shoulder and shot without any hesitation. The gunshot and the projectile flew outside, hitting the Tio's forehead, and the force of impact blew her back into the carrier. A clamoring and slamming sound resounded from the carrier.
What have thou done? To suddenly do that, wouldn't it make this one excited?
With flushed cheeks, she rubbed her forehead with a somewhat happy expression. She complained not. Tio, from the Ryujin tribe, said no more than a perverted remark. Maybe because she wanted to enter with her legs first, she thrusted them into the vehicle window. However, this time, her plump butt was stuck on the window frame, and her fascinating buttock somehow managed to get inside after some struggling. Hajime silently fired Schlag in succession, and although he wanted to blow Tio's ass out of the vehicle, she was considerably stuck and thus didn't blow away thanks to the plump meat of her buttocks cushioning the impact. However, because she let out R18 moaning every time a bullet shot was into her butt, such as "ah" and "how intense" her master. With cramped cheeks, Hajime reluctantly stopped shooting. As expected, it was better to not become an acquainted to a pervert. Yu, who idolized the Ryujin race, felt that the image she had of them was nothing but a fantasy and had pushed them to the back of her head and was now covering her eyes in shock. Tio, who guessed the gunfire had stopped, somehow held her butt and breasts, letting out a sigh, "Phoo," as she finally got inside the vehicle.
Geez, how indiscriminating. A master who can't be helped. But don't worry, this one will receive any kind of love. That's why it's okay to do more of it, you know? Even more intense is okay too, you know?
Shut up, pervert! Don't lean forward and do not come here. If possible, open the door and jump outside now.
For master to know what's best for this one, but this one refuses. This one has already decided to follow master. There's also the duty as Ryujin race. And the thing about taking responsibility, there's no reason to separate. No matter what master will say, this one will follow thee. This one definitely won't go away.
Tio, who finally entered the vehicle, spewed perverted words one after another, and when Hajime coldly answered her, Tio's expression looked like she was further charmed by him. However, she firmly insisted to remain, though it was spoiled by her own expression. Stop joking! What responsibility? It's nothing but the continuation of a fight to the death. Just be glad you weren't killed. Besides, your duty as Ryujin race is about that hero. The guy is the center of this summoning, so go to him.
Don't want to. Definitely don't want to. Though this one doesn't know what kind of person that hero is, this one thinks he wouldn't be able to ruthlessly and mercilessly punish this one just like master. Beside, don't belittle this one. This one has decided whom this one would call master. This one not so frivolous to be able to change the feelings towards this one's master.
With her eyes fully open, Tio insisted while clenching her fists. Though it was said in a good manner, she eventually made a perverted declaration that she was happy to be treated mercilessly by Hajime.
This one would chase thee even if thou art runs away, okay? When this one goes all over towns with the story about this one's first being snatched away, about this one's body that could no longer live without master, doing different this and that kinds of things, it will be told along with master's description as this one walks, okay?
You are! With veins popped, Hajime dangerously narrowed his eyes as he thought of her as a seriously annoying fellow. Though he thought to just kill her, she wasn't an enemy, and Yue would stop him, so he thought to just keep hitting her until she lost her memory. Nevertheless, she had an authentic sturdiness, and it got nowhere because she would just feel happy rather than being blown away along with her memory. As the result, he could do nothing but glare at her with a disgusted expression from the bottom of his heart. However, his gaze only made Tio's body convulsed even more. Her condition was already irrecoverable.
Please don't make such disgusted face, Master. This one will surely be useful. Though Master's party are outside of the norm, didn't this one has shown the proof during that fight? Even if this one doesn't know Master's objective, please let this one accompany Master. No, please, Master.
That's physiologically impossible.
Nain, n.
Towards Hajime's words that completely stopped the flow of conversation, Tio was embracing herself with both arms, as though she was enduring something while she was fidgeting. Seeing Tio in such a manner, not only Hajime but everyone inside the vehicle displayed disgusted faces. After a while, Hajime let out a deep sigh and his expression looked somewhat exhausted. Although I want to say something, but it'll be useless no matter what I say, right? Just do whatever you want as long as you don't become a hindrance to us. I have no more energy to think about what to do with.
Oh. Ooh, that's so. Then please take care of this one from now on, Master, you and Shia. Just call this one Tio. Foo. It looks like it'll be a fun journey.
Please, take care of me too.
Hajime sighed again when he looked at a happy Tio with his narrowed eyes. Yue groaned in dissatisfaction, and the perplexed Shia returned her greeting. A new companion, a pervert from Ryujin race, Tio, had joined them. And the party advances towards neutral commercial city of Foren. 3 days had passed since Hajime and his party left Ui. Although there were vexing problems, such as how to dispose of the corpses of the demonic beasts and how to repair the roughened ground, the townspeople were unhurt, a result that could only be considered nothing but a miracle. The good news was immediately spread to the people who took shelter, peripheral towns, and even the imperial capital. The returning townspeople met their lovers and families. Some were hugging their close friends, and the joy of their safeties wrapped Ui in a festival-like clamor. The protective wall Hajime left behind was surrounded the town as is, and the people who were talking about the details of the fight were gesturing how it exceeded the common sense, similar to how storytellers talked about a myth as they looked at the roughened ground outside of the protective wall. The people who took shelter, especially the children, had sparkling eyes when they heard the story. Without losing this opportunity, the merchants were already calculating on how to make money by turning Hajime's protective wall into the town's new specialty. Thus, the townspeople who didn't know anything about Hajime and Aiko believed Hajime and his party were dispatched by the goddess of good harvest, and Hajime's wall was named Goddess's Shield to honor it. Furthermore, the white-haired, eye-patched boy Hajime was called Goddess's Sword and Goddess's Knight in respect. However, it was a different story when David and the other knights, or rather the real bodyguard knights, recalled what was said about Aiko and Hajime. They would rampage while shouting, "As expected, I hate that guy!" In the future, Hajime would writhe in agony whenever he hears his name, but that's another story. It was somewhat a miscalculation that resulted in earning himself some embarrassing nicknames. But just as Hajime thought, Aiko's fame and popularity were through the roof. When she walked into town, all the people would turn around and focus their gazes on her. Among them, there were also some who began to worship her while saying things such as "bless us." In this town, Aiko, who saved the people, was certainly seen as nothing less than a goddess. The rumor had also already spread to the surrounding towns. At the very least, it might be correct to say that Aiko's words carried more weight than the Church of Saints Bishop in the town of Ui. The rumored Aiko was safely supporting the town leaders in the town's reconstruction, but although she acted cheerful around people close to her, her mind wasn't there. The cause was the various impacts of the shocking truths Hajime had revealed before the fight. But above all, it was how Hajime killed Shimizu. The scene of that moment consumed her mind and gnawed at her heart. Even today, after they finished their day duty and it was time for dinner, the students and bodyguard knights were dining at Water Ferry Inn. Aiko just mechanically carried the food into her mouth and blankly looked someplace else without registering the conversation of the others in her mind, only answering with the same reply.
Achan Sensei. Achan Sensei's magic is amazing after all. Even those roughened ground recovered quickly. Looks like it'll return to normal in just a week.
I see that's good.
Sonobe Yuka, who noticed Aiko's mind was somewhere else, intentionally talked to her cheerfully. She tried to somehow encourage Aiko, since she knew the source of her abnormal state. However, even Sonobe's cheerful words only received an indifferent answer in return, like pre-typed-like words. Sonobe drooped her shoulders as she said, "Still won't do, huh?"
Aiko, did the mayor or the bishop said anything today? If you're really troubled by it, I won't forgive them for troubling Aiko, even if it's the bishop. I am Aiko's knight after all. No matter when, only I will be Aiko's ally.
I see. That's good.
It was unknown whether David said those words to encourage Aiko or to seduce her. The remark on how he was willing to go up against the bishop was considerably dangerous as a Templar knight, although it might not be important to David, the warrior of love. The I part was emphasized. In regards to going against anyone, it was also considered by the surrounding knights, as they agreed with him while they directed sharp glares at their commander, who casually made his advance. However, David's casual appeal was easily tossed aside, like the words coming from a certain long-running TV program during daytime. It was doubtful as to whether or not she heard him. The expression on the students' faces were saying, "Serves you right," to David, who drooped his shoulders. The same expression was on the other knights' faces. Without taking any notice of the students and the knights, Aiko indifferently continued to eat without responding.
If only I had talked to Shimizu-kun more. If only I had noticed his feelings earlier. If I did, then something like that wouldn't have happened. If he relied on his classmates, if I didn't get taken as a hostage, if only I died, then you wouldn't have found it necessary to kill Shimizu-kun. Why did he kill him? Even though they were classmates, was it simply because he was an enemy? Could killing someone be so simple because of such a reason? Was it so simple to kill a person? How could it be done so naturally? That's strange. Humans aren't demonic beasts to be able to kill without any hesitation. Was he someone who could easily kill a human? If I left him alone, would he have been a danger to the other children? Will the other children be safe since he's gone? As long as he's not... K? What did I just think of? Stop. It's not good to think about this any further.
Presently, regret and self-condemnation repeated themselves in Aiko's mind. Thus, if she thought of it unconsciously, the buds of fear and grudges towards Hajime would appear. She would deny them in a panic, and she would once again return to her first thoughts, repeating the process. There was too much she wanted to think about, and there were also a lot things she didn't want to think of. Aiko's mind was similar to a library, where the bookshelves had crumbled and unorganized information were scattered around in a chaotic manner. Suddenly, a calm and warmth voice reached Aiko.
Aiko-sama, about today's dish, is it not up to your taste?
Eh?
It was Foscello, the owner of Water Ferry Inn. His voice was far from loud. It was actually said in a rather small voice. However, there was no one inside the inn who missed Foss's words. His calm and deep voice would reach anyone without fail. Even now, Aiko, whose mind was caught in whirlpool of thought, easily heard his words, and it made her senses return to reality. When she noticed she had cried out in a rather strange and loud voice, Aiko's cheeks flushed slightly as she turned towards the smiling Foss.
What was it? I'm sorry, I was daydreaming for a moment.
No, don't worry about it. I just thought the dish was not to your taste because you didn't raise your face. If so, I thought of sending out another dish.
And no need. The food is really delicious. I was just thinking about something.
Although Aiko said the food was very delicious, she herself couldn't remember what it tasted like. When she looked at her surroundings, her students and the knights were looking at her with a somewhat anxious expression. She noticed what was on their minds, and she thought she mustn't continue the way she has been acting, as she pulled herself together and continued on with her meal. However, she coughed in a panic when food entered her lungs. Because Aiko was coughing with teary eyes, the students and the knights were panicked. Seeing the situation, Foss casually prepared napkin and water.
I am sorry to trouble you.
It is not a trouble at all.
Although Foss saw Aiko's blunder, he kept a calm smile which made Aiko feel grateful and relieved. Seeing Aiko's current state, Foss narrowed his eyes and thought of something. He spoke with a small and still calm voice.
Aiko-sama, though it might be presumptuous, may I ask one thing?
Eh? Yes. What is it?
Why can't Aiko-sama believe what you want to believe?
Huh?
Unable to understand Foss's words, Aiko tilted her head as a Gestian mark floated above her head. Because of that, Foss continued with a wry smile. Looks like those words were too lacking.
Apparently, Aiko-sama's mind is currently in serious confusion. There are too many things you want to think about. There are also things you don't want to think of, and you don't know what should you do. What's best is to do what you want, even if you're not sure of what you want yet. There are many things you don't understand, which only increases your impatience and become the impetus towards the vicious circle of confusion. Am I wrong?
How?
Because he had correctly guessed what she was thinking of, Aiko instantly became speechless. Seeing her reaction, Foss calmly explained with a smile, "I've seen a lot of guests, after all."
During such times, it's better to just believe in what you want to believe in for now. But then again, people will overlook things if they only want to believe what they want. Those words also came with such warning. That saying is correct. However, in my opinion, people only act in what they believe in. That's why I feel that during times when one can't move on, it isn't a bad thing to believe in what you want to believe in.
To believe in what I want to believe in.
Aiko contemplated in Foss's words. Aiko's mind was currently filled with regret and guilt, which became a bud of doubt in Hajime as the hatred swirled around. Hajime was certainly Aiko's important student, but Shimizu, who was also similarly an important student to her, was murdered. The moment she understood he was in existence who, according to situation, would deprive the other students of their lives. She recognized Hajime as a threat who would deprive her of her important people. Even so, Hajime was also her student. She couldn't simply cast him away. It was the same reason why she couldn't just abandon Shimizu, who tried to commit mass murder. That's why she was confused since because didn't know what to do. Though Aiko herself thought she had a difficult personality, she couldn't help it. Hatayama Aiko was a teacher, after all. Foss didn't know what happened to Aiko. He didn't know she was, in a certain sense, believing too much in what she wanted to believe in. Even so, he could see she had committed a large blunder since she couldn't move on after what she believed in had collapsed. While he was lost in thought, Aiko's hands had stopped from partaking of her meal and began to get absorbed in her thoughts.
To believe in what I want to believe in. I wonder, what is it that I want to believe in? One of the things is that I want all of the students to return to Japan. However, it's something that can no longer be fulfilled. Now what I want to believe in is for it to be possible to return home without any more losses. His story, where a classmate tried to kill him. I do not want to believe it. He even said he will kill us if we were to become a hindrance to him. Towards a human who unhesitatingly murdered a person. Towards the enemy who threatened the students. Even so, I do not want to believe it. Nevertheless, he actually killed him. Killed Shimizu-kun without any hint of hesitation. That's why he's already done something never alone. No, I must believe in what I want to believe in.
Aiko closed her eyes as she tried to hold down the resurfaced dark feelings. The surrounding people were anxiously looking at her as she moved slightly while thinking of something.
Because he's an enemy, is what he said, and I have no time for that. He also feared Shimizu-kun will once again attack him and his important people if he let him live. That was something anyone would have thought of. In reality, Yosan and Shie-san wouldn't put so much trust in him if he was a cruel man. He only wanted to cut off the source of anxiety for the future of those children. It was why he couldn't let him live. In other words, he thought I wouldn't be able to do anything about Shimizu-kun. To let Shimizu-kun live would mean I should have at least showed him I could reform Shimizu-kun, in which I didn't. In the end, I was powerless. Shimizu-kun was... Even so, to be killed in that manner, it meant Shimizu-kun was already weakness. Kihei.
There was a clear reason why Hajime shot Shimizu dead. He was not a broken human who would think nothing of murder. He was not a monster who couldn't be understood. He wasn't an enemy who blindly harmed the students. Aiko decided to believe in him because he was a student, and her words could still reach him. With such thinking process, she recalled the shocking scene where a student shot another student to death, and she tried to search for the reason behind it.
That's right. I had forgotten it until now. To begin with, I was the one who asked him to help the dying Shimizu-kun, and that was the result. Shimizu-kun would have died even if he didn't do anything. It was completely unnecessary for him to purposely shoot him. So why? Why did he do that? To make sure he dies? No, there's no need for him to do such a thing. That child only had a few minutes left to live. It was why I asked him for his help, but there's nothing more left to be done. After all, there was nothing I could do. Shimizu-kun was shot because of me. Call.
Aiko opened her eyes wide. She was aghast by the truth she had just noticed.
That's right. Shimizu-kun received the wound from the attack aimed at me. If nothing was done during that time, I would have surely died. It was my fault he had to die, but everyone was convinced Shimizu-kun was killed by him. He was the one who convinced us of it.
It was her fault. It was her who killed her own student. Just like Hajime feared, Aiko finally realized the truth and paled in an instant. The existence of her students were Aiko's supporting pillars. The fact that she was the cause of one of her students' death broke Aiko's mind. The impact of the fact made her mind unintentionally turn on its defensive mechanism, and Aiko's mind blanked out. With her outlook wrapped in darkness, she thought of giving herself to the darkness. However, the words Hajime left behind revived her mind. If possible, please don't get demoralized. At that time, her mind didn't understand it because of consecutive impacts, even though it was troublesome to think well of the meaning behind those words. They were simple words if she thought hard enough.
If he said those words because he had predicted my situation, wasn't he worrying about me? He noticed I would break down because I realized I was the cause of Shimizu-kun's death. That was the reason why he unnecessarily shot him, to convince us it was he who killed him, so I wouldn't be crushed by guilt to keep being a teacher.
Aiko understood Hajime's sense of values. Therefore, she didn't think it was done entirely for her sake. Even so, there's no denying Hajime had rushed into action because he thought of Aiko. The closing of the door in Aiko's mind was immediately stopped right before it completely shut, and it began to slowly open once again. Her narrowed view once again broadened, though there was still the cold feeling like one of the coldest season inside her mind, but at the same time there certainly was a small fire present.
Looks like I was being protected by him. No, not only him, but a lot of people have protected me. The children by my side are protecting me even now. I only thought of protecting him, but I didn't realize I was also being protected. How immature of me. Now's not the right time for me to keep trying to be independent.
Aiko wore a resolute expression. However, her thoughts involving Shimizu-kun and the fact that she was the reason he was killed wouldn't disappear for the rest of her life. Even so, she couldn't just stand still because there were students who adored and relied on her as their teacher. She didn't want to. Aiko renewed her vow to do the things she could do as a teacher, even if the world had changed. In addition, she also engraved in her mind to not let her current ideals be shaken. There is already, without a doubt, fear or grudge against Hajime.
He's a clumsy one. He understood I might hold a grudge against him, or I might even become his enemy. Now that I think about it, he received my words, and it looked like he thought it over seriously. Could this possibly be his way of returning a favor? When I think back, I've only been saved by him. He told me the truth, and in the end, he even saved this town. Moreover, during the battle, he fulfilled his promise and brought Shimizu-kun back. If I reconsidered those things, I've only been unreasonable. I only talked of my ideals, and I've pressured him with that. How truly immature of me. Even so, he saved us. Even though his way of thinking is cold, looks like parts of his previous self still remained. No, at the very least, he regained some of them, right? Could it be because of those girls?
Once again, Aiko smiled wryly as she thought of becoming indebted to him. Even though her immaturity was shameful as teacher, she smiled as remembered the Hajime who had sluggish status in the beginning, transforming into a truly dependable man. Thus, even though Hajime had completely changed, she felt happy when she caught a glimpse of his previous self. But at the moment, she guessed the reasons were Yue and Shia, the girls who were always close to Hajime's side. Aiko somehow felt a pain in her heart. Aiko inclined her neck, but she immediately thought of it as nothing but her imagination.
Incidentally, I still haven't said my thanks to Shia-san who protected me, even though she is someone I owe my life to. Next time, I must properly make sure to thank her. In addition, I also owe my life to him.
About the poison and the raging development, Aiko reflected. She had not thanked Shia and the other benefactor of her life, Hajime. It was only now that she recalled something sealed in the corner of her memory, and she blushed as though fire came out of her face.
That's just an artificial respiration. A life-saving measure. There's absolutely nothing more than that. It's not like such an intense thing was my first time. I never thought of it as pleasant. Yep, I absolutely never thought of it like that.
When she thought of the reason behind her flushed face, Aiko suddenly began to beat the table. She repeated her excuse to no one in particular. In addition, even though Aiko was an adult, she didn't have any experience in love. Even so, it was true that with her lovely looks, speech, and behavior changed, becoming like someone who was seriously in love. After all, in Japan, there were only gentlemen who treated her seriously because of her teenage-like appearance. Aiko knew there were a lot of men who thought of her appearance as good, but most of them ended up as good friends because none of them wanted to experience shame in being labeled as something beginning with low. Since it was not unusual for people in their earlier teens to marry in this world, no one was bothered by Aiko's short height and childish face, the so-called a little girl's appearance. So even though David and the other knights were serious, her small experience in love and her small stature made her believe no man would be interested in her, since she didn't even notice the love call clearly sent by men from this different world. Thus, the mouth-to-mouth life-saving measure, Hajime had got the impact on Aiko. She calmed her mind and once again recalled the things that wouldn't get out of her head.
To begin with, he already has girlfriends named Yu and Shia. There were already 2, so it doesn't matter if it increases by 1. Just what I am saying? I am a teacher. He's a student. Wait, that's not the problem. It's not like he thinks of me like that. Besides, he somehow managed to casually, 2 times. Illicit sexual relationships are forbidden. That's insincere. Love should only be one way. To have 2 at the same time, how shameless. I won't allow such immoral relationships. I won't allow it.
The sound of her beating the table became louder.
But his feelings towards Yue-san is Gite special. Though her style isn't so different from me, could it be that he likes childlike women? For example, like me? No, what am I thinking? So what if I know his tastes? To begin with, he is 8 years younger. Now that I think about it, aren't people from the vampire race like Yue-san have a long lifespan? In other words, he likes childlike older women? Wait, so what if I knew that? Return to your senses, Hatayama Aiko. You are a teacher. He is a student. You are disqualified as a teacher if a little kiss makes you confused.
Maybe because she was done beating the table, she held her face with both hands, began shaking her head while saying no. Once again, she'd beat the table, continued with another no, and finally she shouted, "I am a teacher!" as she began to pound the table with her forehead. As expected, even the students and bodyguard knights, the group who loves Aiko, was taken aback by her eccentric behavior. When Foss noticed Aiko, who started a one-man show, he said, "Oh my, looks like you've cheered up," with his unchanging calm smile. What a big person. Afterwards, Aiko was able to come to terms with her feelings towards Hajime about this and that, and self-concluded that was only a temporary hesitation caused by unstable emotion. Thus, there's no change. Hajime was her student. While it was necessary to deliver information about Hajime to the top management in Church of the Saint in the kingdom, she also needed to be prepared to protect Hajime from them in case of emergency, since she was determined to return to the kingdom. Aiko didn't notice it. The thing about Hajime wasn't concluded. It was just put on hold while she called the students in her mind as that child. Only Hajime was called he. Thus the feeling began to bud. The time when Aiko finally took notice of it would be a little bit more in the future. There was no change in liveliness of neutral commercial city Furen. From the other side of the tall and gigantic wall, the town's clamor reached considerable distance all the way to outskirts. There was also no change with the long lines on the gates, from tourists to merchants who were visiting because of business, and there were also all kinds of listless people because of the torment of waiting for their turns. There was a man who gave off a gaudy feeling standing at the end of the line of people by the entrance where the inspection was taking place. He was accompanied by two flashy women, one on each side, who were also listless as they waited for their turn in dissatisfaction while sweating. For the time being, would it be better to ask them what happened or just watch them? They gave off such a mood. Then they talked about silly things, such as how to improve their waiting condition to reach their turn faster, when suddenly the gaudy man heard an unfamiliar sound to his ears. In the beginning, the gaudy man ignored it as he tried to lift the mood of the two women by his side. However, when the merchants and two women beside him became pop-eyed while looking behind him, coupled by the sound getting gradually louder, he turned towards the highway and said, "What?" Thus he also became pop-eyed as he saw the scene of a black box running on the highway as it created raging storm of dust. The people quickly raised a ruckus, though there were those who tried to run away as they shouted, "Demonic beast!" The speed of the box-like object was more than they could imagine, and it immediately reached them before they noticed it. The gaudy man stiffened. The people in the line thought, "It is hopeless already," with despair reflecting in their eyes. At the time when it almost collided into them, the box-like object creak, half rotating as its rear part shook, and it immediately stopped while raising a dust storm. People were staring at the stationary object, the magic-driven four-wheeler. Within the confusion of what had happened, the four-wheeler's doors opened. The ones who got off while ignoring and not thinking anything of the surprised people were of course Hajime and his party. Yu, Shia, and even Tio were ignoring the gazes of the people. Only Will was saying, "Sorry for the commotion," as he bowed. However, the people couldn't even hear Will's apology. It could be said they didn't even care about the fact that people were coming out from the never-before-seen object. Their eyes were glued to the beautiful girls and a woman who, UMs, stretched before them. When Yue, Shia, and Tio moved, sighs of admiration of the people entranced by them could be heard. Hajime was sitting on the four-wheeler's bonnet and said, "The distance from here to the entrance, it looks like we need to wait for around an hour." As he narrowed his eyes. His muscle had stiffened because of the long time spent inside the car, so he went outside in a carefree way when they reached the gate. Because magic-driven four-wheeler was mobile with the use of Hajime's direct magic manipulation, it was possible to move it without sitting on the driver's seat, though the control difficulty was higher. Hajime released the stiffness in his shoulders as his neck made cracking sounds. Yu got on the bonnet just like Hajime, went behind him, and began to rub his shoulders. Apparently she wanted to massage him. Hajime relaxed his body while smiling. Maybe because Shia became lonely, she also sat down and drew closer to Hajime's side. When Tio saw them, she said, "This one will also participate," as she emphasized her huge breasts and tried to cling onto Hajime's arm, but she was slapped by Hajime and she fell down. However, there should be no problem, as she displayed a very happy expression under Hajime's feet.